Chapter 533. Crack, crack, crack. The people at the side of the ship saw in horror that the nearby sea was sealed by a layer of pale, white ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The layer of ice was like oil spread on the surface of the sea. With cracking sounds, it quickly spread into the distance. Other than rotten yellow tooth, who had been split into two and disappeared under the sea, the other 3 sailors who were struggling to swim to the shore were all stuck in the layer of ice. Their bodies were trembling, and a thick layer of frost covered their pale faces. The white air coming out of their mouths was getting lesser and lesser. "Help, help me!" The 3 sailors' cries for help were no louder than a newborn kitten's. "What the hell is this?" The giant crab said in horror. Losers, how dare you show off in my territory?" Danny snorted coldly. With her right hand in the air, her mental energy connected to the magic crystal a few hundred meters away. The vast and turbulent fire elements were extracted and gathered in her small, white palm. Wah! With every revolution, the dark yellow fireball in her palm expanded a little. The spinning speed was so fast that the eyes could not keep up with it. It expanded bigger and bigger, forcing the people around Danny to retreat in panic. In an instant, the queen seemed to be holding a table-sized fire biscuit in her hand. She casually tossed it into the ice. There was no explosion, no explosion. It was silent, as if she had tossed an illusion. But the pale white layer of ice was like a candle in a scorching flame, quickly melting into water. The layer of ice was formed by the gathering of ice elements by ice magic, just like the fire gathering in fire witchcraft. Danny controlled it precisely, allowing the fire elements and ice elements to be annihilated instead of the high-temperature flames burning the low-temperature ice cubes. This was solving the problem from the root. The enormous energy brought about by the annihilation of ice and fire was consciously guided by the magic crystal under Danny's control. The crystal ball could extract the earth fire within a 10-kilometer radius, so naturally, it could also control the explosive energy flow a few hundred meters away. Hiss, 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 the layer of ice melted like cheese, and the remaining heat flowed into the sea. The temperature of the sea rose, and in the blink of an eye, white steam rose from the surface of the sea. The great wizard Valeglia, near the magic network, was invincible in the world. "It's hot, it's hot." The 3 unlucky people who had just been released from the ice immediately fell into the boiling sea. After a short while, his entire body turned red like a steamed prawn. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen's target was not near them, or else they might have been cooked alive. 7 gods above, the seawater is being boiled by fire magic. Burn the sky and boil the sea. Old Crab, Brawn, and the others looked at Dragon Queen with shock. "Good ado, Walala." 10 meters away from the stern of the boat, it suddenly flipped over like an old turtle at the bottom of a well, causing large amounts of steaming water to splash up. "Ah, what's that?" Danny's expression was indifferent. With her hands behind her back, she stood proudly on the bow and ordered, "Cast the net." Hualalala. The guard on the small boat immediately threw the fishing net in their hands. Layer after layer, the cold light of the sword slashed through the fishing net again. But the Dragon Queen had already locked on her target, and the fire wizard power surged forth endlessly. The monster in the sea originally did not have as much magic power as Danny did during the Great Wall. After completing the Green Prophet meditation technique and gaining a preliminary understanding of the Song of Wind, its magic power increased tenfold after the Battle of Meereen, and now it had the advantage of the magic network. How could it be a match for the Dragon Queen? Gradually, the ice magic power in its body was exhausted, and the ice sword in the monster's hand turned into light blue cold water with a click. The monster under the water was exhausted and had no more strength to struggle. The fishing net tightened, and Danny deactivated the fire wizard spell. The small boat approached the Laurel Wind, and the rope at the end of the fishing net was handed to the guards on the deck. "What's that?" Kuhalu asked blankly. When the fishing net left the water, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the monster that had overturned the sea. It looked like a human with the body of a grown man. Its face could not be seen clearly, and its body was covered with oysters, clams, scallops, razor clams, and other mollusks, as if it was wearing a layer of seashell armor. There was very little exposed skin, and it was grayish-white in color. "This is a sea monster?" Old Crab asked uncertainly. "It looks like the water ghost in Grandma's story, and it purposely drags the children playing in the sea to the bottom of the water." Kojia's black face was somewhat pale. "Didn't you guys always want to see a deviant ghost? Now it's here," Danny said strangely. "A deviant ghost?" Everyone was confused. "Aren't deviant ghosts outside the Great Wall?" Old Crab asked doubtfully. "I also want to know why this deviant ghost came to Dragonstone Island." The deviant ghost was not heavy, and two tall guards carried it onto the deck and placed it in front of the queen. When you catch a deviant ghost, it's best to immediately use the dragon crystal weapon to attack its vital points and kill it. If you want to capture it, you should do what I did. Danny pulled out the clear sky sword from her waist and swung it 4 times. Screech, the deviant ghost, let out a shrill cry, like a blade scraping against glass, and its 4 limbs were broken. The next moment, under everyone's shocked gaze, the deviant ghost's arms and legs actually melted into a small, icy blue stream on the deck. "7 gods above, it really is a deviant ghost," Bronze said with a trembling voice. Danny squatted down and pulled the broken fishing net away from the deviant ghost's body. She frowned and looked at the densely packed shells, feeling suspicious. At this time, Kulu also asked curiously, "If the deviant ghost is so scary, why would there be shells attached to its body?" "I'm not sure. Maybe it's trying to hide something." Danny shook her head, took a porcelain plate from the table beside her, and pulled the shells off the deviant ghost's cheeks and neck like she was pulling out leeches. They were still alive, and she sucked them very tightly, even making crisp popping sounds. When the deviant ghost's face was completely exposed, Danny stared at it carefully for a long time and sighed. "I felt that his magic waves were somewhat familiar, and now that I see his face, it really is the deviant ghost I captured outside the Great Wall." Deviant ghosts all had haggard faces, and their skin was pale like moonlight, but the shape of their faces, cheeks, and forehead were all clearly different. "Why is the deviant ghost you captured lying on my ship's rudder?" Kuhulu was shocked, scared, and confused. "Where are the Night Watchers? Is Samwell the only one of the Night Watchers here?" Danny frowned and asked. "There's also a sea raven called Darion in the castle," Bronze said. Danny stood up, took the towel from Kojia, and wiped her hands clean. "Then let's go back to the castle and bring the deviant ghost with us." "Your Majesty, I'll help you carry the deviant ghost," a sailor with a blue forked beard said. The first mate said, "I'll do it. I want to see how the queen deals with the deviant ghost. Don't fight with me." Seeing the sailors around her staring at the deviant ghost, Danny smiled and said, "Everyone has contributed to the capture of the deviant ghost today. If you have time, you can come to the Dragon Mountain Castle to participate in the banquet." "Yes, the sailor who sacrificed himself will be rewarded with 5 gold royals. Give it to his family, and the other 3 brave warriors will also get 1 each." Thinking of the unlucky sailor who died tragically, she added, "Wow, long live the queen." The sailors shouted excitedly. Dragonstone Island, Stone Drum Tower Hall. When we rushed over, the ship had already been dismembered in the raging fire, so we thought that even if the deviant ghost wasn't killed, it would have been melted by the fire. Darion's voice was gentle and magnetic, and he simply recounted what happened that day. Yes, this handsome blonde youth was originally a trainee singer, but because he was caught having an affair with Count Rowan's daughter, he became a night watcher. In addition, it was the Count's daughter who took the initiative to find the singer. I didn't expect it to not die, and is still hiding on the Laurel Wind's rudder. The sea raven looked at the deviant ghost whose limbs were cut off, his expression uncertain. "Damn it, you didn't say that you were going to escort the deviant ghost to the old town." Kualu's face turned pale, and he was both shocked and angry. If they brought the deviant ghost all the way to the Summer Islands, to High Tree Town, to their own door, if the deviant ghost sneaked onto the deck in the middle of the night and into the captain's cabin, the black man shuddered, and he broke out in cold sweat again. The deviant ghost went missing. Such a big commotion, and you didn't know? Danny asked curiously. The whole city of Bravos was shaken, and countless Purple Robe army members searched the streets and alleys, door to door, but they all said that they were looking for the illegitimate son of the Night Watcher's commander-in-chief, and that, at this point, Kulu suddenly stopped. They also said that the illegitimate son was born of Jon Snow and Queen Cersei. The Black Captain wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and he was still scared. Damn it, I almost spilled the beans if I dared to spread rumors about the Dragon Queen, saying that the illegitimate son was hers. Then, fire witchcraft that could boil the sea. Let me ask you, are you scared? Kulu was scared to death anyway. Danny didn't know about the rumors about her illegitimate son, and was only shocked by the strange imagination of the people of Bravos. Bronn frowned and said, "Now it seems that the deviant ghost hidden in the box didn't die, and sank into the sea, and clung to the bottom of the Laurel Wind. Strange, don't deviants need to breathe?" "Deviants aren't humans. Of course they don't need to breathe," the old crab said. "I'm afraid it's not a coincidence." Danny's eyes flashed, and she asked Kulu, "How far is your Laurel Wind from the Night Watcher's port?" Kulu's expression changed again, and he said in fear, "We're both docked at the Old Clothes Merchant's port, but my ship is in the commercial area, and the Night Watcher's ship is in the civilian area. There are hundreds of ships between the two, at least a kilometer away." "Damn it, the deviant ghost is targeting me? Why me?" The black man shouted in disbelief. "Maybe it's not you." Danny frowned. It must have something to do with the Night Watcher. Then the question was, why was it following the Night Watcher? What did the deviant ghost want? "What do you want?" Danny squatted in front of the deviant ghost and looked straight into its icy blue eyes. She was speaking in the ancient language. When she was at the Great Wall, she had asked Morona about the ancient language and then borrowed a bronze ancient language book from the mountain tribe. And the Green Prophet rune was related to the ancient language, and after half a year, she could speak a few words. The deviant ghost's eyes were cold, like a dead ice spring, without a trace of emotion. "I don't know if the Whip of Solitude can deal with deviant ghosts," Danny muttered, and then asked in the ancient language, "The seashell on your body, are you using the seashell to hide your aura? Who are you hiding from?" "Sam?" The deviant didn't respond. Hiding from the people or items around Sam. Still no response. "Hiding from me? Hiding from the sea monsters in the sea? Gods?" Danny was shocked, and the deviant's eyes twitched slightly. She guessed right. The deviant ghost was afraid of being noticed by the gods in the sea. "Inami?" Danny's expression became serious. The deviant ghost closed its eyes. "Ha! The great calamity is coming. All kinds of demons and monsters are starting to move." Danny stood up and returned to her throne, sighing in her mind. "Your Majesty, the Night Watcher Sam has returned." A guard came in to report. Chapter 534. Fatty Sam had not changed much. His face was like a piece of white bread, and his brown leather armor wrapped around his body like a cracked sausage. He was still as gluttonous as ever. When he was summoned into the hall by the guards to meet the queen, his mouth was still full of food. He chewed and swallowed as he ran in. "Greetings, Your Majesty." His etiquette was very standard. Dragonstone Island was originally the land of the Targaryens, and there was a throne in the stone drum tower since Aegon. A throne carved from stone. Danny sat on the throne and pointed at the deviant ghost under the royal stair. "Sam, look at this thing. Do you recognize it?" Fatty stepped forward and stared at the deviant ghost. His small eyes filled with disbelief. "Deviant ghost? Is this a new deviant ghost caught by Your Majesty? You're really fast." "No, this was found at the bottom of the Laurel Wind. The one you transported to Bravos." Danny told him what happened, and Sam listened with his mouth open. "Why?" He was confused. Danny carefully looked at Fatty under the royal stare and asked, "I also want to know why. What do you have that's worth the deviant ghost's attention?" "I don't know." Suddenly, Fatty's expression changed. "Is it because of the Black Gate?" "What Black Gate?" Old Crab asked curiously. "I can't say. That's the secret of the Night Watchers. I can't tell anyone." Fatty shook his head, which made the others even more interested. Danny face-bombed and sighed. What other special things or people do you have with you? Other than the gold coins you gave to the Night Watchers and a few books about the night in Dark Castle. There's nothing else, Sam said thoughtfully. As for the people around me, other than Darion, there's only Gilly and her son. Gilly's son? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She said to the guards, "Bring Gilly and her son here." Gilly was outside the hall. She quickly walked in with her son in her left hand and a white porcelain plate in her right hand. "Gilly, yeah, the plate in your hand." Dragon Queen's question stopped abruptly. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was too nervous and forgot to put the plate outside the door." Gilly was so anxious that her face turned red and she was at a loss. Don't panic. Let me ask you, did you get this plate from Laurelwind?" Danny waved her hand and pointed at the empty plate with only a few slices of oyster left. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. "Your Majesty, it's me. The plate is mine." Fatty hurriedly walked to Gilly's side, took the plate, and placed it on the royal steps. Then he took the child from the female barbarian's hands and reminded his lover in a low voice, "Quickly use the etiquette I taught you before and bow to the queen." "Oh." Gilly lifted her skirt and made a very unladylike bow. When he went to the King's Landing to meet Count Tully at the Red Castle, Sam also brought the female savage and the child. Before meeting Count Tully, Sam had taught Gilly a few court etiquette. In addition to introducing the danger of deviant ghosts and the shamelessness of the City of Knowledge, Sam also told his father casually, "Although I'm a night watchman, and although the night watchman swore not to marry, I now have not only a savage girlfriend, but also an illegitimate child. Why don't you keep him and train him to be a knight?" Sam could be considered the most cowardly, but also the bravest fatty in the Song of Ice and Fire. When he was cowardly, he was like dough that anyone could knead. When he was brave, he could be a deviant ghost, go against the Dragon Queen and Stannis, the Blackgate incident, argue with his father, steal the clan sword, and do anything. Count Tully was so enraged by his son's shameless behavior that he chased Fatty out with his longsword. That was why Fatty came back so early. Therefore, Fatty was hungry, when I saw my father at the King's Landing. He was too angry. If I hadn't announced that I was on a mission to deliver a message to the City of Knowledge and hire scholars to go to the Great Wall, he probably would have killed me. Naturally, my father didn't ask me to stay for lunch, so I was very hungry. When I returned to the dock, I saw that there was no one on the deck of the Laurelwind. I curiously went up to check and found a plate of seashells. It was even Captain Kualu's barbarian sauce. I heard that Son of Heaven Bohal liked to eat it. I was lucky enough to be served by the captain twice, and it was indeed unique. I couldn't help but take the plate away. Fatty's eyes were careful and apologetic. He turned to the black captain and asked, "Captain, you said that the sauce can't be left for too long, and it will go bad after a long time. That's why I ate your oysters. Is there a problem?" No. Kualu opened his mouth and said with difficulty. Danny looked at the red sauce on the fatty's lips and gulped. "Does it taste good?" she asked. "It's delicious, full of juice, and has a special kind of coldness. The meat is also very chewy. After swallowing it, a fire rises in the stomach. It's the best," Fatty said with a face full of intoxication. Ugh. The old crab's face was pale, and he covered his mouth to vomit. Bronn looked at Fatty in horror, as if he was looking at a man-eating demon. Koja stuttered, "Sam, what you eat?" Danny waved her hand and interrupted her. "Forget it. He doesn't need to avoid food anymore. He can eat whatever he wants." She saw that the female barbarian's lips were clean and asked curiously, "Has Gilly eaten?" Fatty was confused by everyone's reaction and said casually, "She doesn't feel well, so she doesn't want to eat." "Doesn't feel well?" Sigh. I wanted to ask Father to take in the child and Gilly, but he was so angry that he pulled out his sword and wanted to kill the mother and son. He also scolded them very badly. Fatty said dejectedly, "This child isn't yours." Danny said, "I love Gilly, and I'm willing to be the child's father. If possible, I hope that he can inherit my family name and legacy. My mother also left a manor for me. The child can become a productive knight in the future." Fatty said with a face full of determination. Sam. The female barbarian's eyes were filled with tears. Sam's parents were not ordinary people. His father was a famous general, the 3rd Duke of Riverbend, and the minister of King's Landing. His mother was also the eldest daughter of the 10,000-years-old Fox Florence family. Yes, it was the Florence family whose Brightwater city was occupied by Tyrell. As the eldest daughter of a noble family, Sam's mother naturally wouldn't marry into the Tully family empty-handed. Speaking of which, Erlew, who married Silas Florence, was also Fatty Sam's uncle. Fatty and Mormont's wife, Linus, were also cousins. This was related to Mormont again. The relationship between nobles and Westeros was so complicated. Sam, are you sure? How about I give the child the surname Tully in the name of the queen? Danny said with a strange expression. That's great, Sam said happily. Don't. Jilly's expression changed a few times, but as if she couldn't bear some kind of pressure, she broke down and cried. What's wrong, Jilly? Fatty asked worriedly. The child is not mine. This is Manfred's battlefield birth. It's the Prince of Savages. Jilly cried. What? Even Danny was shocked, let alone Fatty. The commander was worried that the king of Blazing Redheart would burn the little prince. The little prince has the king's blood in his body, so he swapped my son with the Prince of Savages. Sob, sob, sob. John, how could he? Fatty said angrily. He said that for the sake of the big picture, when the red which burns my child, he will tell the king the truth. Sigh. Fatty stomped his feet and sighed. With his intelligence, he easily guessed John's thoughts and knew that his plan would probably work. King Stannis was impartial and wouldn't kill a savage child out of anger. Could it be? Danny left the throne again and came to the deviant ghost, who was staring at the baby in Sam's arms. You're doing this for the king of Savage's child? The king's blood has a special effect on deviant ghosts? Danny asked in surprise. The deviant ghost glanced at her coldly and closed its eyes again. Finally, it lied to her once. The deviant ghost, whose heart was as cold as ice, couldn't help but feel proud. The child will stay on Dragonstone Island. In my territory, no one can touch him. Danny made her decision. I still want to go to the City of Knowledge with Sam, Jilly said weakly. You still want to go to the City of Knowledge? Danny frowned and looked at Fatty. Luckily, I caught the deviant ghost, so I have to let the scholars know. Sam pointed at the deviant ghost. The City of Knowledge has already been disbanded by the Queen, so it doesn't matter if they know or not. The City of Knowledge's reputation in the Seven Kingdoms is embarrassing, so it's better not to go. The old crab mumbled. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms always have scholars beside them. The scholars control all the crow's nests and information exchange, so they have some say. Also, the Great Wall needs scholars, so every castle needs a scholar to manage the crow's nest. This time, I have a very important mission in the Old Town, and that is to bring a group of scholars back to the north. Sam said helplessly. Okay, Danny nodded. I'll create a magic sealing treasure chest for you later. After receiving Kuei-Shi's reminder, Danny tested out the Brandon sealing magic circle. It could indeed defend against magic power, and was especially effective in suppressing evil forces. If the sealing magic circle was left in the castle's foundation and walls, the wizards outside the castle would not be able to use evil witchcraft to attack the castle owner. Just like in the Storm's End castle, even the powerful red-robed woman had to rely on Davos to sneak her into the castle before she could use her blood witchcraft. This child, Fatty looked at the baby in his arms with a bored expression and asked. Although he was willing to be the one to take over the baby, he had to take over the territory of the first ghost father, Caestel, and Caestel's beautiful daughter as compensation. He had to take care of Manfred's son for Mansred. Count Bronn Blackwater's wife, Loras, also has a son. She can temporarily take in the Savage Prince. Danny looked at Bronn and said. Bronn felt as if he had eaten a piece of shit-flavored chocolate. He was happy that the Dragon Queen trusted him, and the child's identity was enough to enter his house. However, Loras' child was not his, and this child was not. Could it be that he, Bronn, was born to raise someone else's son? Your Majesty, don't worry. According to the traditions of the Westeros, I'll take this child as my foster son. Count Braun's face was full of joy. Okay, Dany nodded. After Dany announced the end of the meeting, everyone left. Marwyn brought an oak chest and a few large pieces of dragon crystals. Dany was in the hall. She melted the dragon crystals and embedded them in the wooden chest to create a powerful sealing magic circle. Dragon Queen was busy. Sam, who was waiting by the side, suddenly licked his lips. He pointed at a large pile of seashells on the royal stairs and said, "Your Majesty, there's a pile of oysters and clams here. They'll go bad if you don't eat them." Dany tilted her head and glanced at the seashells. They were clean from the other ghost bodies. "Eat them if you want." Her tone was like a doctor telling the family of a dying patient that the old man did not have many days left to live. Buy him whatever he wanted to eat, and there was no need to avoid certain foods. Chapter 535. Dany spent half an hour to create an evil-suppressing treasure chest for Sam and locked the half-dead deviant ghost inside. She toasted a few more times at the banquet, chatted with Kuvalu and the others for a while, then went to the blacksmith to discuss how to improve the dragon crystal weapon. When she went to harbor to hunt deviant ghosts this afternoon, Dany suddenly found a big problem. The guards had dragon crystal daggers, short swords, arrows, and spears with wooden handles and dragon crystal heads, but they didn't have any heavy weapons that could be used to attack fiercely and deal great damage, enough to fight deviant ghosts head-on. For example, broadswords and two-handed heavy swords. Spears were originally considered a hard dish, but the spear's damage was only at the tip of the spear, which meant that it could only stab, and the tip of the spear could easily break. Thus, the efficiency of killing enemies was much lower. Dany first thought, could she make a spiked mace with dragon crystal spikes? Then she had a flash of inspiration, and a more suitable weapon appeared in her mind. Marquil. Marquil was a type of sawtooth knife, invented by the Aztecs in America. Using a wooden paddle as the body of the knife, a row of hard and brittle obsidian crystals were embedded in the blade. Actually, obsidian was volcanic rock, and in this fantasy world, it was the dragon crystal. It could be said that, with the dragon crystal, Dany could almost perfectly replicate Marquil. And this weapon was enough to be a hard dish, even in human wars, stronger and bloodier than many machetes. With one slash, it was common to cut off a person's head or a horse's head. Dany forged 30 sharp dragon crystal tiger teeth on the spot and embedded them in the 1-meter-long wooden stick. Then with a powerful swing, cut off a peach tree as thick as a wrist. The dragon crystal did not break. From now on, I'll use... Dany thought for a moment. She definitely couldn't use the transliterated name Marquil anymore. She could not give a name. Otherwise, after other people use this weapon, they might excitedly name it Dany's teeth, Dragon Queen's paddle, Queen's broadsword, and other embarrassing names. This weapon will be called Dragon Tooth. I got the idea after observing the great guardian of light-eating prey. Dany shamelessly claimed the right to invent the weapon. From now on, we will use the Dragon Tooth as our main weapon, paired with a dagger, and give up on short swords and spears. Yes, the Dragon Fong's teeth could be embedded into the end of a wooden pole to make a spear. He could even use the spikes of the dragon teeth to make crossbow arrows. Standardized work. All the dragon teeth were forged into the same Mitsubishi thorn shape. Daggers and arrowheads were also standardized, which would speed up the forging process. We only need to forge the trident, dagger, and arrowhead. As for the wooden sabers, wooden handles, and arrow shafts, we'll leave them to the night watchman. There are so many iron trees, oak trees, and weirwood beyond the Great Wall. It's much more convenient than on Dragonstone Island. Bronn waved the dragon tooth dagger forged by the queen a few times and reminded, "Your Majesty, the dragon tooth dagger is different from swords and knives. Since you have invented a new weapon, you should have a matching dagger technique to make full use of the weapon." Dany looked at the mercenary count in surprise and praised his cleverness. "Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. You can communicate with the night watchman of the Great Wall and create a new sword technique together. Yes, your majesty, Bronn promised happily. Before Danny left, the old crab stopped her and said seriously, Your majesty, after seeing the deviant ghosts, I have a different opinion about your disaster relief in Hejin County. What? Are you afraid that there won't be enough food? Danny raised her eyebrows. Dragonstone Island has 100,000 tons of food, but Dragonstone Island, Crab Island, and Tidehead Island have less than 5,000 households. It's enough for 20 years. Besides, Tidehead Island and Crab Island already have food. We still have money and can continue to buy food. The old crab waved his hand. Then why? Danny asked curiously. We have to prepare for the worst. A deviant ghost can freeze the sea. If you weren't here, we wouldn't have been able to catch it. So, I'm worried that the Great Wall won't be able to hold, the old crab said seriously. Don't worry, the Great Wall won't collapse. There's an exorcism circle under the Great Wall. The deviant ghosts won't be able to come over. Danny comforted with a smile. What if the deviant ghosts swim? Or they freeze the bay and go around the Great Wall? The old crab said seriously. Deviant Ghost King can't be so shameless, right? That's too wretched. Danny's tone was uncertain. Wasn't there a wretched deviant ghost hiding on the rudder this afternoon? Of course, I hope that the Great Wall can stop the deviant ghosts, but it's never wrong to prepare for the worst, the old crab insisted. Count, you're right. Danny nodded, the nonchalance on her face disappearing. Her family's assets were all in Slaves Bay, and she had been thinking about the alliance recently. She was too relaxed about the deviant ghosts and was too optimistic. What do you think? She asked seriously. Stabilize the first line of defense. Build the second and third lines of defense. Without a doubt, the Great Wall is the first line of defense and also the most important one. After today, I'll personally write to the lords and ask them to arrange for knights and soldiers to come to Dragonstone Island with the dragon crystal weapons to be transported to Eastwatch. The Great Wall must be defended with all its might. The old crab said seriously. Didn't I make the same call before? Danny said, It's different this time. Scholar Pylus, Bronn, Kulu, and 2,000 to 3,000 people have seen deviant ghosts. I'll also invite the lords nearby to come to Dragonstone Island to see deviant ghosts before Sam leaves. Danny reminded him, Take it easy, don't break my demon suppression treasure chest. Yes, I'll be careful. The second line of defense is at the neck. Both sides of the neck are natural strongholds. It'll be a pity to give it up. The third line of defense is the defense of the kingdoms after the deviant ghosts break through to Hejin. Hejin and Hejin are flatlands. There's no way to defend them, so we can only give it up. The mountains in the west are everywhere. Casterly Rock City was originally built by digging out the mountains. It can be considered a defensive stronghold. The old crab paid attention to Dragon Queen's expression and said carefully. Danny guessed his worries and laughed. Count Sedega, I only know your magnanimity today. Very good. In front of deviant ghosts, personal grudges should be put aside. Yes, let's put aside for now. If I want to take revenge, I'll defeat them in a dignified manner after all the disasters are over. Then I'll convene a meeting and judge them in front of all the lords. Your Majesty is wise. The old crab was touched like never before. He was old and had been a wily old fox all his life, but now his eyes were wet. To be honest, he didn't have much self-awareness. He only wanted to protect his family in the long night. But the deviant ghost brutality was like a bucket of cold water that woke him up. If the long night was not ended and the world was frozen, how could Sedega be protected? More importantly, the old count suddenly confirmed one thing. Dragon Queen was the main pillar of the long night. She was a savior who didn't need the title of savior. If Danny Rise, who had 5 megalosaurus, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, god-level magic power, 18 tons of steel, and the reappearance of Alleglia's magic network couldn't save the world, then, if there were other saviors, they would be stronger than her. But in today's world, who dare to say that they were stronger than her? Obviously, the world depended on the Dragon Queen to save it. And he was the Dragon Queen's hand of the Queen. At least Dragonstone Island was under his control. As the hand of the savior, The old crab suddenly had a sense of mission that if I don't work hard, how can the world survive? Continue. Looking at the old crab who was moved to tears, Danny felt a little uncomfortable. Oh, Riverbend, royal territory and Stormlands cannot be defended. Dorne has the Bone Path, and Arryn Valley has the Bloodgate. They're all natural barriers. But Riverbend, royal territory and Stormlands cannot be abandoned. There are millions of people. The essence of Westeros is in these four kingdoms. So, there's a need to build a third line of defense. The third line of defense is to find a dangerous place and build a man-made stronghold. Other places can be discussed later, but the royal territory is the foundation of Targaryen. You should try your best to protect the civilians and nobles. My idea is to build a third line of defense for the royal territory on Crabclaw Peninsula. Danny thought about the complicated terrain of Crabclaw Peninsula and nodded. You want to use the food from Riverbend as a reward to hire refugees to build fortifications on Crabclaw Peninsula, right? What does your majesty think? The old crab asked expectantly. What do you plan to build a defensive stronghold on Crabclaw Peninsula? Danny asked. Crypt Castle and Whisper Castle are located at the end of the peninsula at the top of high cliffs. They are very close to Crab Island, Dragonstone Island, and Seagull Town in the valley. The Bren family of Crypt Castle and the Kleb family of Whisper Castle are both loyal to Targaryen. They both accompanied Prince Rhaega in the final battle of Ruby Beach, and their families also fell during Robert's reign. It is a pity that Crypt Castle still has a master, but Whisper Castle is almost abandoned. I don't know if the Kleb family still has descendants. The old crab sighed. Then help them repair the castle. Danny sighed and said, Count, you will be in charge of this. After thinking for a while, Danny said, also, work with Marwyn and choose a few trustworthy alchemists from the batch of alchemists who are working on Tidehead Island. Teach them how to use glass candles to connect to magic networks. You plan to send them to different places and communicate with them every day? The old crab said excitedly. You are almost recreating the glory of the Valeglia period. Perhaps we can surpass Valeglia, Danny said with a faint smile. Midnight. Danny rode Blackie to the hill 10 kilometers north of Gatto. When she flew over the main road of Valeglia, where steel was made, Danny found it funny that torches and bonfires rose from the dark land like stars. They were all mercenaries, farmers, and merchants who came to look for the Dragon Queen's steel lumps. Tens of thousands of them spread across the plains and rivers for several kilometers. There were even bonfires under the hill where Cora and Clinton were hiding. 18 tons of steel. It was too attractive. And what's going on? Danny landed on the peak of the steep mountain and was surprised to find that there were still piles of steel lumps. Cora and Clinton were guarding by the side, and even Greenie was lying on the ground sleeping. Your Majesty, you are back. Cora and Clinton quickly got up to welcome her. Danny saw anxiety and doubt on their faces. Your Majesty, Greenie stopped working after throwing down 10 iron lumps in the middle of the night. No matter how we tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. Cora complained. Greenie, what's going on? Danny asked in surprise. Could it be that his rebellious period had arrived? It shouldn't be. He was only 3 years old. Even if he wanted to rebel, would he dare to go against Brother Black Dragon's orders? Squeak! Greenie let out a low cry, his voice filled with grievance and fear. Who did you meet? Danny's expression changed as she asked seriously. Chapter 536. Squawk, Little Green growled. There's a monster in the river? And it stole Tile Steel? Danny's face was serious. Just like how people could not understand a dog's bark, but if they spent a lot of time with the dog, a bark might be able to let the owner know what it meant. Similarly, if the owner shouted in human language, the dog would be able to accurately carry out the owner's orders. Little Green was far more intelligent than a dog. When Little Green was young, Danny had talked to its dragon spirit many times. The relationship between the dragon and the human was far more intimate than that between a dog and its owner. So, they could have limited spoken communication, but in fact, most of it was sensing each other's mental waves. What monster could there be in the river? In the past, Little Green was the overlord of the Slaver's Bay. It burned a whale when it was only a few months old, and now even the overlord squid has become its food. Mormont was puzzled. What monster in the Lone River can scare the Megalosaurus? Danny asked Clinton. The reason why Clinton was called over was because he had lived in seclusion in the Little Lone River for 10 years. He was familiar with the terrain, people, and customs of this area. Is the legend of Loina true? Clinton was a little surprised and said uncertainly, maybe Little Green met a giant turtle. Danny suddenly understood and asked, You mean the Old Man of the River? Yes, the Old Man of the River. If the legend is true, the Old Man of the River is the god of the Lone River. Maybe the Megalosaurus would be afraid of him. Clinton said, The Loina fled to Dorne and became orphans of the Greenwater River. How could their god still be alive today? Yura doubted. Clinton frowned and explained, just like the Undulls have many kings, the Loina are also many kingdoms of the same race. Nymeria, who led her people to Dorne, was only one of the queens. Along the Lone River, in the ruins of the once great city, there are many Loina strongholds. Have you seen the Old Man of the River? Danny asked. Yes, just half a year ago. A giant turtle bigger than a ship. Speaking of this, Clinton's expression changed as he said in surprise, At that time, we were passing by Nassau Star City at the junction of the Upper Rhone River and Na-In River, which is only 500 kilometers away from here. The upper reaches of the Lone River were divided into 3 branches, from west to east. The Upper Lone River that fed the Andros Hills, the Nan River that passed through the Novos Mountains, and the Kien River that originated in the Calls Forest. Among them, the Upper Lorne River had a tributary called the Little Lorne River, which passed through the Velvet Mountains. Previously, Clinton had taken Little Aegon with him to make a living between the Little Lone River and the Upper Lone River. They spent their days on boats and had no fixed abode to avoid being discovered and tracked by the enemy. Then let's go take a look. Danny was a little excited. Your Majesty, don't be hasty. Clinton stopped her and tried to persuade her. It's too dark, and we're in the river. If there really are anomalies and the other party has the geographical advantage, we'll be at a disadvantage if we go there like this. Why don't we wait until the sky is bright tomorrow? What about Slave Bay? According to the plan, we should go back tonight. Mormont said with a frown. Danny pondered for a moment and said, Let's go take a look first. If we ride a dragon and fly in the sky, we should be able to leave the other party's attack range. After all, when Little Green threw the iron ingot, it was only a few dozen meters above the river. As for the dark, we don't have to worry, I have magic. Without delay, Mormont and John Clinton climbed on Adahe's back. Danny changed to Little Green and flew to the Upper Lone River in only 10 minutes. It was a canyon with turbulent water. On the west bank was a steep mountain ridge that was 100 meters high, and on the east bank was a boundless birch forest. The Megalosaurus swept past the mountain ridge, and the dark forest was startled by the cries of apes, birds, and lions. They found a place with a wide view at the top of the mountain, and the 2 dragons crushed several green pines and cypresses for the 3 people and 2 dragons to rest. The cold wind whistled from the north, blowing Danny's hair and Mormont's white cloak. Looking down, the river's surface that reflected the faint light of the stars was like a ribbon on the dark land, charming and gentle all the way from the north. The dark plains on the east bank were like a skirt woven from birch trees, hanging below the belt. Little Green, go down and explore the way, Danny said as she closed her eyes and entered the state of wind song. In this state, in addition to listening to the information in the wind, there was also the effect of the false dragon spirit. The Green Prophet meditation technique helped her dragon spirit, Little White, and the authentic Green Prophet could control thousands of animal companions at the same time. Danny had never given up on studying how to use the Green Prophet meditation technique with Little Green, Little Gold, and the other dragon spirits. It was very awkward. She didn't know if something was missing. But not only she couldn't silently distort the will of others like the 3-eyed crow, she also couldn't take the initiative to obtain information from the wind, and she couldn't communicate with Little Green and the other dragon spirits. Until one day, when she entered the state of wind song to meditate in her bedroom, she happened to hear the scene of Little Green bullying Little Gold in the garden on the top floor. Little Green used his head to push Little Gold, just like Matt Razy pushing Zidane, and Little Gold fell to the ground. Mother Long certainly didn't want to see her children fight, so she anxiously shouted, "Little Green, are you itching for a beating? How dare you bully your little brother?" Little Green looked left and right with a surprised expression, and then let go of Little Gold, who was crying in pain. At that time, Danny understood that within a certain distance, within the effective range of Windsong, about a few kilometers, she could use Windsong to communicate with Little Green. Squeak! Little Green obediently jumped down and circled in the air, from north to south, 30 meters above the river's surface. The 100-meter-wide river surface was calm, and nothing happened. When Little Green was about to fly back, Danny's consciousness entered the cold river surface and said in his ear, "Continue. This time be more arrogant." Little Green blinked his eyes, very surprised by Mother Long's state. But he didn't delay and circled again, still from north to south, this time only 20 meters above the river surface. Not only that, he also screamed when he flew over a certain part of the river surface. This time, the river finally reacted. Boom splash! Suddenly, a thick pillar of water shot up from the riverside and hit Little Green's body like a jack. Actually, it was more like a water release, water dragon bullet technique. The scene was like an adult kicking an old hen's belly, and the hen was sent flying in circles in the sky. Little Green, in the most miserable state, landed in the forest next to us. Before Little Green struggled to fly, Danny immediately reminded him in the state of Windsong. Boom, crack, crack, crack. And so, Little Green fell diagonally into the birch forest on the east bank, breaking dozens of thick trees. Little Green play dead, moan mournfully, and struggle to get up but fail repeatedly, just like when your wings and thighs were bitten off by the pterosaur. Danny continued to command remotely. Little Green was very talented. Hiss gee, its cry was sad, like an old hen whose head was placed on a chopping board. It staggered, got up several times, and fell down several times. Gurgle, gurgle. The river water seemed to be boiling, creating large splashes. Visible to the naked eye, the river level rose, drowning the weeds and bushes on the east bank, and quickly spreading upward. Gradually, the river rushed into the birch forest, and the turbid waves rolled toward Little Green. 7 gods above, what is in the river? Clinton was stunned. The old man in the river. Cora's pupils contracted, and his right hand unconsciously pressed on the hilt of his sword. "Sir Clinton, wait here, Mormont, and I will go down," Danny said quickly as she climbed onto Blackie's back. "Why is he not me?" Clinton frowned. "I have a tile steel sword and tile steel armor. I can deal with a demigod," Cora explained. Thinking that Barristan had followed the queen to fight against Balerion, the big bear was nervous and expectant. "Queen, let me use your steel sword. You are the queen, so you could just wait here. I am good at swimming, so I don't need armor." As Clinton spoke, he took off his chainmail and sword belt. Danny thought about it. She still had a tile steel dagger, so she took it from her waist and handed it to him, saying, "Be careful. Without armor, your body is light, and it is easy to be swept away by the waves." Last time in Astapor, he melted a tile steel sword and was going to give it to Aegon, but he took out Blackfire. So, Tobu used the tile steel to forge 5 short daggers for the queen. The other 4 were going to be installed with keel grips, and at this time, they were still carefully sculpting. The one on Danny's waist was made with a fishbeam handle. After that, she left the sole coordinates on the arms of the 2 in turn, and then climbed onto the dragon's back, letting them pull the chain hanging from Blackie's legs and glide toward the river. This Little Green was still acting. In the face of the muddy river, he staggered into the depths of the dark forest to hide. At this time, he was 400 or 500 meters away from the river, and the river was gurgling 400 or 500 meters into the forest. That scene, it was as if the river here had burst a dam. But the river only overflowed upward and did not flow to the left and right. Blackie was like a hunter in the dark, quietly gliding in front of Little Green. Clinton and the big bear landed on the treetops, and quickly climbed down to get close to Little Green. Hiss! Little Green suddenly raised his head and spat dragon flames at the surrounding birch trees. In an instant, the dark forest and the muddy yellow river were engulfed in the bright red light of the fire. Almost at the same time, Blackie swooped down to the shadow in the river behind Little Green, and his flesh wings made a clattering sound in the air. Boom! The glazed red dragon flames were like water, dissolving into the water. Boom! The muddy yellow water evaporated in the intense heat, and the steam even exploded when it met the dragon flames. The steam expanded rapidly under the dragon flames. The water splashed up dozens of meters high. The pool was originally a forest, and the water was not deep. The explosion pushed the surrounding water away, revealing the overgrown ground and the black shadow struggling fiercely on the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The black shadow was 15 meters long and as thick as a water tank. Its eyes were blood red, and its mouth was as big as the back door of a van. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth that gleamed with cold light, like jagged short swords inserted together. There was also a row of sharp bone spurs on its burnt and bleeding back. 7 levels of hell, Loach Spirit, Knife Loach. With the help of the fire, Danny also saw the monster below clearly. It was a huge loach that looked like a catfish. In an instant, she had goosebumps all over her body, and her heart was filled with disgust. The whole process took a long time to describe, but in fact it only happened in 2 breaths. Under Danny's fire control technique, Blackie began to spit dragon flames from 50 meters away. At this time, the river water exploded, and he swooped down, like an eagle catching a snake, and his dragon claws pierced into the loach's flesh. The terrifying diving force made the dragon claws like steel swords, tearing large pieces of flesh. Blood splattered, and the loach wailed hysterically. Blackie's body also fell to the mud uncontrollably. Boom! Something strange happened again. The river suddenly surged, and the water burst out of the dam like a waterfall, creating a 20-meter tall wave. Like a chicken covered with a quilt, it covered Dahe and Danny, who was on its back. Chapter 537. Hee. Do you think this river god doesn't know that you have 2 dragons? You want to use the green dragon as bait, but don't you know that I'm also playing along? The flood was like a towering city wall, pouring down on Danny and Dahe. An evil and proud old man's voice came from the waves. Well, this move was a bit like the water release, great waterfall technique. Crack! Boom! Dahe only glanced at the approaching giant wave, then calmly and quickly lowered its head. It bit down on the head of the struggling loach under its claws and sank its teeth into the bone. Dragon flames erupted, and in an instant, the meat juice flowed out. The skull became soft, and the smell of burnt meat spread out. Rumble, the flood was like an army of 10,000 horses, rolling over and drowning Dahe and Danny's figures. The branches, leaves, and trunks of the white birch trees were also broken. Your Majesty, this! In the distance, Little Green, Big Bear, and Old Face were all worried and frightened. But they didn't have time to care about the Dragon Queen. Although the flood had been blocked by Dahe and the forest, and had become flat, it was still 7 or 8 meters high when it rushed dozens of meters away. Boom! At this moment, the river water that drowned the black dragon suddenly turned red, as if 3,000 wood electric lamps were lit at the bottom of the water. Then, an intense air explosion occurred, making a loud noise like a landslide or a tsunami. The glazed red dragon flames mixed with a large amount of white water vapor and turbid water splashes, blooming like a flower. In the center was Dahe, whose whole body seemed to be covered with a red dragon flame golden bell. I know, this is a divine dragon, impossible, he's only 3 years old. In the sky above the center of the explosion, the previously complacent old monster roared in horror. His body was as big as a house, but he was still uncontrollably blown dozens of meters high by the air explosion. Before the flood came, he crashed in front of Little Green and the 2 knights. It was almost like a pot lid was placed on Little Green's head. Boom! The river water that had lost the drive of the evil god's divine power, which was originally rolling like a galloping horse, was now like the great waterfall technique that had lost its chakra, instantly collapsing into a shapeless splash. The waves receded. Big Bear and Old Guy's faces were dripping with muddy water, but they didn't feel it at all. They just looked at the huge crab in front of them in shock. They were completely stupefied. That's right. The monster in the river that had caused the huge waves was not the giant tortoise or the blade loach, but a giant crab. It had a greenish-black crab shell that reflected a metallic luster, 8 legs that were like the scythes of the Grim Reaper, and a pair of pincers that were thicker than pillars and looked like giant scissors. Just the 2 blood-red eyeballs alone were as big as basketballs. However, at this moment, the crab was in a rather miserable state. Its bubbling mouth was spewing out blue blood foam like a fountain. A quarter of the crab's shell and its left pincer were bright red, just like the steamed crabs they usually ate. How is this possible? I am the father god of the Lorne River. How dare you? How dare you? All of you must die. The crab let out a resentful sound of disbelief. In fact, it was a mental fluctuation. Big Bear and Old Awkward on the side heard it. This also reminded them. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them took a few quick steps in a knee-deep puddle and drew their swords at the same time. TCH, TCH. They hit their targets at the same time. Clinton on the left stabbed the crab's glowing blood-red left eye. Like a roasted red iron sword stabbing into a rotten watermelon, red and black juice splattered all over the knight's head and face. Big Bear on the right roared and exerted strength in his arm. The 1.2-meter long broadsword in his hand stabbed into the crab's mouth until it reached the hilt. Awoo! The crab demon let out a tragic wail. Its left claw stabbed at Clinton while its right claw clamped on Akora's waist with lightning speed. Unfortunately, its left claw was already half-cooked by Blackie's dragon flames and couldn't move easily, allowing Clinton to dodge it nimbly. Its right claw was undamaged. Even though the crab demon was currently on its back, with its peak demigod strength, it could still clamp on Akora accurately. It was as easy as the people of the Celestial Empire using chopsticks to clamp a prawn ball. Crack, crack, crack. Ugh. The steel plate armor let out the sound of the deck twisting and rivets snapping. Korra himself also had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he let out an extremely painful wail. Black Dragon's dragon flames exploding, the crab flipping over due to the explosion, the 2 knights assassinating, and Big Bear being clamped all happened in the short span of 1 or 2 breaths. Meanwhile, Little Green was on the side. Without any hesitation, it bit into the crab's eye socket. Boom! The dragon flames burned through the other eyeball like a flood, melting the teeth in the crab's mouth like a guillotine and roasting the crab's shell above its eyebrows. Even the steel sword that was stabbed into the crab's mouth was burned red. It hurt so much. The crab demon threw away the iron knight that it failed to clamp in half as it had expected and attacked Little Green's neck with its right pincer. Little Green's bucket-thick neck was like a pencil to the crab's pincer. If it really hit, Little Green would at least be half dead. However, the green dragon's reaction wasn't slow either. It just shrunk its neck and dodged the attack while continuing to spew dragon flames from its mouth. At the same time, Clinton also lowered his body and crawled under Little Green's neck. He then approached the crab's right claw's blind spot, and raised the clear sky, sword to chop the claw joint. Bam, bam, bam. Dark blood spurted out. The crab's 8 claws waved wildly like a mountain of knives, but it still couldn't scratch the knight. Ja, Danny, and Big Black also rushed over. Halfway through, they used a double dragon spirit soul attack, and the crab's movements suddenly froze. Boom! Big Black spat out glazed red water dragon flames from 10 meters away. Danny and Little White were both at the first level of dragon spirit. In the short span of 2 breaths, they continuously gave the crab's spirit 10 soul strikes. In between, they even tested the soul extinguishing strike created by the Dragon Slayer Horn rune 3 times, knocking the crab spirit unconscious. She only stopped when her head started to hurt. Kill it while it's down. Danny continued to work hard. She used the fire control technique. Little Green was in front, and Big Black was behind. One golden red dragon flame, and the other glazed red blacksmith's divine fire formed two pots, covering the crab demon inside. Gurgle, gurgle, the knee-deep sewage began to boil. Clinton supported Big Bear and hurriedly retreated. Crackle, crackle, the crab's 8 claws turned from black to red in the dragon flame. It even emitted a fragrant smell and the sound of oil bursting. Gurgle, Danny's throat moved. She swallowed her saliva. She was a little hungry. Mercy, mother of dragons, please have mercy. Suddenly, the cry of an old man came from the river far away. Spiritual voice transmission, strong divine power. Danny's expression froze. Just like when Big Black faced the crab demon that suddenly appeared, it would first bite the loach demon to death. Facing the unknown evil god coming from the river, she almost subconsciously controlled the dragon flame to rush into the crab demon's mouth along Korra's steel sword, burning its internal organs and head. Without a trace of sound, the crab demon died tragically under the soul attack. Not only that, she wanted to kill it. Spiritual bestowment had already been activated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As if a hole had appeared in the sky, the river from the 9 heavens poured into the world. An unimaginably huge spiritual torrent rushed into Danny's sea of consciousness. Confirm that you can't absorb it. Transfer it to... Danny hesitated for a moment. She looked at Little Green, who was looking at her eagerly, and then at Big Black, who was looking at her from the corner of its eye. Little Green, size up. Big Black is the main force of the Anus mutated ghosts. It's an attack machine, different from you, a safe bomber. Danny's mother was very biased and instilled the divine spiritual quality in a boss long. Hiss, Little Green cried out pitifully. 2 egg yolk-sized teardrops almost fell. Mother's heart softened. She sighed and divided it into 9 and 1. Big Black had 9 and Little Green had 1. Hiss, the 2 teardrops were immediately retracted. Little Green cried out happily, its aura soaring to the sky. Have mercy, mother dragons. The old man's voice was getting closer and closer. The sound of the river waves was getting louder and louder. Through the sound of the water splashing, Danny could infer that the newcomer must be a huge monster similar to the crab spirit. Damn it, this isn't a classical Xinxiao world. Why are there demons? And there are so many of them. Danny cursed. She ordered Little Green to continue burning the dead crabs to extract their spiritual quality. But she rode Big Black and took off. They flew to the river and were 500 meters above the river surface. Big Black immediately spat out dragon flames. Danny controlled the dragon flames and twisted it into a huge fireball. The fireball expanded very quickly. When the figure of the demons downstream appeared in front of Danny, the bowl-sized fireball had already turned into a small merry-go-round. The dragon flames were all driven by the terrifying blacksmith's divine power. It could be considered Danny's strongest power at the moment. She was confident that no demigod could take this move without suffering any damage. 7 levels of hell. What a huge turtle this! Danny's eyes widened. Under the red light, a mountain-like figure appeared, the long-horned giant turtle. Its dark green shell was speckled with brown spots. The shell was covered with moss and various black mollusks. It was like a moving river island. Dragon Queen, I mean no harm. The giant turtle was also afraid of the sun-like fireball in the sky. It stopped a kilometer away. You're the old man in the river? Big Black roared with a thunderous voice. That's me. The giant turtle raised its head. Its 2 dark green eyes were shining like light bulbs. The voice coming from its throat was no weaker than Big Black's. It was loud and clear like a war cry. What do you want? Danny continued to ask through Big Black's mouth. I want to persuade you to be merciful and let the Crab King go, the giant turtle said. It's too late. He's dead. Danny raised her vigilance and was ready to fight. The giant turtle was stunned when heard that. It said in disbelief, how could he die? He sneak attacked me. He deserves this retribution, Danny said. Suddenly, Her heart skipped a beat. She remembered the mythical system of the Loina people. She said in surprise, "You said he was the Crab King, the legendary ruler of the Lone River, the Crab King?" The main deity in the Loina myths was naturally the mother of the Lone River. The first deity under the main deity was the Crab King, and after the Crab King was the Old Man in the river. According to the myths and legends, it was indeed the Crab King who ruled the underwater creatures of the Lone River. He was probably the god of the Lone River. Well, the mother of the Lone River was not the god of the Lone River. He was the Lone River itself. But the situation changed. Nobody knew when the Old Man in the river defeated the Crab King and usurped the position of the river god. He was the Crab King. He had just escaped from the seal. How could the Old Man in the river could not believe it? He felt humiliated. He and the Crab King were demigods of the same level. If the Crab King died so easily, then thinking of that, he sighed and said, "Dragon Queen, I mean you no harm. Since the Crab King is dead, I'll take my leave." After saying that, his mountain-like body slowly sank into the water. Danny saw this and guessed that the old man did not mean any harm. She quickly shouted, "Friend, please wait." Chapter 538. Quick, quick! The sound is coming from that direction, ah? Look, there's a sun in the sky. The upper Rhone River was not an absolutely desolate place. It connected the Andalus Hills in the north and the Great Plains in the south. It also ran through the Straits of Bravos, making it a very important waterway. Not to mention, because of the Dragon Queen's hidden tile steel, there were a lot of people searching for treasures near Gidohi in the past 2 days. Therefore, the sound of the battle between the Megalosaurus and the crab spirit, the flames, and the flood attracted the attention of the mercenaries, sailors, and farmers within a radius of more than 10 miles. However, only the mercenaries who lived their lives with their lives on the line would dare to investigate. Just as the Dragon Queen made an appointment with the Old Man in the river, a group of more than 10 riders had passed through the birch forest and arrived at the edge of the battle scene. Ah, it's the Megalosaurus, the Black Dragon. It's the Dragon Queen. The mercenaries saw the figures under the light of the fire coming from the east bank downstream. They were a few hundred meters away from the river. It was the Dragon Queen and the Black Dragon, and the fireball that was the size of a small house was held up in the air by a slender arm. The mercenaries were horrified and pulled the reins in fear, not daring to move forward. Gods, there really was a flood here. Another mercenary noticed the wet mud under his feet. Look, mystic dragon above the Old Man in the river. The mercenaries saw a huge turtle shell on the river surface. Old Man in the river, please wait. Danny noticed the mercenaries, but she was in a hurry to keep Old Tortoise and did not have the time to care about them. Ah, it really is the Old Man in the river. The mercenaries looked at each other, feeling as if they had entered a mythical world. The mystic dragon was talking to the Old Man in the river. Roar! The giant turtle stopped diving, turned its head, and roared at the mercenaries on the causeway. It was like 10,000 cows were mooing at the same time. Danny understood that the Old Man in the river was willing to communicate with her, but he did not want to be watched by others. Get lost! Blackie roared at the mercenaries. At the same time, Danny turned her palm and threw the huge sun into the forest below. Buzz, 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 boom, walala. The mercenaries could only see bright red in front of their eyes. The ground was shaking slightly, and the scorching wind was whistling in their ears. The strong airflow almost blew them off their saddles. In front of them, the branches and leaves of the birch tree were visibly reduced to ashes in the flames, and the tree trunk also fell in all directions. Within a radius of 100 meters, it was a sea of fire. Within a radius of 200 meters, there was not a single birch tree standing upright. Within a radius of 400 meters, the scorching heat had also singed the mercenaries' hair. Ah! The mercenaries were terrified. They opened their mouths wide and howled as if they had lost consciousness. Like headless flies, they whipped their horses and scattered in all directions. There were even mercenaries who broke into the area where Little Green was burning the crabs. They saw ferocious, fire-breathing green dragons crab spirits that were roasted red, and the carcasses of blade loaches that were more than 10 meters long and as thick as water buckets. When ordinary mercenaries suddenly barged into the world of mythological spirits, they were scared out of their wits. Fortunately, he was still sitting on the saddle. The horse carried him and fled into the depths of the forest. When everyone was gone, Danny approached the old man in the river. She circled around and approached him from the shore. Then, she raised a bright white dragon fireball that was not the version of divine power. She lowered her altitude and landed on a rock on the riverbank that was more than 10 meters above the river. Dragon Queen, what do you want to talk about? The giant turtle hid most of its body in the river. It was also very cautious. Old man in the river, why do you think I can't kill the Crab King? Danny asked. After a long silence, the giant turtle sighed and said, because your dragon is only 3 years old, and the Crab King has lived for tens of thousands of years. This barely counts as a reason, Danny said reluctantly. The giant turtle shook its head and continued. The Crab King has listened to Mother's song of water. It shouldn't be killed by the dragon flames. Mother of the Rhone River has mastered the song of water? Danny was surprised. So the queen also knows the song of law. The giant turtle nodded thoughtfully and explained, the Crab King is Mother's most talented child, and also my elder brother. He inherited at least 30% of Mother's Song of Water. 2,000 years ago, when the people of Alleglia destroyed Ghetto, 100 megalosaurus burned hundreds of kilometers of the Rhone River and the Little Rhone River, but they could not kill him. So they used 2 Sphinx statues to seal him in Mother's subdivine realm. So that's what happened. Danny had a strange expression. Maybe the seal of Alleglia weakened his divine power. 300 years ago, when the centaurs removed one of the statues, the seal weakened by at least 30%. But he still could not escape until you melted the other Sphinx statue. You said that you were the child of Mother of the Rhone River. Are you like the celestial emperor born from the union of the Night Lion and the Maiden of Light? Danny asked again. No, the creatures of the Rhone River are all Mother's children. We were all born in the river and grew up in the river. If we are not Mother's children, what are we? The giant turtle said. That's true. Danny was enlightened. After a pause, she asked again. You said that the Crab King inherited 30% of Mother of the Rhone River's water song. Has Mother of the Rhone River fallen into a deep slumber? Mother is dead, the giant turtle said calmly. Danny was shocked, not only because of the fact that a true god had fallen, but also because of the giant turtle's calmness. Even true gods can fall. She asked a stupid question. Didn't the door god die too? Many true gods have died. The Maiden of Light, the Night Lion, the Fisher Queen, the Centaur god. A large group of true gods died in the long night. Who knows how many will die in this long night? When all the true gods die, perhaps our world will completely fall into the abyss. The giant turtle sighed. Why would a true god die in the long night? Danny was shocked. I'm not too sure. I can only tell you Mother's words. The true gods are rooted in the world, and their mission is to lift the world up. It seems that the true gods are responsible for building the world. But our world has been falling since the beginning of its creation. The so-called long night is just the surface of the world's disaster. The world falls from one energy level to another. It's like falling from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. And the true gods are the ones holding up the world. When the world falls, the first to fall to death is naturally the true gods themselves. Danny's expression changed a few times. The information revealed by the old man in the water was too rich and too terrifying. Now, she vaguely understood the truth of the world. How can you talk about the death of Mother Lone River so calmly? She asked after a while. Your mother has been dead for 17 years. Do you still feel sad now? Time can heal all wounds and make people numb to them. Also, the death of a god is different from that of a mortal, the giant turtle said with a complicated tone. You're not human, Danny complained in her heart. Her mood was no longer as depressed as before. She nodded in agreement and asked, What's the truth behind Yesor Ahai ending the long night? Dragon Queen, have you been to the land of eternal winter, the Sea of Sunset, the Far East, and Sosros? The giant turtle asked. No, I'm very busy now. When the slaves of the world are liberated and the long night is over, I'll ride Dragon One to explore the ends of those 4 places, Danny said with a smile. The giant turtle mumbled. There's no end to those places. What do you mean by no end? Danny was puzzled. In other words, if you fly north for a year, you'll still reach an unknown continent or sea, the giant turtle said. Danny smiled confidently and said, You're a turtle. You might not know how fast my megalosaurus is. From the westernmost Westeros to the easternmost Asia, it'll take at most 3 days and 3 nights. A year? Hee, that's enough for me to fly around this world dozens of times. Danny's so-called around the world naturally meant traveling around the equator. But to the giant turtle, it sounded like flying around the known world. So it didn't refute her and only sighed. One day, you'll understand when you try it yourself. I'm only saying this to tell you that the deviant ghosts come from the land of eternal winter in the far north and have never been completely wiped out. Yasuo Ahai only killed the deviant ghost king that went south into the known world and drove the remaining deviant ghosts back to the land of eternal winter. Humans have more than one king, and deviant ghosts have more than one as well. It's just that it's very difficult for deviant ghosts to give birth to a deviant ghost king. If you have the chance, you can ask the Green Prophet or the Son of the Forest. They're the most familiar with deviant ghosts. It seems that the appearance of deviant ghosts is related to them. Actually, think about it carefully. If deviant ghosts are all dead, is there a need to build the Great Wall? However, I can tell you for sure that killing the deviant ghost king won't bring light to the world. We have to summon a new sun. If we kill the deviant ghost king, the dark clouds in the sky will disperse and the sun will be revealed, right? This was Danny's scientific understanding of a long night. The long night was at most like nuclear winter. The sunlight would be blocked. Why would they need a new sun? Your Majesty, if you ask what happened back then, I can tell you. But if you want me to explain the reason, I can't. Old Tortoise said straightforwardly. Okay, continue. How was the long night ended? After killing the deviant ghost king, Yasuo Ahai asked Mother to bring the sun back as the savior of mankind. Mother couldn't refuse. This was her responsibility. But with Mother's power as a god, it was difficult to do so. So, she gave the Song of Water to us children and gathered the power of all the secondary gods in the entire Lone River god system to sing a song. Finally, summer came again. What about Lalo? What about the other gods? Why didn't they stand up? Danny was puzzled. Just this alone is enough to bring back summer. Why bother another person when one person can finish the job? Besides, the other person also has other tasks. Why was Valeglia destroyed? Danny changed the question. They burned the brilliant lone civilization and killed Mother. Don't they deserve retribution? The giant tortoise lost its peaceful and calm. Its face was ferocious and its voice was ghostly. Of course, they deserve retribution. The question is, who gave him retribution? Other than a true god, who else could it be? The giant tortoise howled. Danny choked, but the mystery in her heart was solved. The next moment, a new question arose. Why did a true god destroy Valeglia? It definitely wasn't to avenge Lone's mother. Seeing Old Tortoise so irritable, Danny didn't dare to ask any more questions related to Valeglia. If this thing dived and ran away, who would answer the many questions in her mind? For example, where's my tile steel? I don't know, but I can go to the bottom of the river to help you look for it. Why did the Crab King steal my tile steel? Danny asked curiously. That kind of treasure dropped in front of your own door. Whoever doesn't pick it up would be a fool. Old Tortoise complained. What can a crab do with tile steel? Forge armor with it? Keep it, give it to a human to melt, or trade it with other demigods. In short, tile steel is very valuable to demigods, Old Tortoise said. That demigod knife Loach is very weak. Was it also sealed by the statue? Danny asked expectantly. Knife Loaches were much weaker than the immortal ones like Queers, but they were still demigods. If there was a Loach, why couldn't there be an eel, a clam, a snail, A carp, a black fish, if there were dozens or hundreds of creatures in the lone river, and each race had a demigod. Danny was almost drooling. Chapter 539. What are you trying to do? Old Tortoise asked cautiously. I am the human emperor, the emperor of all humans in this world. I shall ensure the safety of the people. The Crab King, Loach, and other evildoers are greedy beyond measure, devouring humans and souls. The human emperor shall rid the world of evil and bring justice to all living beings. Dragon Queen stood on the back of the black dragon. Her small face seemed to be shining with a holy light. Her beautiful purple eyes did not have any of their usual charm, only determination and fearlessness. Old Tortoise did not know that there was such a divine skill as spiritual bestowment in this world, nor did he know that killing evil gods would be so beneficial to the Dragon Queen. Your Majesty, you worry too much. With me in charge of the Rhone River, no evil god would dare harm the living beings along the river, he stammered. Sigh, what are you saying? Danny shook her head and sighed. Loach and Crab King were being unreasonable earlier. Why didn't you come out? Instead, when I was about to vanquish the evil, you came to stop me. Even if I believe that you would not be in cahoots with the evil gods, you two share the same mother. So it is inevitable that you would have feelings for each other. Why don't you tell me where those unfilial evil gods who ruined Mother Roan's image are, and I will help Mother Roan clean them up. Although Old Tortoise had a dark green tortoise face like the bark of a withered tree, he could not help but blush. Crab King is different. For tens of thousands of years, he was the king of the Rhone River. It was only in the recent 10,000 years that I took the authority to manage the living beings in the Rhone River from him. So, he was a little disobedient. Mother's other secondary gods, however, respected me and obeyed my orders. If Crab King is the eldest son, then I am Mother's second son, Old Tortoise explained awkwardly. Danny's eyes lit up. Old Tortoise's words meant there were indeed many demigods in the Rhone River. Now that the questions were answered, should she get rid of Old Tortoise as soon as he had outlived his usefulness? However, the old man of the river had always been the auspicious sign of the Rhone River. He never accepted any blood sacrifices, nor did he cause any harm to others. He was a rare, kind god. Old Tortoise felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, and for some reason, he revealed another secret. Dragon Queen, I advise you not to kill the Crab King, not only because of our tens of thousands of years of friendship, but also because of you. Killing the Crab King will do you more harm than good. Why? Danny suppressed her surging thoughts and asked curiously. Dragon Queen, you are also a magician. Have you noticed that the king's blood has a special power? That's true, Danny replied. Why is it that before he became king, he and his descendants didn't have any power in their bloodlines, and they were only crowned kings among mortals, but their bloodlines underwent a substantial change, or should I say, their bloodlines were deified? The old turtle asked again. Perhaps it's a change caused by the faith of the people. Do you know the reason? Danny frowned. I don't know. Old Tortoise shook his head and sighed. I don't know the reason, but because I've lived for a long time, I know some of the rules that have already been established. There's a special law in this world, and that law can bestow some mysterious power to those who are recognized by heaven, earth, and man. A king recognized by the people has the bloodline of the king. So, Queen, think about it. What does a god who saves the world have? Does he have great luck and merit? Danny asked in surprise. Luck, merit. Old Tortoise was stunned as he carefully pondered over these two words. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. He had thought about it for tens of thousands of years and still couldn't figure it out, but the Dragon Queen only heard a few words and came up with such a profound answer. Why is there such a huge difference between the comprehension of a human and a tortoise? And her strength, a little girl in her teens 10 years, is only enough for me to take a nap killed the Crab King without any damage. Even if the Crab King was just released from prison, he should have at least 70 to 80% of my strength. Old Tortoise was upset. The law of the world had changed, and it had become friendlier to humans, a new species with a short lifespan. First, there were the three Valyrian brothers of the Valeglia tribe, and now there was the Dragon Queen who appeared out of nowhere. The human race is really, using the Dragon Queen's words, the human race is great luck. It's luck and merit. Old Tortoise sighed with mixed feelings and continued. The Crab King participated in the sun summoning ceremony 8,000 years ago. In theory, he has great merit to both heaven and earth, so he can't be killed easily. What will happen if he is killed? Danny asked. Old Tortoise hesitated again. You're also a queen. If someone kills your subject who has contributed to you, how will you react? Old man in the river, you are very wise, and your thoughts are very interesting. However, karma is unpredictable in this world, and the strongest is king. There is no reward for good, and there is no punishment for evil. How many evil gods see humans as pigs and sheep, and they have contributed nothing to heaven and earth, but they still live happily for tens of thousands of years? How many good people are played by fate and treated as pawns by the gods? Danny was filled with emotions, and she no longer had any intention to kill Old Man in the river. It's not necessarily that there is no retribution, it's just that it's not time yet. Crab King and Loach King, aren't they your retribution? Old Tortoise said in a low voice. That's right. Danny nodded and laughed heartily. I am the retribution of all evil gods. Old Man in the river, tell me, among your brothers and sisters, how many will suffer retribution like Crab King? There was no way to continue this conversation. Old Tortoise wanted to dive into the water and slip away immediately. Your Majesty, after the Dragon King's calamity, Mother's lesser gods are all gone. No matter what, I will restrain the few remaining descendants. Old Tortoise's tone had a hint of pleading. There was nothing he could do. Even he and Crab King, the two leaders, one good and one evil, were no match for Dragon Queen. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crabs were even worse than Loach King. Less than 1 out of 100? Danny was flabbergasted. She cursed loudly. Damn those Valyrians, they're too cruel. Old Tortoise heard that, and suddenly had a good impression of the queen. Previously, when he knew that the Dragon Queen was in Materis and Valyrian, he already had good intentions towards her. Otherwise, when she called for him, he would not have stayed at all, and would not have answered all her questions and explained so many ancient secrets to her. Old Tortoise's train of thought was not on the same channel as the Dragon Queen. Old Tortoise thought that the Dragon Queen took pity on the victims, but the Dragon Queen was cursing the predecessors for cutting down trees, and the descendants had nowhere to stay. A few hundred lesser gods, it should be enough for 5 dragons to ascend to the sky, right? Danny's tone and expression were not forced at all. She was very sincere, and it touched Old Tortoise. Your Majesty, what do you think about this? Recently, many treasure hunters have sneaked into the bottom of the river to look for your iron ingots. Why don't I help you transport them to Slaver's Bay as atonement for Crab King? Old Tortoise said kindly. You're just a freshwater tortoise. Can you go to the sea? Danny's mouth twitched. Old Tortoise said proudly, I've been to the Jade Sea in the far east, the Sunset Sea in the west, the Summer Sea in the south, the Narrow Sea, and the Trembling Sea in the north. Don't tell me. You've been hiding from Valeglia? Danny was suspicious. Old Tortoise had said before that Crab King was only the former king of the Rhone River, and Old Tortoise was the current king. However, Valeglia only sealed Crab King and did not stew Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise was very embarrassed, and his old bark-like dark green tortoise face almost shrank into the water. Dragon Queen had guessed correctly. Old Tortoise's wandering was not because he loved traveling, but because he was hiding from the cruel Dragon King of Valeglia. It was not until 400 years ago, when Valeglia was destroyed by the cataclysm, that he returned home happily. However, Old Tortoise was not just afraid of death. He had a special mission. Sigh. If it wasn't for me secretly watching over her, would Nymeria be able to bring 10,000 broken ships through Valeglia's blockade on the Rhone River? Would she be able to cross the summer sea with its unpredictable weather, cross the narrow sea, and bring 200,000 loins to Dorne? Old Tortoise said bitterly. Oh, after confirming that Old Tortoise was an experienced driver, Dany was still not assured. You said it yourself. Anyone who sees the iron ingots will be tempted. If you take my iron ingots for yourself with the way you hide from Valeglia, you could just hide in some deep bay and sleep for 80 to 80 years. How am I going to reason with you? Dragon Queen, how can I be such an untrustworthy person? Old Tortoise was very angry and roared like a bull, causing the surrounding water to ripple and the giant rock under Dahe's feet to shake slightly. This is a serious matter. I have to be careful. Dany's hair was flying in the air, waves caused by Old Tortoise's roar. Then forget it. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Old Tortoise said sullenly, and was about to sink into the river. Don't. How can you go back on your words? Dany quickly stopped him and said, Do you have any deposit? You can leave it with me. I'll return it to you when you transport the iron ingots to Slaver's Bay. I'm helping you. Old Tortoise emphasized angrily. Then help me to the end, so that I won't be worried. Although Dany was a little unreasonable, she had no choice. 18 tons of iron ingots was too precious. If Old Tortoise could not make her feel at ease, she might as well not mention helping in the first place. At most, she would take a little risk and arrange for Dahe to escort the 9 swamp dragons for a trip or two. I swear in the name of the mother of the Rhone River, Old Tortoise said seriously. Dany's eyes flashed, and she nodded. That works too. Old Tortoise was good at swimming, and it only took 10 minutes to find the 10 ingots of iron ingots that the Crab King had hidden in the underground waterway. Old Tortoise was also awesome, and he did not let the 2 knights tie the iron ingots to his back. Instead, he opened his van-sized mouth and swallowed the 10 bucket-sized iron ingots into his stomach. When Dahe and Little White were transporting the other 61 iron ingots, Big Bear and Old Face worked together to pry open the Crab King's crab shell. The charred crab meat and crab innards were exposed. Dany found that the dragon flame had been burning for more than an hour, and the meat was charred, but the crab shell was still red and did not soften. She wanted to remove the crab shell to forge armor. Old Tortoise reluctantly carried the crab shell on his back, adding a red vest. After that, Old Tortoise swallowed another 50 iron ingots, and only then did he sink to the bottom of the river with the shell stripped of the crab meat. Well, there were a total of 71 iron ingots, and Old Tortoise only took 60 of them. Of the remaining 11, 3 would be taken away by the 2 dragons tonight, and the other 8 would be hidden somewhere else. They were busy until dawn, when a hint of indigo appeared in the eastern sky, and the 3 humans and 2 dragons finally stopped working. Old Face then asked Dany, Since you don't trust the old man in the river, why did you let him take away 60 iron ingots? Sir, what do you think of Old Tortoise? There's a saying among the natives, a dragon king without the turtle prime minister is like a king without a crown. Dany asked with a smile. Chapter 540. Thinking of tonight's experience, Clinton's expression changed a few times and said with a complicated tone, It's my first time seeing a legendary god. I don't know how to evaluate the old man in the river, but he's better than the Crab King who wants to kill for money. When have you not seen a god? Dany rolled her eyes and pointed to Dahe, who was eating crab meat. Dahe is a demigod. From the first time you saw him, you've seen a legendary god. Is that so? The old man was stunned and suddenly thought of the explosion caused by the black dragon flame that sent the Crab King flying dozens of meters, but he was still standing. Your Majesty is right. I was blind and ignored the great guardian of light. So the 7 gods are also real and far beyond ordinary gods? Before Dany answered, the old man's expression suddenly became solemn and his tone became extremely pious. I'm guilty. I was misled by the pagan mage and thought that the 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. I'm guilty. Your Majesty, you're the chief bishop. Please help me repent. Dany looked at the old man in front of her in a daze. Between his wrinkled eyebrows, the mark of the paladin lit up. It meant that he was qualified to contract a pterosaur. Did he suddenly have an epiphany? She hurriedly observed Clinton's line of faith with the black dragon spirit. Damn it, his faith increased from 2,0 to 20 points. Although it was not as terrifying as the White Knight Barristan's 50 points, it was more than most of her knights. Okay, back in Astapor, I'll help you repent. She swallowed and said. Helping him repent was to listen to his confession and finally forgive him on behalf of the 7 gods. It was a bit like Christianity, where believers who felt guilty would tell their experiences to the priest next to the screen in a phone booth and criticize themselves. After being interrupted by Clinton, the previous topic suddenly became boring. She did not keep him in suspense and said directly, "The old man in the river swore by the mother of the Rhone River. If he breaks his oath, he will not be able to stay in the Rhone River for thousands of miles. And he's a good god with strong abilities. I want to get him to join us. 60 pieces of steel, that's the chance to meet him next time. It's also the final test of his character. If he passes, I'll persuade him to participate in the liberation of slaves. Well, he can help me pull the boat." The idea of a giant turtle pulling a boat sounded very exciting. The old man in the river was the representative of auspiciousness. Letting the old turtle pull the boat was akin to a Chelan pulling a chariot. Even if she didn't need to act tough, there were still 5 dragons. Dahe would inherit the 7 gods' family business. As for the other 4 dragons, it was also possible for the Sea Dragon King to emerge. Which Dragon King didn't have a turtle prime minister? But will the old man in the river agree? Big Bear asked doubtfully. The Valeglia and Balerion exterminated the Loina clan. Yes, the half-clan. He even killed Loina's mother and hundreds of secondary gods under him. Those were Old Tortoise's mother and brothers. Even if it was a personal grudge, Old Tortoise had been away from his home for more than 1,500 years. Did he not have any blood in his heart? I'm in the middle of a life-and-death battle with Balerion. What reason does he have to refuse to join in? But you let him pull the boat. The big bear stammered. Of course I won't say to him, "Hey, come and be my tracker," Danny said grumpily. Screech, while they were talking, something strange happened again. Little Green, who was lying in the forest gnawing on crab bones, howled in pain without any warning. Then, it rolled on the ground like a madman, crushing the nearby birch trees until they snapped with a rustling sound. What's wrong? Is it food poisoning? Did you eat something bad? Danny was shocked. She hurriedly ran over to comfort him. However, Little Green seemed to have lost consciousness. He only cared about rolling, so she couldn't get close. Rolling on the ground didn't seem to relieve Little Green's pain. Covered in mud, he actually smashed his head on the ground, creating hollow thumps on the stones on the ground. Screech, smashing his head, still didn't stop the pain. Little Green started spitting dragon flames randomly. Fortunately, Danny used fire control to direct the fire in another direction. Otherwise, she would at most have blisters on her body. The 2 knights who rushed over might not have survived. "Big Black, hold him down," Danny shouted. Dahe jumped up like a goshawk pouncing on a chick. It suddenly rode on Little Green's back and bit its neck under the back of Little Green's head. Its wing claws pressed Little Green's wings to the ground. Little Green's eyes were wild. He kept howling, but he couldn't struggle anymore. Danny hurriedly walked forward and entered the dragon spirit state. She pulled Little White's soul into her body and pressed her palm between Little Green's eyebrows. Just like in the Bay of Sorrows, Yuluin used the dragon binder to control Little Green. The old dragon's soul in the dragon binder entered Little Green's spiritual space and suppressed his soul. Danny's soul attack imitated the dragon binder. Although Little White wasn't as strong as the old half-god dragon, he wasn't much weaker than Danny, who was half a step away from becoming a half-god. This way, they could repeat the process of the dragon binder, controlling the Megalosaurus. Danny and Little Green's heads shook at the same time. The second soul merged with Little White and rushed into Little Green's spiritual space. 7 gods above, what's going on? With great difficulty, she broke through Greenie's spiritual barrier. As soon as she entered the soul space of the giant dragon that was like a sea of lava, she was stunned by the scene in front of her eyes. Countless light green raindrops were floating in the air, almost covering the entire sea of consciousness. A green dragon covered in cuts and bruises was rampaging in the rain. This scene was like when Little Green's spiritual space was raining and time was suddenly paused. Only Little Green could move. However, every raindrop was like the most corrosive sulfuric acid. Wherever it touched Little Green's body, there would be a hole, but the raindrops didn't lose anything. This isn't spiritual energy or divinity. What is it? Danny carefully reached out her hand and touched the raindrops. Pop! The raindrops touched her fingertips and immediately bounced away like shy little tadpoles. Ugh! Danny's head also felt stuffy. It was as if someone hit her with a stick. I see. Danny's eyes lit up. Looking at the raindrops in the spiritual space, she was ecstatic. The raindrops didn't hit her head. However, at the moment when they touched her head, a huge amount of information entered her mind, causing her brain to shut down and hurt for a moment. And the information gave Danny a very familiar feeling. In the black gate of the Great Wall, when she touched the Song of Wind, she could also sense a lot of information. Watching Brandon break the branches and spend decades building the Great Wall, the whole process was even higher than 4K. How much information did she get? At this time, the information was not the past, but the analysis of the law of water. If the Song of Wind and the Song of Water were the same course. The door god sang the Song of Wind to Danny. It was similar to teaching and learning. In the process of watching the construction of the Great Wall, he taught her how to sing the Song of Wind. The door god didn't teach her the knowledge of the course, but taught her how to learn by herself. At this time, there was no other mother of the Roans to teach her. There was no teacher, only teaching materials describing the Song of Water. Of course, the materials were dry and could only pass on ancient knowledge, the knowledge that the Crab King learned from the mother of the Roans. It was not a method, but a lot of knowledge of the law. Even Danny's head felt heavy when she received the knowledge of a raindrop. However, it was raining in Greenie's mind. No wonder he was almost driven crazy. Danny frowned and thought for a moment. Then she entered the state of the Song of Wind. In an instant, she found the two raindrops in the core. Yes, unlike the door god's only Song of Wind in the world of wind, there were two cores in the many raindrops in Greenie's mind. Danny only thought for a while and understood that the two cores of the Song of Water belonged to the Knife Loach and the Crab King respectively. Sure enough, when she grabbed a water droplet in each of her hands, countless raindrops gathered like swallows returning to their nest. It was as if the process of a fountain starting to spray water was replayed in a high-magnification slow-motion camera. In the end, two jelly-like green raindrops, one big and one small, condensed in Danny's hands. One was the size of a pigeon egg, and the other was the size of a soybean. Although they looked small, they were constantly transmitting a lot of information to Danny, who was holding them. Her head was about to explode. In fact, in the real world, after the Dragon Queen placed her right palm on Greenie's forehead, Greenie stopped struggling, and its frenzied eyes regained their clarity. On the other hand, Danny's beautiful face was covered with terrifying veins that looked like spiderwebs. Her capillaries burst. Her nostrils, the corners of her eyes, lips, and ears were bleeding. Her purple eyes, which used to be lively and charming, bulged like a ping-pong ball covered with red threads. She did not look like a human at all, but 90% like a ghost. Mortals were not qualified to control the Song of Law that belonged to the true gods. If Danny dared not return the Song of Wind to the door god of the Black Gate, she would have ended up 100 times worse than now. The 90% ghost-like Dragon Queen let out a ghost cry. She took a step back, and her consciousness also left Greenie's mind. The whole process took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. In the eyes of the two knights, the Dragon Queen, who looked like a fairy at one moment, suddenly turned into a soul-seeking ghost in the next. Before they could exclaim, she howled and retreated. "Your Majesty, what?" Big Bear had just asked when his vision turned black and he fainted. At the same time, the fishes and shrimps in the nearby river also fainted. The living creatures in the forest had long been scared away by the dragon aura and the Crab King's momentum. The Dragon Queen opened her mouth and spat out two sparkling and translucent diamonds, one big and one small, shining with emerald light. They were far more brilliant than diamonds. They spun and emitted a supreme, and oppressive aura. The upper Rhone River, which was dozens of meters away, even stopped flowing. The river water floated as if it had lost gravity and slowly flew to the forest by the shore. With the two crystals as the center, it spun in circles at the same speed as the crystals. This is the law that makes up the world. Danny's eyes were blurred, full of awe and desire. This, in an instant, Blackie and her dragon spirit. Then she saw a heartbreaking scene. The two water songs were evaporating. She could only see the brilliant light with the naked eye. After the dragon spirit, with the help of Blackie's divine eye, she saw the water droplets emitting a green mist, as if water was evaporating into white steam. The size of the two crystals shrank visibly, which also proved that she was right. After leaving the space of consciousness, the song of wind was evaporating. Subconsciously, she used the bestowment spirit to retain the green light that was evaporating into the air. Of course, there was no reaction. Helpless, Danny opened her mouth and swallowed the two beans in one gulp into her space of consciousness. Awoo! Danny turned from a beauty to a fierce ghost again. Blackie, I can't take it anymore. Come help me. Danny's soul shouted, but she did not rush to the dragon spirit. What should I do? I'm a little scared of it, the big black coward said. With a sudden inspiration, Danny thought of a place and quickly said, Open the channel of faith. Let's go to the pool of faith. The next moment, the void trembled. Blackie transformed into the seven gods. Danny and the dragon spirit entered the pool of faith that was nowhere to be found. A strange space full of the power of faith of the seven gods. It was like spitting out a hot chestnut. Bah! The two crystals floated in the milky white sea of faith. Chapter 541. Danny breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she expected, after entering the pond of faith, the two water droplets, one big and one small, no longer dissipated. But compared to before, the two water droplets had shrunk by 1/10. This made Danny's heart ache. They were water songs. Even if they couldn't be used now, it was too wasteful for them to evaporate. Hey, Big Black, her attention returned, and she suddenly found that Big Black, who was her dragon spirit, was somewhat unfamiliar. Big Black was still Big Black, but Big Black was no longer a hardworking blacksmith. His divinity and temperament had changed. At this time, his face was still so ferocious, like a demon dragon that slaughtered cities and ate people. But his eyes, the aura he exuded, were gentle like a loving mother that only existed in fantasy. Holy Mother. Big Black became the Holy Mother. You got another clergy. Danny was pleasantly surprised. Yeah, Big Black was also very happy. Then Danny's face changed, and she said angrily, You're stupid. I was hesitating between blacksmith and warrior before, but because I had to smelt steel, I had no choice but to choose blacksmith. But the second clergy, no matter what, should be warrior. How stupid are you to choose to become the Holy Mother before the final battle with the Alliance army? Don't tell me you're still planning to impose benevolence and mercy on those slave traders? I don't know what's going on. You asked me to open the door of faith, and I became the Holy Mother in a hurry. Big Black's spiritual waves were full of grievances. Hey, you really, Danny was about to reprimand Big Black a few more times when she saw the two water droplets spinning gently, like a faucet spraying out a clear spring. In just a moment, the gushing spring formed a small pool the size of a bathtub in the pond of faith. What's going on? Danny was confused. The next moment, she replaced Big Black and became the Holy Mother. She closed her eyes for a moment and said in surprise, The power of faith is decreasing. The water song and the power of faith combine to become divine power with water attributes. This is not ordinary pool water, but divine power. Then she frowned again. The pool water was not completely divine power. It had some material attributes and could be brought into the real world. It was as if the divine power had dissolved in clear water. With the will of the Virgin Mary, Danny separates the droplets of the water song from the power of faith, and the fountain stops abruptly. Let's test it after we return to Astapor. Shaking her head, she and Dahe withdrew from the pool of faith, and their souls returned to their respective bodies. Rumble. The river water was attracted by the water song, and because of the disappearance of the water song, it lost its momentum and turned into a 3-meter-long waterfall. It fell from the sky and knocked Danny down. She was still fine. The second soul had gone to the pond of faith, and the main soul was controlling the body. She could still take the initiative to avoid the sky-toppling water. But Big Bear and Old Awkward were miserable. The knight only glanced at the real body of Water Song before his soul could not withstand the pressure and incomprehensible information, and he fainted. At this time, after being washed by the waves, Danny couldn't even see their shadows. Even though the river was flowing back into the river, the water on the shore was too deep, reaching up to her chest. Blackie, get Mormont and Clinton out. Fortunately, before coming down, Danny gave each of the 2 knights a soul mark. Blackie could sense their position through the dragon spirit state. The black dragon could swim. At this time, like a black fish, it lowered its body and plunged into the river. The ripples were fiercely rippling. In a few breaths, the river water 30 meters away splashed. The black dragon stretched out its neck and picked up Clinton, who was covered in mud, in its mouth. He was not wearing armor and was washed a little far away. After a long struggle, the sky was bright, and the 2 knights slowly woke up. Old Awkward rubbed his right cheek that was scratched by the wild safflower and asked in confusion, "What happened just now?" Danny thought for a moment and explained, "When ordinary people look up at the summer noon sun, they will feel dizzy, their eyes will sting and tear, and even temporarily lose their sight. Everything they see is white. That's because the sunlight passes too many light spots to the human eye, and the light spots are too strong for the naked eye to bear. But Megalosaurus can stare at the sun for a whole day without any discomfort. Those 2 water droplets are beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. Just like the noon sun surpasses the vision of ordinary people, the water droplets also surpass the spiritual perception of ordinary people. In fact, I'm almost a demigod, but I can't bear it. So, your souls were oppressed, and you fainted. We're water droplets." Big Bear squatted by the river, his iron boots half a foot deep in the wet mud. He wrung his wet white cloak and asked curiously, "Yes." Danny paused for a moment and turned around. She stepped on the mud and wet weeds and came to the riverside. She shouted at the calm river, "Old man of the river, why are you back?" I had already swam to Godot, but I sensed the turbulence upstream. There seemed to be the breath of water song, so I came back to check. Old Tortoise did not show up, but only sent out spiritual waves from under the water. "Why didn't you come out?" Danny asked. "There are many people on the surrounding cliffs. It's dawn, and they are looking here with binoculars," Old Tortoise said. "You're the old man of the river. What are you afraid of?" There was a flood, an explosion in flames here. After a night of torment, even the blind and deaf would notice. But Danny did not care about the onlookers at all. If they wanted to see, then let them. The more they saw, the more they knew, the more they were in awe of her. Since she was already exposed, she might as well earn a wave of fame. I'm afraid of being remembered. Other than the survivors of Loina who believe in me, I never show my face in front of outsiders, Old Tortoise said honestly. Danny's mouth twitched, but she did not say anything else. This world was so unfriendly to extraordinaires. Even a farmer's rake could knock a bloody hole in the head of this 10,000-year-old divine tortoise. "Dragon Queen, did you find water song from the Crab King?" Old Tortoise's tone was anxious and hopeful. "I don't know what happened, but my little green suddenly ate a drop of water when he was eating crab meat. He was rolling around in pain. I knew it was a treasure, but I couldn't bear it. It almost broke my skull, so I spat it out and caused a flood. After that, that thing disappeared." Other than storing the drop of water in the pool of faith, Dany did not tell any lies. She only blurred her personal secrets, such as the dragon spirit and the green prophet's second soul. Old Tortoise could sense the fluctuation of water song from dozens of kilometers away, which meant that even if he was not an expert in this field, he was still an expert. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. Such a great opportunity, and it was wasted. I should have left later. I missed it, I missed it. Old Tortoise kept saying that it was a pity, but he did not doubt her words at all. Why did it turn out like this? Elder, please explain it to me in detail, Dany asked curiously. Old Tortoise did not refuse and slowly said, at the beginning of the world's creation, all living things could hear the song of principles, but only a few holy spirits could become true gods who could master their own songs. If other holy spirits and non-holy spirits were not compatible, even if they heard the song of principles, they could not sing their own songs. Just like Mother, she was compatible with the song of water, but rejected the song of fire. Therefore, no matter what, the song of fire would not be condensed for her. Your green dragon was probably more compatible with the song of water, so the song of water that escaped from the Crab King's body was absorbed by him. But only true gods could possess the song of water. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. The truth was almost the same as what Old Tortoise said. The song of water was in the core of the Crab King's and the Knife Loach's souls. In a strange state, it entered Dany's space of consciousness along with the divinity and spirituality. If the divinity and spirituality were water, then the song of water would be sugar dissolved in water. But sugar and water were not in the same dimension. The song of water existed in a higher dimension, so much so that Dany did not notice it at all. If Little Green had not absorbed all the sugar, due to its compatibility with the song of water, it might have disappeared quietly. Dany frowned and thought for a moment, but she still could not figure it out. She only asked, "You said that only true gods could possess the song of water, but you and the Crab King are not true gods. The song of water belongs to Mother, and us secondary gods are equivalent to a part of Mother. Other than inheriting Mother's song of water, I am the same as your dragon, unable to possess the song of wind and song of fire," Old Tortoise said. "I heard that Balerion took Lalo's song of fire." "That guy is not a true god," Dany said. "I only said that mortals cannot possess a ready-made song of law, but I did not say that mortals cannot condense the song of law. The difference between the two is very big. People are different, and their understanding of things is different. The so-called song of law is fundamentally the feeling after listening to the song of the world. Lalo and Balerion were the past and present owners of the Song of Fire respectively, but the Song of Fire they sang was different. The so-called taking of the Song of Fire did not mean that Balerion defeated Lalo and took the Song of Fire like a bandit robbing treasure. Instead, he relied on his talent that far exceeded Lalo's to condense a more perfect Song of Fire that belonged to Balerion. The world can only have one Song of Fire. The strong replace the weak, and the perfect Song of Fire replaces the incomplete one. When Balerion condenses his Song of Fire, Lalo's Song of Fire will be extinguished. The weak are prey to the strong, constant evolution. So there is such a rule in the world that forces true gods to constantly advance. Dany was shocked and confused after the realization. With such a progressive rule, why did this world degenerate into such a state? Shouldn't it be thriving and developing into a mythical world with super magic and super martial arts? However, she suddenly understood Dor God's great kindness to her. She could not possess Dor God's Song of Wind. He was helping her condense her own Song of Wind. This was simply, why is Dor God so good to me? Dany was a little confused. Can you condense your own Song of Water now? Dany asked. Sigh, I want to, but I can't, Old Tortoise said bitterly. Why? Only holy spirits can compose their own song of the laws after listening to the song of the world. I'm only a half-holy spirit, or secondary holy spirit. Your Megalosaurus and Crab King are the same as me. They were born in the first era after the creation of the world. They are fake holy spirits with some holy spirit characteristics. According to Mother, holy spirits can see beyond the river surface and can see and feel the existence of the origin. Half-holy spirits can be close to the river surface and can vaguely see the scenery on both sides of the river, but it is blurry and unreal. Non-holy spirits are trapped at the bottom of the river and can never see the truth of the laws. It's not that non-holy spirits can't master the song of the laws, but it's too difficult to see the whole picture, Old Tortoise said. Danny was stunned for a moment. Being able to condense the song of wind meant that she was a holy spirit. It seemed quite easy. Then she thought of the sheep egg. That fellow was also a holy spirit. The cultivation advantages of a holy spirit were great. So you're saying that my dragons will never be able to become true gods? Danny frowned. This was like someone telling a mother that her son was too stupid. No matter how hard he worked, he would never be able to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. This was too much of a blow. It can't be helped. I've lived for more than 100,000 years, and the megalosaurus I've met is more than the loaches you've seen, but I've never seen a dragon become a true god. Mother said that the Father of creation is fair. We half-holy spirits are born strong. It's easier for us to survive than normal creatures. But our comprehension, Old Tortoise sighed. Danny came to a realization. Was the door god strong? Its true form was just a tree. Compared to the megalosaurus, the giant tortoise, and the giant crab, it was weak. Was Mother Own strong? She was a river. Was that strong or weak? Chapter 542 is terrifying. Illyrio exclaimed from the red wooden palanquin carried by the four of them. The Upper Lorne River, 60 kilometers north of Gatlin. Dozens of acres of low-lying woodland had been turned into a swamp. Large tracts of birch trees had been burned, leaving only charred tree stumps. Near the riverbank, there was even a glassy land with a radius of a few dozen meters. A few hundred meters around, trees as thick as bowls had fallen outwards. The spice merchant's expression was solemn. He could imagine how high the temperature had been at that time, and how intense the explosion had been due to the high temperature. Was the megalosaurus that terrifying? He couldn't help but ask the mage beside him. The Dragon Queen had caused too much of a ruckus here, attracting the attention of countless nobles, mercenaries, and extraordinaries in the western continent. That day, when the Dragon Queen had first appeared on the west bank of the Little Lorne River, a messenger crow had informed Governor Pintos, who was 500 kilometers away. However, Illyrio was too fat and couldn't gallop on horseback. By the time his carriage reached the vicinity of the Dragon Queen's furnace, it was already 3 days later. Then, without stopping, he took a boat north to find the birch forest where the Dragon Queen and the Crab King had fought. In order to better understand the truth of the matter, he had even hired a slightly famous fire mage. At this point, the Dragon Queen had already left for 2 days. Hundreds and thousands of people had arrived. Even now, other than Illyrio's group, there were many mercenaries and spies from nearby cities who had come to investigate the remains of the battlefield. Just a while ago, Illyrio had met with a merchant from Bravos. In theory, the Megalosaurus dragon flames shouldn't have such an effect. It said that the Dragon Queen threw down a bright red fireball the size of a house. Perhaps the dragon flames complemented her fire magic. The fire mage guessed. Fire magic, the legacy of the great Magus Valeglia? Illyrio muttered in shock. Perhaps. In the past few months, there have been rumors in the extraordinaries that the Dragon Queen had regained the glory of the ancient great Magus Valeglia, becoming the strongest of the younger generation in the West. Now that I look at it, you really do live up to your reputation. You truly deserve to be called the #1 mage of the younger generation in the West. The old mage said admiringly, The heavenly Tao is good at reincarnation and never lets anyone go." As the Dragon Queen's reputation grew, and as Materis continued to leak information about her mastery of the Grand Adept's meditation technique to the higher-ups of the Alliance, and as more and more stories of her spellcasting spread, the supernatural world went from being suspicious to being shocked, then slowly accepting it. Finally, They recognized her as the number one of the younger generation, the legacy of the great wizard. A strange look flashed across the fat merchant's eyes. He wondered if the Dragon Queen had taught Aegon the world's most powerful fire wizard meditation technique. He should remind Aegon that only with the combination of the dragon and the great wizard's inheritance could he exert the power to rule the world. Why is she only the number one of the younger generation? Illyrio pointed at the messy forest that seemed to have been attacked by a flaming tornado and asked in confusion, "Who else can surpass her?" If it was before, I would say yes. In the western continent of Ursus, almost every city has its own god. They're all demigods and supernatural mages. But now, a look of confusion and shock appeared on the fire mage's face. He shook his head and sighed. Some mercenaries saw the megalosaurus burning crabs bigger than riverboats and loaches thicker than the pillars in front of the Red Temple. Judging from the flooding around, the one who fought with the Dragon Queen that night must have been one or two water-type demigods. It could very well be the legendary Crab King. The Crab King is as famous as the old man in the river. He was once the master of the Rhone River. The huge waves and the flood that washed ashore were probably his water magic. In theory, water magic should have an advantage over fire magic. Besides, this place is near the river and has plenty of water. However, we are all sure that the Dragon Queen won, and it was a clean victory. What does this mean? Perhaps we can remove the younger generation. The Dragon Queen is the Queen of Fire among us supernatural beings. The Queen of Fire. Illyrio sighed. The timid girl who lived under his roof and did not even dare to speak much had grown to the level where she was like a demon. It had only been 4 years. Why did she fight the Crab King? Governor Pintos asked. Perhaps for the tile steel. Many people speculate that the Dragon Queen moved the tile steel again and perhaps threw it in this river. It had to be said that there was no lack of smart people in this world. As long as there was enough information, they could really reconstruct the truth. Tile steel. The merchant's fat face trembled a few times. He sighed, 18 tons of tile steel. The few tile steel swords that my family kept to preserve their value have depreciated. The news of the Dragon Queen killing the Crab King at the Rhone River spread throughout the cities of the Western continent. Singers and poets were once again busy, writing a new legend of the Dragon Queen. In a few days, the story of the Dragon Queen slaying the Crab King was being sung in every corner of the city. However, the Dragon Queen was very depressed these days. Since they set off in the morning, they only reached Astapor the next night because they were carrying a 500 kilograms iron ingot. Then, she changed her clothes and began preparing for battle. Riding the Black Dragon, she brought Little Green, Little White, and the 17 pterosaurs to the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay. She was waiting for the allied pterosaur knights, waiting for the enemy to take advantage of the void. In the end, she waited for 2 days and did not even see a single dragon scale. This time, she suddenly understood. The enemy might have enough pterosaur knights, but they might not have enough dragons. Just like how she had more than 20 knights with the Holy Knight seal, but only 17 pterosaurs. She should have taken the initiative to attack Materis when the enemy had completely lost control of the air. Just as she was thinking if she could make up for it, Matari's Raven spies sent news. A group of pterosaurs had landed at the camp outside the city today. There were more than 50 of them, including shadow pterosaurs and swamp pterosaurs. However, their size was generally smaller than the previous 2 groups. Danny was stunned for a moment and began to regret. When she was stealing chickens to smelt the Sphinx statue, Materis was also stealing chickens and took the opportunity to subdue another group of pterosaurs from the Soshrith rainforest. The 4th day after Danny brought back 1,500 kilograms of tile steel, the top garden of the Great Pyramid of Astapor. Night. The Dragon Queen was having dinner with her vassal. Didn't you destroy the dragon's horn? How can they still capture pterosaurs? Chola was puzzled. The little devil shook her head and put down the wine glass. Among us holy knights, which one of us controls pterosaurs with the dragon's horn? Benny is dead. This time, The one who subdued the pterosaurs may be High Priestess Jenny. With her ability, she doesn't need the dragon's horn at all. The dragon's horn was modified by her own witchcraft to control the Megalosaurus. After Danny explained, she began to regret. If I knew that she would come personally, I would have set up an ambush halfway. She really regretted it. The tile steel statue had been in Gidohi for thousands of years. A few days later was not a big deal. If she could kill Jenny, not to mention whether she could have a full meal and then become a god, at least the Alliance would lose the source of pterosaurs. At least until Sheep Egg found a new body. Today was different from the past. There were not many pure-blooded members of the three great families like Jenny and Benny. The three great families of Belarus, Vargas, Miracis, and Sheep Egg. There are only so many pterosaurs in the Sosrith rainforest. Isn't it too convenient to just take them after using them? Old Yemont frowned. Danny turned her eyes to the little devil and said, General Wildfire, if you had listened to me and went to the old dragon earlier, maybe the situation would have been completely reversed. I heard that the new pterosaurs that Materis tamed are much smaller. The pterosaurs are not endless. Tyrion hesitated. So, you should have gone earlier. Danny said lightly. So, it's too late for you to force me to go now. Tyrion thought. I'll go. I'll go to the rainforest tomorrow. Old guy volunteered. Well, after he came back, he contracted a shadow dragon. Unlike General Wildfire, who was cunning and had a strong desire to survive, Old Guy was like Old Bart. They were both true knights and regarded dying for their king as the highest honor of a knight. He was a man of his word. The next morning, after receiving the iron gut, tile steel sword from the Queen and Mormont's iron armor, he carried a big bag of dry food, some dragon essence, 10 leather bags of wine, masks, mosquito nets, and other things, and set off. Well, since he had 18 tons of tile steel, Deshaun was no longer obsessed with the tile steel armor. As for the food and wine, Danny certainly did not want Old Guy to die in glory. Considering that even viruses were magical beasts in this damned world and might not be able to be disinfected by boiling, it was best not to drink the water or eat the food in Sosrith Rainforest. Old Guy left in the morning. Dragon Queen's old friend Zal came to Astapor Pier. It's indeed more prosperous than the time of the good Lord. It's also cleaner. Even the confusing red brick debris is gone. Zal's mood was very complicated. Excluding the hostile relationship caused by interests, he still admired the achievements of Danny's old friend. It was easy to occupy a city. Many Centaur Khalasar could do it, but it was very difficult to govern a country with hundreds of thousands of people and even make it better in a short period of time. Accompanied by General Wildfire, Zal took a carriage and went to the manor outside the city to see a group of prisoners before returning to the Great Pyramid to see Her Majesty the Queen. General Wildfire is in charge of the Mage Corps and the Winged Dragon Legion. Now he has become the Minister of Foreign Affairs and even has the only yellow jacket in Slave Bay. He is really the Queen's right-hand man. Zal looked at the dwarf who was wearing the same clothes as him and said with a complicated expression. The dwarf noticed the gaze of Ambassador Queers and looked down at the golden silk jacket. He smiled and said, Your Excellency Zal is overpraising me. Her Majesty is just flattering me. In fact, I like wine and beautiful women. I don't care about the alliance. What the dwarf said was 100% true. He was willing to serve the Queen, but he had no interest in the cause of freeing the slaves. Zal thought he was being sarcastic. In terms of damage to the alliance, the dwarf was enough to be in the top 3, second only to Klein and the Dragon Queen herself, especially when he put the wildfire bomb to practical use. Even Materis could not make the wildfire so stable. It could almost change the future of the war. However, he was on the Alliance's assassination list and did not have many days to live. Thinking of this, Zal looked at the dwarf with a more intimate gaze. The dead Dragon Queen's important minister was a good minister of the Alliance. I will see the Queen later. I wonder if you can put in a good word for me to Her Majesty. Zal took out an exquisite ebony box from his pocket and quietly stuffed it into the dwarf's hand. The dwarf was stunned. Just as the Dragon Queen had guessed, Zal took the back door. Chapter 543. Of course, the Chinese were not the only ones who were used to giving gifts. The foreigners were not weak in this aspect either. Otherwise, how did Danny spend the tens of thousands of gold radiance coins back in quills? Windrow, who took 777 gold coins from the Dragon Queen but did not do anything, was still doing the most difficult and tiring work in the labor camp to this day. However, even though the little devil was the son of Duke, he did not have any real power. During his time as the Prime Minister of King's Landing, he was busy trying to survive and did not have time to ask for bribes. The heavens took pity on him. No one had ever given him a gift in his life. At this moment, it was the first time in his life that someone had taken a back door. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still a little stunned. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to the open carriage. He awkwardly used his sleeve to cover the wooden box the size of a harmonica. Playing with it in his hand, the dwarf asked softly, "What is this?" "The Emperor's blessing." Zero lowered his head and explained softly in the dwarf's ear. The king of barren lands, Buhao, invited all the famous doctors and sorcerers in the world and spent millions of gold coins to develop something to liven things up. Just one is enough to make you crazy. The dwarf lifted his chin slightly and put the box in his pocket. He said proudly, "I don't need it." "Yes, you don't need it. It's just a small token." Zero smiled in understanding. "But what do you want me to say to the queen about this small token?" The dwarf glanced at him and smiled faintly. "General Wildfire, as the saying goes, you can't punish the nobles, but you can't humiliate the knights. The rules here are the same as the Westeros. Even if the nobles and knights belong to different camps, they should not be humiliated like this. Windrow, a member of the Quill's royal family, is actually picking up dung in the manor. It is unreasonable and chilling to the nobles. General, you should help Her Majesty correct her mistake." Zero was filled with righteous indignation and said helplessly, "Windrow took 777 gold coins from Her Majesty but did not do anything. You know this better than me. How can the queen not hate him?" Tyrion said, The queen still remembers that small matter from a few years ago." Zero was stunned and said in disbelief, "I remember it clearly." Tyrion nodded. "This?" Zero's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that he had taken away her delicacies after the Dragon Queen had rejected his proposal. He had even taken away her favorite peacock tongue. He also demanded the return of the gift he had given her. He seemed to be even more hated than Wendell. "No, that's not right. I'm only giving without getting anything in return. I didn't take advantage of her, unlike Windrow. It must be different. Otherwise, why would she give him a golden mandarin jacket?" With this thought, Zero calmed down. "General, how much salary do you get in a month at Slaves Bay?" Zero changed the topic. "I've been fined half a year's salary. I haven't received much money recently," Tyrion said. "Sigh, Her Majesty is going overboard. General, you have made outstanding contributions. It is already wrong of her to not reward you generously. How can she deduct your salary?" Zero shook his head repeatedly. "I'm loyal to the Queen's great cause. I don't care about money." Tyrion spoke righteously and sternly like a revolutionary warrior who was not afraid of sacrifice. This guy really does deserve to be killed. Zero sneered in his heart, but said with a pleasant expression, "Being loyal to the Queen and being rich is not contradictory. I didn't come empty-handed this time. If the general can make me not return empty-handed, I will definitely satisfy the general." "How can you satisfy me?" "Don't look at me because I'm small. I'm actually very hard to satisfy." With that said, Tyrion could no longer continue to pretend to be stupid, and he couldn't reject him harshly. The Queen had arranged for him to receive Zero not because he had too much free time. The Battle of Toros had proven the power of the wildfire bullets. It also showed how much the wildfire bullets were consumed in a single battle. Now, the wildfire general rode his dragon to the Liberty Maiden Island to be a pirate on odd days, robbing the Alliance's supply ships. On even days, he went to the wildfire factory to supervise the fire mage's smelting of wildfire bullets. He He was very busy and didn't have time to be a diplomat. He definitely shouldn't have come to receive Zero. However, the Dragon Queen needed someone to play along with her, to let the Alliance redeem him without any suspicion. After thinking about it, there was no one more suitable than the gnome in Slaves Bay. 10,000 gold coins. Zero raised a finger and said. A hint of greed flashed through Tyrion's eyes, but he forced himself to remain calm. He said, if Sir Zero has 1 or 2 friends in the prisoner camp, I might be able to put in a few good words for you to the Queen. I have traveled widely and have friends all over the world. Zero raised a finger and said with a hidden meaning, one price 100,000 gold coins to rescue all the prisoners above the rank of knight. 100,000 gold coins. The greed in Tyrion's eyes grew stronger. His face twitched a few times, but he still shook his head. Sir Zero, not counting the 30 to 40 winged dragon knights who were captured in the last 2 dragon wars, there are more than 500 nobles who were captured in Tauros. Yet, you're only offering 100,000. That's too insincere. Are you confident that you can convince the Queen to release all the nobles? Zero's eyes widened in disbelief. This time, his shock was not faked at all. How could this gnome have that much power? He didn't believe it. Let me ask you, where's the Queen's hometown? The little demon rolled his eyes and asked. Westeros. But she grew up on the streets of a trading city. What does that mean? Let me ask you again, is the Queen a noble? The gnome didn't answer and asked again. Of course, the king is the greatest noble. She is a Westerner and is familiar with the etiquette among Westeros nobles. She is also a knight who values glory. Why can't such a queen abide by the rules of nobles, accept the ransom, and release the prisoners? Zero frowned and said, what are you trying to say? If I can use the normal way to ransom the prisoners, why should I use your back door? Moreover, Westeros nobles weren't stupid. They wouldn't accept the ransom and release the prisoners before the war ended unless both sides exchanged prisoners of war. It was almost impossible for someone like Zero and Dany to use money to ransom their own generals in the middle of a war. Of course, according to common sense, the Dragon Queen couldn't reject them rudely. Otherwise, if the knights on her side were to be captured by the Allied forces, would they all immediately be killed? Even if she agreed, the knights under her wouldn't be happy. Even if they were to sacrifice themselves for the Queen's cause of freeing the slaves, they would still be treated as knights. Otherwise, what was the point of being a noble? Didn't nobles have to be superior to others in any situation and receive preferential treatment, even as prisoners? Therefore, Zero had a high chance of taking away a few people with important identities but weak abilities. He gave Tyrion a gift just to increase the number of captives to 10. He had never thought of ransoming all the nobles. But the little devil hinted that it was possible. As long as you can take out the money, 20,000 for each, 10,000 for me, 10,000 for the Queen, you can ransom as many captives as you want, Tyrion said confidently. 20,000? Are you crazy? Zero growled. Back in Kors, Dany Rise only spent 10,000 gold coins to request an audience with the royal family. You can wait for the war to end. According to the market price, each captive will cost 1,000 gold coins, about 300 gold royals, the ransom for high-ranking nobles in Westeros, Tyrion joked. I didn't bring that many gold coins this time, Zero said in a muffled voice. Whatever you have, Tyrion said nonchalantly. Zero's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, General, I have 5 top-grade bed slaves. How about 100 nobles? 5 bed slaves for 100 nobles. Tyrion widened his eyes and looked at him with a twisted expression. You're not joking? Why would I be joking? They're all beauties who are proficient in the 7 cries of spring. If you don't believe me, we can turn around and go to the docks. I'll show you, Zero said seriously. Tyrion shook his head and said strangely, 1,000-year-old noble of Tolos, a noble pure blood of Alleglia, is only worth 1/20th of a bed slave. Zero was stunned for a moment and said awkwardly, you can't calculate it like that. Otherwise, you Westeros knights wouldn't even be worth 1/100th of a bed slave. The cheapest purple saintis in Yuan-Kai is worth 100,000 gold coins. Most of them are still priceless. A Westeros knight is worth about 300 gold coins. Tyrion was also embarrassed. If there were no special reasons, after a half-human was captured, the ransom would only be half of a normal knight's, which was 50 gold royals. They couldn't even compare to a bed slave's toe. You're not bluffing, are you? 100,000 gold coins to buy a gold man? A gold man isn't even worth 100,000 gold coins. You have to buy a gold giant, the dwarf said with a red face. General, go to Yuan-Kai and ask around. Ask how a top-grade bed slave is trained. You'll naturally understand why it's so expensive. Tyrion stopped talking. Although he didn't know the exact cost of training a top-grade bed slave, he had heard of similar things from the Red Saintess in God's Grace Cathedral. Even the Lord of Yuan-Kai didn't have the ability to train more than 3 purple saintesses at the same time. The purple saintesses were specially trained to serve the Dragon King of Alleglia. After the Great Cataclysm, the purple saintesses became synonymous with top-grade bed slaves. Thinking of this, Tyrion was a little tempted even though he knew it was an act. It's definitely worth the money. If it weren't for the fact that I'm lacking money right now, I definitely wouldn't give my favorite to you. Zero observed the situation and said with a smile. Astapor can't keep slaves. Every slave who passes through the Freedom Strait automatically gets rid of their slave status. Tyrion said with difficulty. They're not slaves. They're all my bodyguards. With your position in Slave Bay, it shouldn't be a problem for you to get some privileges, right? Zero said. All right, 5 bed slaves in exchange for 50 captives, Tyrion reluctantly agreed. Not to mention General Wildfire. Even the Queen's nephew, Aegon, shouldn't think about keeping slaves in Astapor. However, the dwarf originally wanted to find an excuse to agree to Zero's request. He didn't agree directly because he was afraid of arousing Zero's suspicion. Isn't it 100? Zero suppressed his anger and said, with this price, do you want to trade or not? Tyrion shrugged with a mischievous look. Zero stared at the dwarf for a while and gritted his teeth. Trade. I'll kill you sooner or later, you deformed little devil monkey. When they arrived at the pyramid, the Dragon Queen welcomed her old friend with the greatest enthusiasm. Not only did she set up a banquet with fine wine and delicacies, but she also gave him a vermilion feather red tasseled hat in front of everyone. She finally fulfilled the wish that Dany had made that day at the Quill's Pier. During the banquet, the little devil's witty words livened up the atmosphere. He openly and secretly mentioned the preferential treatment that the Westeros gave to noble captives. He also flattered the Dragon Queen. The Queen was unparalleled in the world. There was no difference between releasing knights and mercenaries. Neither of them were a threat to her. Chapter 544. Zero witnessed with his own eyes how the dwarf relied on the Dragon Queen's trust in him, and how he used his glib tongue to deceive his superiors and deceive his subordinates. The Queen actually agreed on the spot and allowed Zero to use 500,000 gold coins to redeem 70 people he wanted. Zero had only brought 500,000 gold coins to redeem Windrow, Piero, and the rest of the most noble Terrasaur knights. He did not expect to exceed his expectations. Not only were all the Terrasaur knights redeemed, but there were also more than 30 lords of Tolos. Zero's reward for Tyrion was 50 gold coins worth of anonymous deposit notes from the Iron Treasury and 5 top-level bed slaves. The Dragon Queen did not let the captives go unconditionally. Other than the ransom, she also required all the captives to swear a sacred oath. For the next 10 years, they would not participate in any battles against the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen wanted Zero to stay in Astapor for a few more days, but Zero knew his own situation. A month ago, they had ordered the world's top assassin organizations to assassinate the Queen's only relative and most trusted official. Who knew where the assassins were now? If the Queen's eldest nephew was assassinated while he was visiting Slaver's Bay, he would lose his only relative and even his heir. No matter how deep his friendship with the Queen was, he would not be able to escape the fate of being washed in dragon flames. So, on the afternoon of the second day, Zero hurriedly took the 70 dispirited captives and left on a ship. They would first take a ship to New York on the free Maiden Island and wait for the Zingi's Pterosaur Knights to pick them up. On the pier by the sea, Tyrion and the Dragon Queen watched as Zero's ship disappeared into the sea. Tyrion, did Zero ask you about Garth? Dany asked. In the process of reminiscing, Zero asked about Rhys, Prince Rhys, Lady Hyder, and so on in a roundabout way. She was confused and was stunned a few times. At this moment, Dany remembered that her White Knight's surname was also Hyder, and Rhys only had one Lady Hyder, Mormont's ex-wife, Linus Hyder. But she still did not understand what Zero wanted to do. Dany could not be blamed for being confused. Who would have thought that Zero suspected that Linus was her spy? The relationship between Big Bear and Garth was also quite complicated. When they first met at Slave Bay, it was so awkward that even Dany wanted to stand out in advance. Yes, Tyrion nodded and guessed. The last time you ambushed Benny and Meereen, you made the Alliance think that there was a mole among them. Zero probably suspects Prince Rhys, Chway Gu. After all, Chway Gu is the son-in-law of the Hightan family. It had to be said that the dwarf had always been very smart. Zero's question was very clever, but he still managed to guess it. Oh, I see. Seems like I can make use of it. Dany nodded thoughtfully. Tyrion asked again in confusion. Your Majesty, I've heard of the Whip of Dugu, but no matter how powerful Hatter's whip is, it can only be used for interrogation. It can't guarantee the loyalty of spies, right? No matter what those winged dragon knights promised before, when they return to New Gith and Materis, when they become glorious and proud winged dragon knights again, they will not be willing to be spies for your alliance. Tyrion was never stupid. Even if Dany did not say it explicitly, he could guess that there were spies among the captives that Zero took away. It was very likely that there were one or a few winged dragon knights. If they could completely grasp the movements of the Alliance's winged dragon army through the spies, then the results of the Third and Fourth Dragon Wars would be no different from the First and Second. Dragon Queen would win, and the Alliance would lose their lives and their dragons. The Queen had asked him to receive Zero and was deliberately bribed by him to dispel the Alliance's suspicions. She had directly agreed to release the captives. The Alliance was not stupid. How could they not be suspicious? The problem was, how could the Dragon Queen ensure the loyalty of the spies? He was also considered one of the Dragon Queen's important officials and knew a lot of secrets. For example, after receiving the letter that Zero was about to leave for Astapor, the Dragon Queen ordered all 36 winged dragon knights to be brought out of the labor camp and sent to the dungeon for interrogation by the Whip of Dugu, Hattar. In fact, when the Battle of Tolos had just ended, Hattar had already tortured the captives. They even confessed the color of their wives' underwear. This time, Hattar went even further and used his peerless whip skills on almost every winged dragon knight. Tyrion saw with his own eyes that a few winged dragon knights were beaten silly and had a mental breakdown. He did not know what was going on before, but after receiving the mission from the Dragon Queen, he immediately guessed that Hattar tortured the winged dragon knights to subdue them and make them spy for the Queen. But this did not make sense. In the face of the Devil's Tail, even the most determined person would surrender and swear that they were willing to be spies for the Alliance. After leaving Slaves Bay, even the most cowardly person would turn from fear to hatred and endless hatred. Of course, they would have to violate the sacred oath of not fighting with the Dragon Queen for 10 years. If he could think of this, then the Queen would definitely have thought of it as well. So, if she insisted on doing this, she must have other means to ensure the loyalty of the spies. Tyrion was very curious. What did the Queen do? I have a loyal curse. After being hit by this curse, anyone will be completely loyal to me. Do you want to try it? Dany glanced at the dwarf and asked strangely. Distortion of will was indeed a loyal curse. But that day in the northern region, even Dany in her super godly state could detect the traces of the green prophet in her sea of consciousness. Dany's whisper was no more secretive than the green prophet's distortion of will, and the sheep egg was definitely stronger than Danny at the Great Wall. So, Danny did not dare to use Danny's whisper on the pterosaur knights. In fact, the evil god's whisper did not have much effect on demigods, unless the one who used the whisper was a true god. The whisper was only effective on creatures whose strength and were lower than the users. It was ineffective on creatures of the same level, and it was impossible to use it above their level. She asked Hattar to torture the knights only to destroy their spiritual will physically. Since they had broken down, they naturally could not detect that Danny had entered the space of consciousness to endow them with spirits. She did not need to distort their will. She only needed to mark the position of the knights. She did not dare to use the soul mark she learned from Kuei Shi. The sheep egg would most likely be able to detect it, and he might even attack Danny herself through the soul fragment left on the spies. Just like how Danny used Kuei Shi's soul fragment to use the true dragon roar on the Shadowbinder. But these words could not be said to the little devil, unless he was really retarded and agreed to accept the loyal curse. Tyrion tilted his head and looked at Danny. He grinned and said, "Your Majesty, I can guarantee that the loyal curse will only have side effects on me. If loyalty could be measured by numbers, then the Scarlet Loyalty Curse could only increase a person's loyalty by 100 points. But my loyalty to you is 10,000 points. Turning 10,000 points into 100 points is too much of a loss." Hee, is your 10,000 points of loyalty positive or negative? Danny sneered. Of course it's positive. It's really positive. Tyrion puffed out his chest and puffed out his belly. Then, he did not ask about the Dragon Queen's method of controlling the spies. He changed the topic and said, "Your Majesty, no matter what, I have made a great contribution this time. I don't want a single copper coin of the 500,000 gold coins in the Iron Treasury. As for the 5 bed slaves, they are naturally no longer slaves. Can you let me keep them for a year and a half? How dare you say such things in front of me?" Danny narrowed her eyes, as if knives were coming out from her eyes. "If a year is not enough, how about a month?" Tyrion complained. "After the grayscale disease incident, when I went to God's Grace Cathedral again, the Red Saintess only talked about love with me. She did not even let me touch enough." Danny looked disgusted as if she had swallowed a fly. She waved her hand and interrupted him. "Go find the Green Saintess and let the Red Saintess do your business again. If the 5 slaves are not willing to turn over a new leaf, let the Green Saintess teach them. Whatever you want to do, go find her." Tyrion agreed on the surface, but secretly decided to delay the Queen's order for a few days. When he was in the Westeros, he had heard of the famous bed slaves in Yuan-Kai, who was thousands of miles away. Only the Dragon King of Alleglia had the right to enjoy the Purple Saintess. But when he came to Slaves Bay and went through many difficulties to become the Queen's Minister of State, the bed slaves were gone. Dragon Queen was better than St. Bailey. St. Bailey closed all the brothels in King's Landing and drove away all the prostitutes. Dragon Queen was still rational and kept the Red Saintess system. But the bed slaves and the Purple Saintess of Yuan-Kai were history. Maybe the 5 Purple Saintesses left by Zero were his last chance. So, he did not look for the Green Saintess. Instead, he circled around the city. When the sky was dark, he quietly returned to the dock and entered the Great White Shark Hotel, the hotel where Zero stayed while he was in Astapor. Well, Zero stayed in the VIP bedroom of the Great Pyramid, and his followers stayed in the hotel. After all, most of those followers were slaves loyal to Zero. Would they be an eyesore in front of the Queen? The 5 top-level bed slaves and bodyguards were placed in the hotel. After greeting the hotel owner, Tyrion easily got the key to the bedroom. When he thought of the 5 peerless beauties waiting for him inside, even with Tyrion's old composure, he could not help but push open the door. His hands trembled, his face flushed, and his throat went dry. There was no one in the bedroom hall, but there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. He was no longer a virgin. When Tyrion heard the sound of running water, he wanted to have a nosebleed. 5, huh? Seems like I can't handle all of them. After hesitating for a moment, the little devil gritted his teeth and took out a small ebony box from his pocket. He opened it and took out a pill the size of soybean. The smell of medicine was strong. He swallowed it with a smack. He did not know if it was the effect of the medicine or his imagination. In an instant, the little devil was full of energy. Baby, the wildfire general is here. He arched his body and rushed into the bathroom while howling. He pulled open the curtain. There was a lid. There was a lid. There was a lid. And it was a completely curved lid within a lid. Facing the dragon queen, who was as beautiful as the moon and had an extraordinary temperament, his heart was as calm as still water. He even felt disgusted. It was clear how big a lid he was. Hence, Zero was not lying. His bed slave was also his bodyguard. Whoa! The wildfire general's mournful howls could be heard from half a block away. However, the innkeeper had been informed beforehand and knew what the wildfire general was doing. He stopped all the people who were rushing over to save him. It's a misunderstanding. Everyone has misunderstood, the innkeeper said. On the second day, the wildfire general did not attend the imperial conference. He did not go to work either. He went to New York Town to be a pirate or to manage the wildfire factory in the suburbs. On the third day, the wildfire general was absent from work as usual. At this time, the dragon queen, who was busy forging armor for herself, was finally alerted. The winged dragon Tessa of the wildfire general was nowhere to be seen. Did that fellow escape? After entering the dragon spirit state to sense Tessa's location, Danny told old Yemont and the others with a strange expression, "The wildfire general is about 5 kilometers west of the city by the sea." Aegon volunteered to look for Tyrion. Danny agreed. The salty sea breeze blew Tyrion's messy blonde hair. He faced the sea and sat on a black reef the size of a horse carriage. He used a green cloak to wrap his body. He was like a wooden statue, motionless. Tyrion. Aegon came closer. He was shocked to find that the dwarf's once lively eyes were as dull as a dead fish. His ugly scarred face was as pale as the dragon paper invented by Aunt Danny. "What happened to you?" Aegon asked with concern. "You suddenly rushed out of the inn 2 nights ago and disappeared. We were very worried." At this point, Aegon had an envious expression. He asked in a low voice, "I heard that there were 5 top-level bed slaves. Did you collapse? You're not a good friend. You said that you wanted to be my teacher, but you alone." Aegon started complaining. "Boo-hoo!" Tyrion suddenly cried. Chapter 545. Why are you crying? Aegon was confused. Sob, sob, I was fooled. They're even more. Sob, sob, sob. The grievances in his heart burst out like a flood. Tyrion was like a wronged child who finally met his mother. He hugged his younger brother and cried bitterly. Them. Aegon was shocked. He felt something was wrong. Yes, them. They are bed slaves, top-level bed slaves. They are not the bed slaves that normal men imagine, Tyrion wailed. Yo. Aegon pushed Tyrion away, as if he was avoiding a pile of dog poop. He rubbed his goosebumps on his arms and said in disgust, "Don't come near me. I'm also a victim." Sob, sob. Tyrion felt wronged. "But the innkeeper said you were in there for 3 to 4 hours. I am small and weak. I could not resist. I also took medicine. The other party was skilled. I did not have the heart to resist. Actually, I did not want to do that." Tyrion covered his ugly face and cried. Aegon, who was looking at him with disdain, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. He asked excitedly, "What medicine can last for 3 to 4 hours?" It was obvious that Tyrion did not want to stay in the innkeeper for long. Since he stayed for 3 to 4 hours, it meant this was the medicine that he had been looking for recently. Ha ha! Dragoness covered her mouth and laughed. She was very happy. Retribution. It is indeed retribution. This is the punishment from the 7 gods. General Wildfire disobeyed the king's order and tried to steal food. He deserves it. To be honest, she did not expect Zero to bring 5 beautiful and strong men. But after thinking about it, it all made sense. Zero did not like women at all. This was a fact that everyone knew in Queers. And Ewan Kai's bed slaves were not only women. Tyrion fell into the trap, just like that. He even took some fucking pills. Tyrion noticed that the ministers and guards in the hall were looking at him strangely. He was embarrassed and embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and said, I should kill that milkman. In fact, he hadn't been sitting by the beach for the past 2 days. That night, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He called Tessa and went out to sea to search for Zero's ship. At that time, Zero was only a few dozen li away from Astapor, and he caught up with him at the crack of dawn. But if he really did catch up, he didn't know what to do. Kill Zero. They weren't lying. Those were indeed 5 top-level bed slaves. This is really... Yamant's old face contorted for a moment before he consoled the dwarf. Don't take it to heart. In the aristocratic circle of Westeros, especially those in the south, this kind of thing is very common. All right, this is the Imperial Conference. Dany waved her hand, ending the topic. The nomadic Jogo in the northwest of Meereen have begun to retreat. They have discovered the vanguard scouts of the Centaur Khalasar. There was a brief contact between the two sides. It was the Khalasa belonging to Khal Zico and Khal Moro. They were invited by the people of Kolar with the intention of plundering and burning the manors outside Meereen City. Kuei, she was the first to speak. Your Majesty, you are the Khaleesi destined to unify the Centaur tribes. I suggest that you ride your dragon to the Centaur King's City immediately. Under the witness of the Dash Khaleesi, you will be crowned as the only Centaur king of the Dothraki Sea. After that, you will command the heroes in the name of the Centaur king. Zico and Moro will submit to you. If they dare to resist, you have the righteousness and the power to defeat them. Kill the 2 Khals and easily take the rest of the Centaurs into your Khalasar. Kuei, she was indeed more intelligent than the other Centaurs. The plan to conquer the Dothraki Sea that she suggested was Dany's future plan. But it was only a plan for the future. She wouldn't do it now. The reason was simple. The main forces of the Alliance were still converging on Materis. It would probably take another half a year before they could reach the battlefield of Meereen. Would a frontal attack kill the enemy more, or would a backstab be more vicious? Obviously, a backstab was more terrifying. Is it that easy to subdue the Centaurs? Do you just need a dragon? Tyrion was puzzled. It is very easy, but only Her Majesty can do it. Cora nodded and explained, Her Majesty is the Khaleesi witnessed by the gods. Everyone in the Centaur King's City and the temples of Dash Khaleesi knows about it. Since Her Majesty is the Khaleesi and has her own Khalasar, she has the right to follow the traditions of the Centaurs and annex any Khal's tribe. She only needs to kill the original Khal and his children fairly. She has to do it herself and can't let the White Knights do it for her. Yamant frowned. Scholar, Westeros are xenophobic, but the Centaurs are even more xenophobic than the people of the Seven Kingdoms. Other than the Centaurs, no one can subdue the Centaurs. The Centaurs are not afraid of death, but they are stubborn. Ursa smiled bitterly. Her Majesty counts as a centaur? Tyrion asked curiously. Of course, no centaur can deny this. Kuei Luo's eyes flashed as he scanned the people in the hall. Just like the king of the Westeros, whose full title is King of the Undulls, Loinars, and Ancestors, Her Majesty is your queen and our Khaleesi. There is no contradiction. If that is the case, then let's wait for Her Majesty to finish forging the armor. With the tile steel armor and tile steel sword, it will be safer to fight the Khals. Old Yamant said, there really is no way to lose. Tyrion's mouth twitched. Yes, there is no rush. We can wait for the armor to be forged. Dany glanced at the dwarf and continued, but we have to be prepared. Before Sir Clinton brings back more pterosaurs, the 14 pterosaur knights will have to work a little harder. Other than plundering the Alliance's cargo ships, we have to add another mission of patrolling Meereen. We can't let something like General Wildfire skipping work last time happen again. The last sentence was specially said to the dwarf. After the day's meeting ended and everyone dispersed, Tyrion found Dany, who was going downstairs to the blacksmith shop, and said with a smile, Your Majesty, recently when the Alliance's cargo ships passed through the western strait of the Maiden of Freedom, there are many pterosaur knights escorting them. At first, I used the Tyrion ballista to shoot down 1 or 2 pterosaur knights, but they followed suit and began to equip themselves with crossbows. Last time, I was even shot in the back by an arrow. The armor-piercing crossbow even pierced through the inner layer of mail armor. Fortunately, the arrow was not poisonous. It only broke a layer of skin and caused bleeding, but it was not a serious injury. The Tyrian ballista was a long-armed crossbow that used the kinetic energy of the pterosaur's flapping wings to load the arrow. Tyrian had mentioned this theory earlier. Soon, he turned it into reality and even used it on the battlefield. The joints of the megalosaurus and the pterosaur were not as smooth as the wings of a chicken. The wing bones were entangled with muscles and bones like tree roots, and there were also barbs as thick as an arm. Tyrian chose a barb on each side, ground it through, and strung it with an iron chain. There was an iron ring at one end of the chain, and the two arms of the crossbow originally worked by the elastic force of the stretch. The Tyrian ballista had a very simple but extremely exquisite mechanical structure. It could convert the flapping force of the wings into the pulling force of the string. After the string was loaded, even if the pterosaur continued to flap its wings, it would not affect the ballista. The flapping force of the pterosaur's wings was as high as a few thousand kilograms, and the pulling force was only 200 to 300 kilograms. The impact on flight was negligible. At this time, the pterosaur's combat mode was like this. The dwarf rode on the pterosaur's back, holding the crossbow in front of him that was the size of a Gatling gun, and chased after the other pterosaur knight. The other party also took out a crossbow, and while dodging the crossbow, they shot at the dwarf. In theory, the dwarf was a fully automatic machine gun. He had an absolute advantage in artillery fire, and he should be invincible. However, they were riding on dragons, not fighter planes. Fighter planes could not collide, but close combat between pterosaurs was normal. The small crossbow could not kill the pterosaur either. Tyrian had made a few mistakes, and the crossbow arrows had hit the back of Tessa's head. Therefore, in a situation where there were many of them, Tyrian was no match for them, and in the process of escaping to New York town, he could really be hit by stray arrows. "Can you also help me make a set of tile steel armor?" The dwarf revealed a fawning smile. Danny thought for a moment. The Dragon Knights in the Dragon War were indeed dangerous. When Old Tortoise transported the iron ingots over, it was not a big deal to help the pterosaur knight equip with a tile steel armor. So, she said, "Do you want plate armor or chain armor?" Seeing that she agreed, the dwarf was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. You are so generous and cherish your subjects. I want plate armor. Plate armor is sturdy and can also withstand high-speed impacts." "No, you are mistaken. The armor is for you to wear, but it will not be given to you for free." Danny shook her head. "Am I also considered to have made outstanding contributions?" Tyrian raised his eyebrows and asked, "Not enough. You will be promoted because of your contributions. When you become a count, we will talk about this again." When they came to the blacksmith shop, Tyrian was shocked to see that the Dragon Queen had taken off her brocade dress and changed into a white shirt and dark blue canvas pants. Her silver hair was tied up high, revealing her delicate and small ears. The top two buttons of her shirt were undone, revealing her swan-like slender neck. The hem of her shirt was tucked into her brown leather belt, and her canvas pants wrapped tightly around her two strong and straight legs. She was wearing knee-high riding boots, which made her look valiant and elegant. She had a different kind of charm, but she was holding a hammer in her hand. She walked to the stove where the heat waves were rolling. She raised the hammer. Ping, ping, bang, bang, bang. The seven gods above. The Dragon Queen is forging. The Queen is forging. The dwarf murmured. "Oh, Your Majesty's armor has to be forged by herself. Involve a lot of magic arrays. Only she can complete the enchantment during the forging process." Tobu had already recovered from his shock, so he spoke very plainly. "But how can she forge?" Tyrian was puzzled. Tobu glanced at Danny in awe and sighed. She didn't know anything before. "I taught her everything. I have to say that the Queen's blacksmith talent is as extraordinary as magic." "Your Majesty, what magic did you add to the armor?" After measuring the height, arm length, and other data. Tyrion went behind Dany and asked, "You won't understand." Dany did not look back and continued to swing the hammer. Standing behind the queen, Tyrion smelled the fragrance of orchid and osmanthus from her body. He felt a little uncomfortable. He moved to the side of the big iron block and said with a flattering smile, "You don't have to talk about the principle. Just talk about the function of the magic circle." Dany squinted at him and said lightly, "Don't even think about it. I won't help you enchant it." The dwarf rubbed his nose awkwardly and said with a silly smile, "Tell me about it. I'll learn a little." There are two very simple effects. First, it has a similar function to the Great Wall. It increases magic resistance, blocks evil spirits, and effectively reduces the damage of magic and divine arts. Second, transformation into wings. Dany said with a strange expression. Tyrion's body shook and murmured, "Transformation into wings sounds very strong. What is it?" Chapter 546. In this world, it was easy to turn battle chi into a horse, but it had never turned into wings. Well, a fire mage who could control fire could control the flames to change into various animal forms. Even a megalosaurus could be transformed, let alone a horse. Of course, a magical horse couldn't be ridden, but if one wanted to use magic to control the flames into wings to fly, it was almost impossible for mortals, even for true gods. The power of a true god was unpredictable and difficult to judge. The fundamental principle of the fire ladder technique was that the fire wizard power in the fire mage's body resonated with the fire element in a certain way, producing the effect of water and milk blending. Just like a drop of water could easily dissolve in a pool without appearing out of place, a drop of water had no buoyancy or sinking power in water. As for Newton's law, it was not Newton's turn to behave atrociously in this fantasy world. So, Dany came up with an idea. Could she carve a magic array in the armor so that after the armor was imbued with magic, it would have the same effect as the fire ladder technique? Can it be done? Even the craziest legends, I have never heard of an armor that could grow wings and fly. After listening to the Dragon Queen's introduction, Tyrion doubted. Summer insects can't talk about ice. Clang. Dany put the hammer on the anvil, sneered, stretched out her right hand that was stained black with coal ash, and picked up the dark red iron in the dwarf's sluggish eyes. It seemed to be a piece of shoulder armor. Boom! Suddenly, an orange flame rose in her palm, like a piece of red-hot iron igniting her flesh. Tyrion and Tobu both exclaimed. It was not because the queen did not burn, but because the shoulder armor slowly floated in the flame. Like wood floating in the water, the shoulder armor made of steel floated in the fire, like a piece of wood in the fire. What's going on? It doesn't make sense. Where did the gravity go? Tyrion was shocked. Haven't you seen Pogba's fire ladder technique? Why didn't you ask where the gravity went at that time? Dany smiled proudly and withdrew her magic. The flame disappeared, and the piece of iron fell into her palm. Tyrion was envious and said pitifully, "Your Majesty, the winged dragon knights are very dangerous. Almost half of them die from falling from the sky. Look, can you give it to me? You don't have mana. Enchantment is useless." Dany shook her head. If she hadn't killed Benny and her magic power hadn't increased tenfold, she wouldn't have come up with the idea of magic wings. It was too exhausting. What a pity. Tyrion smacked his lips regretfully. He seemed to have thought of something and was stunned for a moment. Then, he said with a strange smile, "Your Majesty, you've been smart all your life, but you're also stupid for a moment." "What do you mean?" Dany squinted at him as she continued forging. His Majesty said that he wanted the armor to be like the Great Wall, and that it would have a high resistance to magic and even be immune to magic. Unfortunately, the Fire Stairway spell array on the armor was a spell that consumed a lot of mana. Then, would there be a conflict between the mana immunity array and the mana wings? Just like a spear and a shield, Tyrion said proudly. Do you think that Brandon Stark, who built the Great Wall back then, was a fool? Not only does the Great Wall not hinder the night watchers from casting magic, but it also condenses mana and slowly increases the night watchers' mana and magic talents under the Great Wall. Danny sneered. The Great Wall blocked deviant ghosts and suppressed evil, but it also increased the red-robed woman's mana and greatly increased John's transfiguration talent. It could be said that the Great Wall's magic arrays were the crystallization of the ancient civilization, the children of the forest. Danny not only built the magic armor and magic sword, but she also created the Queen's magic mirror. Today, she had just come back from the blacksmith shop with sweat all over her forehead. Before she could take a shower, the black girl Larissa hurried over and said, "Your Majesty, the parade is about to start. Do you want to watch it immediately?" "It started? You guys go watch it first. I'll take a shower. It's going to take a few hours anyway," Danny said. "I don't have enough mana and authority. The image is blurry and can't last long," Larissa said awkwardly. "It's fine as long as you have something to watch." King's Landing, early in the morning with a cold mist. Dang, dang, dang. In the great cathedral of Baylor, the monks rang the bell. All the people of King's Landing were summoned by the bell. Even Cersei stood on the balcony of the Empress Dowager's bedroom in Meg Tower, looking at the cathedral a few kilometers away. It was an exciting moment. The Great Sinners Parade was about to start again. This was the second time. Although it was not as important as the Empress Dowagers, the scholars were sacred enough to make the people look up to them. In fact, before today, the scholars who selflessly contributed to the Westeros were far more respected by the people and nobles than Lannister on the Iron Throne. Not to mention that there was more than one scholar on this parade. There were 7 scholars and doctors in total. Actually, there were more than 7, but the Great Sparrow needed to gather 7 people to show her devotion to the 7 gods. The rest were locked up in the dark prison and continued to be trained until there were 7 more scholars. The spacious marble square under the milky white statue of Baylor was crowded with gray-clothed people and sparrows. There were even more sparrows in King's Landing. The Son of War even separated an empty space for the nobles of the Church of Goodwill to watch. It could be said that this was a holy ceremony that was not inferior to Cersei's parade. Silence. The Great Sparrow in linen raised her holy hammer and shouted. Yes, the Great Sparrow forged a silver-plated steel hammer the size of a cantaloupe. The clamorous crowd below seemed to have been frozen by the Ice Queen's magic, and not a single extra sound could be heard. "Bring the sinners," the Great Sparrow said to Lizaire. Immediately, a group of monks in linen walked out of the cathedral gate with 7 bald old men. 3 old monks opened the way. Behind them, 2 monks each held down a scholar and a doctor. Just like Cersei, all the sinners had shaved off their hair. They were smooth and clean, like newborn babies. This meant that after today, their sins were eliminated, only the crimes that they admitted, and they were once again as pure as babies. "My name is Balin, a doctor of astronomy in the City of Knowledge. I am guilty. I violated the guests' rights." When I found out that the guest was Dany Liz Targaryen, I gathered a group of colleagues and ambushed her with crossbows. The square below the podium was filled with cries of surprise. Although they had heard about it before, when they heard the old professor confess his crimes, they still found it hard to believe. The story of the rat chef was right in front of their eyes. But it was not over yet. Balin continued, "I am guilty. I clearly received letters from the Night Watchers of the Great Wall. I was told many times that there were deviant ghosts beyond the Great Wall, but I deliberately turned a blind eye. Because we, the City of Knowledge, want to create a real world without magic and without gods. Admitting the existence of deviant ghosts is denying the ideals and efforts of the City of Knowledge for 1,000 years. For the sake of the real world, we even directed the dance of the Blood Dragon. Yes, I am guilty. The City of Knowledge is guilty. The dance of the Blood Dragon is also related to us. Tyrion's expression changed drastically. It is hard to imagine that the City of Knowledge would be so crazy. Professor Balin's voice stopped abruptly. The image of him confessing his crimes also disappeared. "Oh my, what's going on? What happened at such a crucial moment?" Cora, Aegon, Tyrion, Jichi, Ellie, and the rest all cried out. This was the guest room of the Dragon Queen's study. It was a sofa room of more than 80 square meters. Opposite the sofa, there was a 1 meter wide and 2 meter tall full-length mirror against the wall. The surface of the mirror, made of purplish-black dragon crystals, was polished to the point that it could reflect one's reflection. Beside the mirror stood the black girl Larissa, who was panting and sweating profusely. Hearing everyone's complaints, she smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry. I've used up all my magic. Let's wait for Her Majesty." "How long did you last?" At this moment, Dany, who was wearing a loose skirt, walked over with a smile as she tilted her head and wiped her hair. "About 8 minutes, less than 10, Larissa said. "Not bad. That's enough time to send and receive letters. After all, you've only been training for a few months." Dany nodded and praised her. Then, there was a flash of fire in the purple eyes of the Dragon Queen. The dragon crystal magic mirror flickered, just like a CRT turning on. With a swoosh, an image that was more high definition than 4K and more realistic than 3D appeared. It was a live broadcast of the students parading through the streets. 7 gods above, this is unbelievable. Previously, when I vaguely saw the image of the King's Landing, I thought it was the greatest miracle in the world. Now, it's almost like I'm there. Tyrion said in disbelief. Valeglia's magic network has such an effect. No wonder the great wizard can manage the entire world just by staying in Valeglia, Ymont said with a shocked expression. Can you see every corner of the world? For example, Dorne's Sun Halberd City. Oh, maybe my father is staying in the Flowing Water Garden now. Quentin had a longing expression. Unless Prince Dowling has a wizard with access to the network. Larissa looked at her cousin and slowly explained. The reason why we can sit here and watch the King's Landing and the trial of the scholars is because these images and sounds came from Professor Marwyn. Through the glass candle, the professor transmitted what he saw and heard to the magic crystal of Dragonstone Island. The Queen's mirror is made of dragon crystal and has the same effect as the glass candle. It can be connected to the magic crystal and receive the signal stored by the professor. Did you notice? Just now, my wizard power was depleted and the mirror went black. The image stopped for at least 2 minutes, but when the Queen activated it again, the image and sound were completely connected. After Blackie's reminder, everyone realized that the scene of Professor Balin's confession was perfectly connected. That means we can watch half of it first and continue at night? Tyrion said blankly. Dany shook her head and said, "In theory, it's possible, but my magic crystal is far inferior to that of the great wizard Valeglia. His crystal is the size of a carriage, while mine is only the size of a human head. The information it can store is limited. It's like a page of paper. Using the same font to record information will definitely not be able to record as much information as 2 pages. But the professor paraded the streets for half a day, and the huge amount of information cannot be recorded on 100 pages. In fact, even in Valeglia, wizards mostly use text to transmit information and rarely do live broadcasts like this. It takes up too much traffic and consumes too much mana. I can understand that it consumes mana, but what's traffic? Tyrion asked blankly. Dany said the road is only so wide. If you take up all the space with 3 rows of carriages, there will naturally be no space for a 4th carriage or for knights or passers-by to pass. If there is a 3rd wizard who is sending an urgent message to Dragonstone Island, but the road is occupied by Malfoy and me, his message might not be able to be sent. Or, if he enters, he will be pushed out, just like how a carriage pushes people off the road. I see. Dany's explanation was clear, and Ymont and the others nodded in understanding. Chapter 5:47. Tyrion understood it better and said thoughtfully, the information that Larissa received before was blurry, as if it was covered with a layer of gauze. But yours was as if you were there, clear and real. Is there a difference in the flow rate between the two? Is the path she occupies narrower? Very thoughtful, Dany praised. then shook her head and said, "The information came from Marvin's eyes and ears, no more and no less. It's just that Larissa's ability is weaker, so the amount of information she can process at one time is limited." The image came from Dr. Marvin's eyes. According to the position of the person in the image, he should be squeezed among the civilians of King's Landing. Why didn't the others notice the glass candle in his hand? Tyrion asked again. "Ha, Tyrion, you asked a stupid question." Aegon, who couldn't get a word in, laughed. "What?" The dwarf raised his eyebrows and turned to the youth. "It's simple. Why can't you see the image in the magic mirror from outside the door?" "Because there's a door blocking it, and Dr. Marvin must have hidden the glass candle in his clothes," Aegon said with a smile. Tyrion was dumbfounded. Eerie and Jichi suddenly screamed, "So ugly, so small." The 7 professors and scholars had finished their confession and began to take off their robes with the help of the cultivators, revealing their shriveled bodies. The 2 centaur maids were not the least bit interested in the magic theory behind the magic mirror. In their hearts, Calixi was omnipotent, not to mention a 3D live broadcast. Even if she teleported the 2 of them to King's Landing, they would only sigh and continue to watch the show. They had been staring at the image and immediately saw the small piece of meat hanging on the old piece of meat. They widened their eyes, screamed, and had a look of disdain. Dany was a little embarrassed and immediately used Mosaic to blur out that part. "Sigh." The centaur maid sighed regretfully. "Ha ha ha." Tyrion chuckled. "What are you laughing at? Your sister had the same look on her face that day. Everyone at King's Landing saw it." Dany sneered. Sure enough, Tyrion stopped laughing. His face was startled. His eyes flashed with anger and sadness. He sighed. "Big Sparrow will not have a good ending. He has gone too far." "Shame, shame." The 3 old cultivators were leading the way with bells in their hands. As they shook the bells, they sang loudly, "Come and see the sinner of shame, the sinner who is far more sinner than the rat chef." "Shame, shame." The faces of the 7 old professors were ashen. With one hand covering their crotches and the other covering their faces, they shrunk their heads and endured the saliva of countless people, rotten fruits, maggot-infested cats and dogs, and even feces thrown at them. Farmers, merchants, cobblers, stable boys and entertainers, beggars, thieves and prostitutes. Everyone came out to look at the 7 sinners who had committed grave sins. Someone shouted at the scholars, "Scum, you bunch of shameful scum. Even Mergal the Cruel is more merciful than you. Mediocre King Aegon is wiser than you. Ratchef and Waldfred are more trustworthy than you. Poor Queen Cersei is more honorable than you. Mad King Aerys is more rational than you." The scholars and professors who were scolded were filled with regret. However, Dragon Queen and the others who were watching the live stream in the study were also very embarrassed. "Can we see my sister?" Tyrion rubbed his nose and asked. "That depends on whether your sister will come out of the Red Keep." The dwarf's question was as silly as whether he could see the Emperor in the capital. However, after Marvin left the crowd and took out the glass candle in the hotel room, Dany still gave him an order. When the scholars walked past Aegon's Hill, use the telescope to look at the Red Keep. It would be best if you could find Cersei in Myrtle's Tower. Coincidentally, Marvin, who was standing on a clock tower, did find Cersei, who was laughing so hard that she fell down. "Yulun, is that Yulun?" Ursa exclaimed. Beside the railing of the balcony, the scarred man with an eye patch over his left eye opened his arms and leaned against the railing, surrounding the short-haired Cersei, who was wearing a yellow dress. The Queen Dowager was saying something, her right hand pointing at the scholars who were parading through the streets as she laughed. There was only the image, no sound, and the image was not very clear. However, it was obvious that the Queen Dowager did not empathize with the scholars at all. Instead, she was gloating. "A long time no see. Sister, you still look as good as ever." The familiar face, familiar smile, and familiar style made the dwarf feel emotional. However, what surprised Dany was that Yulun's lips had turned the same blue as Wizard Queer's. Did he also drink the water of Night Shadow? Where did he get it from? Since he drank the water of Night Shadow, did he become a wizard? At this thought, Dany thought of another old friend, the wizard Haya. According to Zero, not long after she left Queers, Haya chased after her on a boat with 2 wizards. However, she did not meet him. Did they chase after Pentos and still not return? It had been almost 3 years. Ah, Yuluan's lips have turned blue. He must have drunk the water of Night Shadow and become a wizard. Ursa exclaimed. He had the same thought as Danny. Danny glanced at him and wondered. It's strange. Circe and Yolan of Scylla fell in love, but didn't she only love the Kingslayer? Your Majesty, you are wrong. My brother only loves my sister, but she also loves other things. She will not fall in love with Yuluan, but she definitely wants something from him. However, my brother is very jealous. He can't even tolerate Robert touching my sister. When he returns to King's Landing, he will most likely kill Yuluan. Tyrion sighed. They did not watch the entire parade, and there was nothing interesting about the repeated scenes. The next day after the parade, the 7 professors and a group of prisoners were sent to Dragonstone Island. After confirming that there were deviants beyond the Great Wall, the Great Sparrow began to actively search for criminals to guard the Great Wall. Dragonstone Island was the transit point. However, there was a small interlude. Because of 3 of the prisoners, Dragonstone Island received an envoy from Uncle Finger. His name is Oswir Catterblack, a tall, white-haired warrior. He represents Peter Baelish and conveys a request for loyalty to the true dragon. Professor Marwyn said in the magic mirror. Why is Pinky pledging loyalty to me? Isn't he living a carefree life in Arryn Valley? Danny asked. Perhaps he wants to live a carefree life forever. After all, his title of Duke of Hellenberg came from Lannister, waiting for you, Marwyn said with uncertainty. Has anything special happened in Arryn Valley recently? Danny asked. Special? I've been busy with a magic network. I haven't paid attention to Arryn Valley, Marwyn said blankly. Danny thought for a moment and said, Call Scholar Pylus here. He's in charge of the Crow's Nest and often communicates with scholars from other places. Perhaps he can answer my question. Scholar Pylus had indeed been collecting information on the various kingdoms. Not just Arryn Valley, but also the Northern Territory, the Western Territory, Dorne, and the Stormlands. The scholars of each duke's territory will regularly exchange information with the scholars of other duchies. This is their daily work, the gray-haired youth said solemnly. If the scholars knew nothing about the 7 kingdoms, why would the lords keep them? Of course, this also allowed the scholars to easily control the information network and the power of public opinion that connected the 7 kingdoms. Your Majesty, I think there are 3 points worth your attention. First, Duke Baelish suddenly has an illegitimate daughter called Elaine Stone. He once tried to marry Elaine to the heir of the valley, Sir Hatton. If Robert Arryn dies, Duke Baelish can continue to exert influence in the area. But recently, the Duke seems to have changed his mind. Miss Elaine and Sir Hatton rarely contact each other. Second, the Roseless Iron Guard Brienne Tass went to the area to find Sansa Stark. After finding no results, she insisted on not leaving, and the nobles of the valley did not chase her away. Third, Duke Baelish is close to you. He once let the ships of Seagull Town help Sir Rhaegar Setigar transport food relief across the river. At the same time, Duke Baelish rejected the Iron Throne's invitation to go to King's Landing to be the finance minister. Elaine Stone. Danny had a strange look on her face. Scholar, do you think Baelish really wants Elaine to marry that Harold? How can this be faked? Harold is the heir of Duke Robert Arryn. How can he lie to him? Of course, both parties only have intentions and there is no marriage contract. Terminating it now does not count as a breach of contract. Could it be that Uncle Finger is really capable of sending a cannon from 1,000 miles away? Elaine is most likely Sansa, and Uncle Finger and Sansa seem to be in an incestuous relationship, giving his woman to another man. What kind of fucking spirit was this? Is Brienne alone? Danny asked again. She has always been alone since Riverside, Scholar Pylus said. Not necessarily this time. Madame Stoneheart is definitely behind Brienne. Danny's guess was right. Madame Stoneheart had already infiltrated the Eagle Nest without Littlefinger's knowledge. Tom Seven Strings, who sang the ballad of the Violet Knight for Sansa, was a spy for the Brotherhood without banners. Tom Seven Strings often used his identity as a singer to gather information for the Brotherhood, and he had already met Sansa. Tell me about that messenger. What did Littlefinger promise, and what did he want from me? Dany asked. Like the other vassals, Duke Baelish is willing to lead the Valley of Arryn to pledge loyalty to the true dragon, but there is no substantial promise. Then, he wants Dragonstone Island to secretly hand over 3 prisoners to him, Marwyn said. Which 3 prisoners? Dany asked curiously. The 3 Catebreaks, the sons of the emissary Oswell Catebrake, hope that you can spare the lives of his only 3 sons, Marwyn said, his face contorted in disgust. Clearly, he understood what this meant. I see. Dany sighed as she thought of more things. If Uncle Finger could plant 3 spies around Cersei, it was very likely that Uncle Finger also had spies on Dragonstone Island. Reject him, she said. Uncle Finger's loyalty, Cersei's oath, and Waldfrey's banquet. She would be a fool to believe in Uncle Finger's loyalty. Reject who? Marwyn was stunned. Reject Littlefinger, and I will keep my oath. I don't need his loyalty. Reject Old Cat Black, and I sympathize with him. But Dragonstone Island is only a transit point. I will not break my oath, the rules between the nobles and the Night's Watch, and I will not release the prisoners of the church, Dany said. Yes, your majesty. Marwyn bowed. Any news from the Northern Territory? Dany turned to Pylus. White Harbor scholar Ormer sent news that Duke Stannis has taken Deepwood Castle and obtained the loyalty of Countess Alysanne of Bear Island. He is marching towards Winterfell. Roose Bolton wants Euloin to give up Carlin Bay and let his army return to the north. Are the people of Bear Island stupid? Dany's mouth twitched. Bear Island only had a pitiful amount of land. They couldn't even form an army of 100 people. If it didn't have the strength, they should have stayed on Bear Island through the winter. Why do they have to come out? Even if they wanted to participate in the struggle for power, they should have chosen a better leader. After ending the communication, Dany called Big Bear over and told him about the Northern Territory. Do you want to go back? Big Bear hesitated. There's no point in going back. Alysanne only joined Stannis because of Stark. She wants to kill Bolton to avenge those who died at the bloody wedding. I have no reason to at this time. Miss Sand's voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty, something has happened. Prince Aegon and General Wildfire were assassinated. Chapter 548. Because of the stone chicken, little Aegon was somewhat half-spirited. Because of the 5 top-bed slaves, the little devil had a serious psychological shadow. Both of them needed to rebuild their male dignity and masculinity. Thus, one night, the apprentice and the mentor once again walked into the Desire Garden of God's Grace Great Cathedral hand in hand. The Emperor's blessing provided by Zero was really useful. With the help of the pill, both of them successfully got rid of the past and turned over a new leaf. However, this fixed schedule also gave an opportunity to those with ulterior motives. If they stayed in the Great Pyramid, even if the Faceless One came personally, it would be difficult for them to pass through the layers of defense. However, the 2 of them went out in the middle of the night without a single guard by their side. Dany went down to the top 2nd floor. As soon as she entered the hall, she smelled the smell of blood. 2 stretchers were placed on the table. Yemont led a few doctors to surround the stretchers, busy saving people. There are also a few people standing at the side. The Duck Knight sighed. The female dwarf Fenny sobbed and wiped her tears. Jichi poked her head out and looked around like an onlooker. Quentin frowned with a serious expression. The queen has arrived. Everyone stopped what they were doing and bowed roughly. Don't worry about me. You guys continue to treat the 2 of them. Dany waved her hand and roughly looked at them. Tyrion's right palm was injured to the bone. There was a deep scratch on his left cheek, as if his skin was cut open. She could almost see his tongue in his mouth. It was only a superficial wound, so it was not a big problem. He drank the milk of the poppy and was groaning in a daze. Aegon was more miserable. His face was pale and his eyelids drooped. The left side of his gorgeous beige brocade robe was already wet and red. When the robe was lifted, The flesh on the left side of his waist could be seen. His skin was dark purple with a hint of purple. The blood that flowed out was also dark purple with a fishy smell. Obviously, he was stabbed a few times on the left side of his waist, and the knife was smeared with poison. "Is there no hope?" Danny frowned and said softly. "Sigh." The Duck Knight covered his face and sighed. "I should have been with His Highness at all times." Yemont picked up the gauze that was used to wipe the wound and sniffed it. He said in a deep voice, "There's still hope. I recognize this poison. It's the poison of the widow's blood and the lion body, scorpion tail beast. The widow's blood is a slow-acting poison, so we can put aside for now. As long as the lion body scorpion tail beast poison doesn't enter the heart, there is a chance that it will be neutralized. I have already given him the antidote. Fortunately, there are always immaculate people, trainees, patrolling the city, so we discovered it in time. His kidneys are rotten." Danny covered her nose to block out the stench. "No, it's just a flesh wound. My internal organs aren't broken. It's all thanks to Aegon's pterosaur leather armor," Yemont said with great relief. "Let me see." Danny went over to take a look. Just as old Yemont had said, the assassin's dagger didn't seem to be long enough. Or perhaps he thought that there was poison, so he didn't stab hard? Well, the assassin had stabbed Aegon many times in a short period of time, so he probably didn't stab hard enough. Aegon's internal organs were only slightly scratched and swollen due to the poison, but they weren't broken. "Your Majesty, you are highly skilled. Why don't you operate on His Royal Highness?" Yemont said. Of course, the word operation came from the Dragon Queen. "All right, you help him detoxify. I'll clean up the wound." Danny nodded and went back to her old job from her previous life. Perhaps it was because of her daily practice of swordsmanship. Her speed was fast and precise. She rarely operated on people in the past few years, but now she wasn't rusty at all. Very quickly, she cleaned up the dirty blood in the cavity and used the steel dagger to cut off the purplish-black rotten flesh after everything was done. Danny remembered the technique of using the witchcraft lens to test blood type. She secretly got a few guards to draw blood and secretly transfuse it to Aegon. Speaking of which, this technique was invented by Danny. She used the spies who threw the stone men into Astapor as an experiment. Based on whether there was any rejection after the blood transfusion, she invented the blood type test method. Well, the people of Alleglia didn't invent the blood transfusion technique. In this world where bloodlines were supreme, wouldn't it be denying one's noble bloodline if another person transfused their blood? So, even though the people of Alleglia had the potential to invent the blood test, they had never tried it. In fact, even old Yemont was extremely against it. That day, when Danny excitedly told him about her invention, the old scholar was shocked. He was very opposed to her publicizing it, and even suggested that she destroy the technique. It was obvious that Targaryen was the biggest beneficiary of the supreme bloodline. First of all, Yemont didn't want Targaryen to step down from his pedestal. Second, he was afraid that others would usurp Targaryen's bloodline. They would seize Targaryen's blood and transfuse it into their own body to obtain the power of Targaryen's bloodline. That was the problem. Targaryen's blood really did have power. At first, Danny was also moved by Yemont's reason. After all, the future Targaryens would be her children. And she remembered very clearly that day in the imperishable temple, when she contacted the great wizard of Alleglia across the timeline. He had warned her that there was a blood mage, immortal, who was vainly trying to seize her true dragon bloodline. This meant that usurping the bloodline wasn't a fantasy and could happen from time to time. So, she really did listen to the old man's advice and destroy the research data. She hadn't made it public until now. Making it public was meaningless to ordinary people. They didn't have the magic lens to test blood. Until later, when she studied her own blood again, she suddenly found something interesting. The people of Alleglia had long added a lock to their bloodline. Those with higher bloodlines could accept the blood of those with lower bloodlines, but those with lower bloodlines couldn't accept the blood of those with higher bloodlines. In short, Danny could accept blood from others, but ordinary people of the same blood type would reject her blood. It was as if they were of different blood types, and they were indeed different. Their energy levels were different. In the end, Valeglia was the ancestor of blood witchcraft. Since they encountered a thief, it was reasonable to lock them. So, Dany had a new idea. In the future, she would specially research a stronger lock for the Targaryens. After all, science and technology had been developing in advance. Sooner or later, the technique of blood transfusion would be invented by humans. As soon as I got on the carriage, I felt that something was wrong. The carriage was more bumpy than usual. The coachman was obviously a novice. Astapor's coachmen were all slaves driving the carriage. There couldn't be a novice. Then, when I opened the curtain in front and was about to ask, I realized that the carriage wasn't going to the Great Pyramid at all. Now, I knew that I was in trouble. The dwarf sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. There were also two of them, but Prince Aegon took 2 pills and collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, there were unsullied patrols on the street and heard my call. It was already the second day. Aegon's face was still gray and his lips were purplish-black. He lay unconscious on the bed, and the little demon slowly woke up after the anesthetic effect of the poppy milk wore off. "Why weren't you poisoned?" Duck Knight frowned. "I said 2 assassins." Tyrion looked helpless, but in his heart, he was praying for the blessings of the 7 gods. "2 regretful guests," Dany said. The assassins wanted to escape. They had indeed fled into the dark alleys last night, but they couldn't escape the city. Before dawn, the patrolling Unsullied received a report from the citizens of Astapor and arrested the 2 suspects. Less than an hour after they were sent to the dungeon, Hattar interrogated them for all the information. "Quell's regretful guests?" Tyrion sighed and said with grievance, "We were caught in the crossfire. The assassins were clearly here to kill you, but the 2 of us ran into them. How unlucky." Dany's expression was strange as she shook her head and said, "You're wrong. They were trying to kill you." "No way, how did we offend?" Tyrion was stunned. "Just the 2 of us?" He tried to ask. "I'm not sure. I knew it. After doing so many atrocities, how could they not hate me?" The dwarf covered his face and wailed. "Atrocities?" Dany raised her voice, her expression unfriendly. "Sigh, isn't that how the Alliance sees it? The regretful guests weren't faceless and couldn't change their faces. They disguised themselves as sailors and were hired by sea merchants who were doing business with the Alliance at both ends of Slave Bay. After entering Astapor, they quietly left the merchant ship. Originally, the assassins didn't even have the chance to get close to Aegon and Tyrion, but the 2 of them started to grow solid and started to go out in the middle of the night to visit the Passion Garden. The regretful guests didn't intend to kill the 2 of them on the spot. They wanted to interrogate the Wildfire General about the secret of how the wildfire bomb was stable. The regretful guests weren't faceless and didn't have a rock-solid will. Dany knew all the secrets of the regretful guests organization. That morning, she rode the Black Dragon and brought Morona and Whitey to Quells, which was 2,000 kilometers away. Early the next morning, they quietly returned to Astapor. A few days later, a terrifying news spread to New JIS. The regretful guest organization with 1,000 years of history had turned into dust. The Quells royal family with 1,000 years of history was also on the verge of extinction. The palace where the Dragon Queen once visited was destroyed by the dragon flames. The 13 magnates, their mansions were burned and 5 magnates died. The Tourmaline Brotherhood and the Ancient Spice Guild couldn't escape their fate either. Just like the regretful guests, their guild headquarters were destroyed by the dragon flames, and no one escaped. The 3 commercial docks that belonged to the 13 magnates, the Tourmaline Brotherhood and the Ancient Spice Guild, were also baptized by the dragon flames, and half of the Quells Strait was ignited. Of course, Quells has dragon-slaying crossbows, but there aren't many of them, only 300. Zero's face was dejected as he held his head and sighed. A few days ago, when he brought 70 noble prisoners of war back to New JIS, the entire city came out to cheer. The Alliance's representatives all stood up and clapped at him. The officials and nobles all toasted him at the banquet. Fresh flowers, fine wine, applause, praise. How high-spirited was that? Now, he was like a rooster that lost a fight. His head drooped and his face was dejected. The other party only had 2 dragons and didn't carry any wildfire. Even if 300 crossbows aren't enough, they shouldn't have been burned so thoroughly. They almost wiped out the upper echelons of quells. Chuega was confused. Sigh, it's most likely camel cavalry. The bald milkman said bitterly, Quells is a special environment with the red wasteland as a barrier. There has never been a threat from the land before, so the camel cavalry army that was supposed to protect the city was just a decoration. They were just guards of honor, that they didn't build a dragon-slaying crossbow base, that they didn't set up the crossbow mechanism. On the night the devil dragons attacked, those idiots weren't even on night duty. War god Yuan Kai slammed the letter on the table and took over the conversation, cursing loudly. How is that possible? The representatives were shocked. Not just them, even Danny was shocked. She only wanted to burn down the regretful guest's nest without any crossbow mechanism. But after Morona checked, she found out that Quells didn't have any air defenses. Chapter 549. 3 years ago, when Danny went to Quills, the city guards came out of the city to welcome her. They rode on camels covered in colorful blankets and sat on saddles inlaid with gems. They wore red copper scale armor, red copper long snout helmets, and bronze scimitars at their waists. They were beautiful and luxurious, but exaggerated was not suitable. She looked down on them until she met the yellow silk cloaks of the Gith people in Astapor. As it turned out, the strong were all created by the weak. In the next few years, Danny looked down on the yellow silk cloaks. She thought that they were the worst, rotten beyond redemption. Until a few days ago, when she launched a surprise attack on Quills. As it turned out, the strong were really created by the weak. At least the yellow silk cloaks dared to fight, were able to fight, and were willing to fight. After Dragon Queen launched a surprise attack on so many cities, the camel cavalry did not even set up a crossbow formation. No one was even on night duty. They did not enter a state of battle readiness. Needless to say, under the cover of night, Dragon Queen's first attack was to burn down the warehouse where the crossbows were stored. The second attack was a waterfall of dragon flames that cleansed the camel cavalry's camp. The palace was equipped with a spacious drill ground and a group of extravagantly decorated buildings. Then, she started to do whatever she wanted. In order to deal with the dragon that could come at any time, Danny brought the steel ingots back to Astapor and gathered all the blacksmiths in the city to remelt the steel ingots and forge scales. On the day that Danny attacked Quills, the scales that were forged weighed 150 kilograms. It was barely enough to assemble 2 sets of belly armor for Blackie and Whitey. Therefore, as long as she did not take the risk to attack the enemy's fleet, the warships were equipped with ballistas and scorpion crossbows. She could really do whatever she wanted in the city that had lost its crossbows. She did whatever she wanted. She took the 2 dragons with her and burned for 7 or 8 hours from nightfall until dawn of the next day. No one stopped her. She even had the leisure to plunder a total of 35 steel swords from the royal family and the merchant family. Chui Gu read the contents of the letter and said in disbelief, "Is Quills that weak?" The pirate king of the Snake Lizard Archipelago's eyes flickered. He muttered, "If I had known, I would have, The entire Quill Strait is more than 1,000 kilometers long, but no pirate dared to enter." Zero seemed to have guessed the pirate king's intentions. He also wanted the other representatives to not underestimate queers. The camel cavalry belongs to the royal family, and there are only 800 of them in total. They have been invincible for hundreds of years, and they are almost crippled. But Queer's defense was focused on the sea. Just the city's fleet alone isn't any weaker than the purple sail fleet of Bravos, not to mention the armed caravans of the Tourmaline Brotherhood and the Ancient Spice Guild. Isn't the third allied fleet that I'm in charge of right now built with the 13 giants as the foundation? Even the crazy mother of dragons only burned our merchant ships and didn't dare to go to the docks where the warships were docked. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Battle God Yuan Kai muttered, "What should we do now?" Apart from a few people who ran fast enough and were lucky enough to escape the calamity, More than half of the royal family and wealthy merchants were killed or injured. Even if he managed to escape the previous time, what about the future? What if the Dragon Queen goes to Quarz again? Sigh, this is also our fault. Zero sighed and said slowly, we have always suppressed the royal family and did not allow them to control the overly powerful camel cavalry. To this day, the cavalry was still using bronze weapons. Perhaps it's time for a change. The royal family's power will continue to be restricted, but the city guards must be developed. First, we will recruit a group of mercenaries from the docks. Then we will slowly train the brave among the freedmen. Finally, we have gained something. Toro smiled on behalf of Perlo. The regretful guests have done a great service. Aegon Targaryen was assassinated and most likely did not survive. That was why Dany Rise was so angry that she burned down the Assassin Guild. Sigh, we even hit the jackpot and encountered the unguarded Quarz. Chuego was both happy and upset. If Quarz had been more vigilant, even if the regretful guests had been wiped out, it would have been worth it to kill Aegon. However, after this incident, the world's major assassin organizations will be terrified. Even the rulers of the cities will strictly forbid the assassins in their territories from taking on missions related to the Dragon Queen. The revenge was too quick, too ruthless, and too cruel. Zanetti frowned. After the Dragon Queen burned down Quarz, she naturally had to launch an attack of public opinion to let the people of Quarz and the whole world understand her determination. If anyone dares to harm my precious nephew, I will take their entire family's lives. But it was a pity that her precious nephew did not die. There was no need to doubt old Yimont's abilities. The antidote to the manticore tail beast poison he had concocted had taken effect. The next morning, Aegon slowly woke up. There was only one thing. Aegon had been poisoned by a mixture of poisons. Other than the manticore tail beast poison that could cause the heart to stop beating, there was also a slow-acting poison, the widow's blood. Ow, I want to pee. My stomach is bloated. I can't take it anymore. Aunt, save me. Master Yimont, save me. I feel terrible. Aegon hugged his bulging stomach and wailed at the top of his lungs. Even the stitched wound on his waist had split open. Blood that was a mixture of bright red and purplish black oozed out. He looked extremely miserable. The widow's blood was extremely poisonous. It got its name because it was as red as blood. Those who were poisoned would have their bowels obstructed. Within a few days, they would die from the explosion of their stomachs due to the inability to expel their own excrement. Since you know that you have been poisoned by the widow's blood, you should eat less and drink less. At least you can last a few more days, Dany said helplessly. This world's martial prowess was very low. It looked like a normal medieval world, but the strange creatures and beasts would constantly remind you that this was a fantasy world. She could not do anything about the widow's blood either. I feel terrible. I'm dying. My stomach is going to explode. Aegon only cared about wailing. He was about to lose consciousness. Can you insert a tube and expel the feces? Tyrion asked. I tried. I can't insert it, Yimont said, shaking his head. Does anyone know the antidote for the widow's blood? Dany asked. Maybe the City of Knowledge has it. I found the antidote for the lion body scorpion tail beast poison in the City of Knowledge library, Yimont said. Then, Dany contacted Marvin and Peristan, the red-nosed old man that Jared Dane found. But they clearly said that there was no antidote for the widow's blood. In fact, the City of Knowledge had not even figured out the antidote for the widow's blood. Many scholars, such as Grand Scholar Pycelle, were used to collecting large amounts of poisons. However, most of their poisons were imported from Rhys. Rhys's Lust Garden was famous all over the world, but its business was poison. Tyrion reminded Dany, go and find the best of the young generation in the East, Grand Wizard Kuei-Shi. Kuei-Shi was indeed awesome. He gave a solution on the spot. Swallow the roundworm first, excrete the accumulated excrement in the stomach through the mouth, then apply a plaster to the area. The roundworm, which was as long as an arm and as thick as a chopstick, was stuffed alive into Aegon's mouth. That scene, let alone seeing it, Danny even felt her hair stand on end when she heard Aegon's howling and vomiting. Just as Aegon was being tortured to death, Marvin sent a message. The Great Sparrow has invited the Duke of Dragonstone's representative to participate in Cersei's trial. In theory, Danny occupied Dragonstone Island, and Prince Regent Kevin also recognized Targaryen's inherent right to rule Dragonstone Island. Just like Casterly Rock to Lannister, Sun Halberd City to Martell, High Court to the descendants of the Gardener's family was the eldest son of the Green Handgarth, and Winterfell to Stark. Regardless of the outcome, unless Danny followed Robb's example and declared the independence of the Northern Territory and Dragonstone Island separated from the Seven Kingdoms, she would at least have the title of Duke, Prince of Dragonstone Island. This title would also be recognized by both sides. Therefore, the Great Sparrow would send an invitation to Dragonstone Island for the trial of Cersei. The Big Sparrow is courting death. That Robert Strong is the Magic Mountain. If he doesn't use magic, even I am not his opponent. He actually wants to compete with him in martial arts. Danny sighed. I heard that the Great Sparrow was blessed by the Holy Mother and has the divine power of blacksmith. Below the lecturing platform, I saw with my own eyes that he raised the silver hammer high, and a ball of red and white holy flame rose out of nowhere. I'm afraid all the wizards are wrong. The seven gods are not seven pieces of wood, but real existences. Just like the Great Sparrow announced, the seven gods are located outside the astral plane and are too far away from the material world. Marvin said solemnly, Is that so? Danny was a little embarrassed. The Great Sparrow is too much. You should listen to the Holy Mother's words. How can you use it to fool others? Your Majesty, you must believe me. I can feel the strong divine power in the holy flame. It is much stronger than the evil god's divine power I saw in Asha. The bull-necked doctor said solemnly. When will the duel begin? Danny asked. In 3 days. Go take a look. It will be broadcasted live like last time, Danny said. Well, Marvin hesitated. Your Majesty, the duel will be held in the great cathedral under the witness of the seven gods. Using magic in the temple of the gods is the biggest taboo in the supernatural world. If you really do that, the seven gods will be angry. Even if they don't punish me, they will notify the believers of the seven gods to arrest me. The doctor said with a pale face, Don't worry, I'm also the head bishop. I will notify the seven gods in advance at Slave Bay. Danny said casually. Marvin was stunned. By the way, is Queen Marjorie's trial over? Danny asked again. Yes, the queen was tried by the church. It was a fact that Pycelle provided her with moon tea several times. Marjorie could only admit to adultery. Wow, Danny cheered and clapped. Finally, the Virgin Queen's true colors are exposed. How did Big Sparrow deal with her? She was acquitted, but an old nun will represent the young girl to monitor the queen's behavior until she gives birth to a child for Tomon. Marvin said, Sigh, isn't Tomon a little too oppressive as a king? Danny was speechless. It can't be helped. King Tomon is too young, and Queen Marjorie is already an adult. She is willing to remain chaste, which is a great virtue. It's normal for her to cheat when she can't stand it. How do the people of King's Landing view the former Virgin Rose? Danny asked curiously. Marvin shrugged and said calmly, In the past few months, there are grain boats from the river every morning to King's Landing along the Blackwater River. The people still recognize the Queen's kindness and mercy. Even if she is unfaithful, it's the King's fault for being only 9 years old and not being able to bring happiness to the Queen. She lied. She cheated. She brought food to King's Landing to save lives, and she was still the good queen of the people. The unruly people of King's Landing were too realistic. Did you kill the deviant ghost? Before ending the conversation, Danny asked one last time. Kill? Why kill? Marvin was confused. Didn't Big Sparrow send 7 professors? Why did Sam go to the City of Knowledge? He left with the box before the professors arrived. Chapter 550. Dang, 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 dang. The bell of the great cathedral of Baylor rang 7 times, reaching the ears of everyone in King's Landing. Often, the bell of the great cathedral would ring 7 times only when the most important events happened. For example, the death of the old king or the ascension of a new king. In previous years, many people would never hear the bell of the great cathedral ring 7 times in their entire lives. In recent years, the people of King's Landing could hear it once, twice, or 3 times every year. But every time, they would not be bored by it because every time the bell rang, it meant that something big had happened and there was a show to watch. In this year of winter snow and north wind, watching the show had become the only pursuit of many people. In other words, the laughter of seeing a happy place had become the only meaning of their lives. According to the Archbishop, the deviant ghosts were real. The long night was coming, and the people of King's Landing no longer expected to see the next harvest and fruit summer. Quick, go to the great cathedral. The bitch Empress Dowager's trial is about to begin. The Archbishop against the mysterious White Knight, Robert Strong. 7 gods above. Since ancient times, there has never been an archbishop representing the 7 gods to participate in the trial. Striker of the Flea's Nest gathered his tattered leather jacket and said with a thick white gas coming out of his mouth, "Since ancient times, there has never been an Empress Dowager in front of the people of the city." The butcher's face showed 70% nostalgia and 30% obsession as he said cheerfully, "Sure, let the deviant ghost plug your shit-spewing mouth." Striker's generous face was full of fear as he looked around vigilantly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't find the golden-robed figure and scolded the bearded butcher in a low voice. "You're simply courting death. Some time ago, you personally dealt with the corpses that were sent to our shop. Didn't you recognize their identities? They were all unlucky people who flirted, insulted, and cursed the bitch Empress Dowager on the day of the parade. You don't want to go back to the brown soup shop in another way, do you? There are too many people talking about it. Can the bitch Empress Dowager let her White Knight kill everyone in the city?" The butcher muttered, "You think she doesn't want to? As long as she can do it, that bitch doesn't mind killing all of us who have seen her ugliness." A few months have passed since that day, but the number of people who die in the hands of Robert Strong every day has not decreased, indicating that the anger in her heart hasn't subsided yet. Stryker sneered. "Sigh, I'm a little worried about the Big Sparrow." Big Beard heard this and sighed. Many people who have lost their family and friends have ambushed Robert in the alleys. At the most exaggerated time, it was almost 10 against 1, but White Knight Robert still completed the mission safely and returned to the Red Fort. Who do you think Robert Strong is? A pockmarked youth who was about the same age as Aegon shrunk his neck and asked. "I don't know where this monster came from, but I dare say that even fearless Barristan is no match for him." Big Beardy shook his head. "I wonder if he's human," whispered Stryker. "I've heard that no one has ever seen Robert eat or drink or go to the toilet." Big Beardy was startled and murmured, "Either a god or a demon." While talking, the 3 of them walked to the end of Sister Silent Street and climbed up the Vezania Hills. Like countless people who had rushed to King's Landing, they were like a drop of water that blended into the crowded sea of people. In front of the square, under the stairs to the Holy Church, several people were stopped by gray-clothed sparrows with sharp axes and rusted swords. "I am the owner of the brown soup shop on Flea Street, Stryker. I was invited to witness the trial of the Empress Dowager," Stryker shouted. The leading sparrow recognized Stryker's identity, nodded to his companion, and gave way to a passage. "You go in, your companion stays." In front of the blacksmith's door, Stryker stood on the steps and tidied up his straw-like hair and old worn goat skin coat. Looking at Count Tolly, who walked through the warrior's door on the side in a gorgeous velvet suit, and then looking at his leather coat stained with a large piece of oil, old Canon of King's Landing suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. There were 7 doors to enter the Holy Church. The monks went through the Father's door, the nuns went through the Mother's door, and the Sisters of Silence went through the Stranger's door. Believers could choose the corresponding door to enter according to their beliefs. Beyond the door, there was a long corridor, the Hall of Lights. Stryker had been to the Holy Church many times. Except for the first time, he had never been attracted by the colored lead glass balls hanging on the ceiling. Through 2 doors, he came to the Holy Church of the Seven Gods. The reflective marble floor, the heptagonal walls were all equipped with huge glass windows, and the arc-shaped dome was made of glass, gold, and crystal. Under the wall, opposite the entrance, there were 7 altars lined up in order. The altars were filled with lit candles, illuminating the statues of the 7 gods standing on the back of the Megalosaurus. Even though he had seen it several times, Stryker still felt strange when he saw the 7 gods riding dragons. However, he also admitted that compared to before, the 7 gods riding dragons looked more powerful, and there was more a kind of indescribable sacred vitality that he could feel. It was as if the previous statues of the 7 gods were just wood carvings, but now they were the incarnations of the 7 gods in the mortal world. This wasn't an illusion. Many people had a similar feeling as him. Therefore, like Count Tully on the side, he respectfully and devoutly walked to the statue of the blacksmith god, knelt down, and silently recited the blacksmith's book. After that, he silently got up and walked to the position belonging to the ordinary citizen representative. The Holy Church of Baylor was almost the size of 3 volleyball courts, enough for thousands of believers to squeeze together to pray. At this time, 200 to 300 people had already arrived one after another. There were about 30 ordinary people like Stryker who were famous in the various neighborhoods of King's Landing. The rest were nobles or representatives of nobles. As a veteran of King's Landing, Stryker knew every civilian representative. He didn't know the names of the nobles, but he recognized most of the clan emblems of the nobles. For example, just 3 meters away from him, there was a scholar with a bull's neck, a slate chin, and 2 tufts of white hair standing up from his nostrils. Even though he was wearing the gray robe of a scholar and had a long necklace around his neck, there was a blood-red, 3-headed dragon emblem pasted on his chest, revealing his identity, a scholar serving Targaryen from Dragonstone Island. After the 7 doctors paraded through the streets, the gray-robed and chained scholar was almost reduced to the state of being reviled by everyone. But anyone who saw the 3-headed dragon emblem on his chest would communicate with him with the most modest smile and the most amiable attitude. Stryker also gave him a friendly smile and said modestly, "Sir, you are also invited? What's the matter?" Marwyn frowned. "I'm the owner of the brown soup shop in Flea's Nest, nicknamed Immovable Stryker," the square-faced man said proudly. "I've been on Dragonstone Island for less than half a year, so I don't know much about the heroes of King's Landing. May I ask, what is immovable?" Seeing that the Great Sparrow and Cersei had not appeared yet, Marwyn also patiently talked to the big man. "Once, there was a female knight who was as kind as the Holy Mother, as beautiful as a young girl, and as wise as an old woman. She entrusted me with a gold note of 20,000 gold royals. I didn't have any selfish motives and handed it all to the church. She praised me as a true knight who was immovable. After the archbishop knew about this, he also agreed with her evaluation of me." Stryker's face was flushed as he said proudly. Marwyn's heart moved, and he faintly guessed, "In this world, there is only one beautiful female knight who could be so extravagant and give out 20,000 gold royals as a charity." Did the gold note come from the church's bank? The female knight was followed by a tall, old knight. "How did you know?" Stryker was surprised. Marwyn revealed his teeth that were dyed red by the sourgrass leaves and smiled meaningfully. "Could it be?" Stryker was not stupid. He had a flash of inspiration and said dumbfoundedly, "She is." Marwyn smiled and nodded. "Ah," Stryker howled, thumping his chest and stamping his feet. "I'm so stupid. Really, isn't that Sir Barristan?" He pulled up his mask, but I didn't recognize him. "I've seen him hundreds of times before for decades." "Shoo, lower your voice." Marwyn took a few steps back, closed his mouth, and reminded him softly with a nasal voice. At this time, Stryker also noticed his gaffe. Looking around, The commoner representatives quietly distanced themselves from him like Marwyn, and the nobles who were originally far away from him were pointing at him with disdain in their eyes, as if to say, "Look, this is a commoner." But there was an exception. Count Tali, who came in with him, had an expression like a seal carved from granite, stiff and rigid, and was hesitant to approach him. "Why are you looking for me?" Marwyn had a good impression of the Dragon Queen's old friend. "I had something to do before, but now it's gone." Stryker sighed and explained, "In addition to the 20,000 gold royals and gold notes, the Dragon Queen also gave me 20 gold royals and taught me to help the orphans. I kept my promise and used all the money to take in street children, and now there are 100 or 200 people living in my house. I can't afford to raise them, not to mention that more and more children are joining in. So, I heard about the Dragon Queen's oath about joining the Night Watchman, having a salary of 2 silver coins and a bounty of 50 gold royals for surviving the long night. I was wondering if I could arrange for a group of older children with families to be night watchmen at the Great Wall. Not only could they support themselves, but they could also send money to their younger siblings. But I wasn't sure if such a wonderful job was real or fake, so I wanted to confirm it with you. But since I know that the knight, Keisha Alexander, is the Dragon Queen, there's no need to doubt it. I'll arrange for a group of people to go to the Great Wall later. Well, you can send them to Dragonstone Island with our fleet." Marwyn nodded. "Thank you." Stryker glanced behind the short and fat doctor and whispered, "Count Tully is here to see you." After saying that, he automatically took a few steps back and gave the position to the two of them. "Count, you were looking for me?" Marwyn took the initiative to speak. Tully's steel-like expression eased awkwardly, as if he wanted to smile, but his muscles were frozen. "My son, Night Watchman Sam, thank you for taking care of Dragonstone Island." It was as if two souls were controlling the Count at the same time, wanting to say two different words with different tones, but the same meaning. Marwyn sensed it and took the initiative to say, "Sir, Sam is a qualified night watchman, and his bravery has even been recognized by Her Majesty the Queen." Tully's lips curled into a sincere smile, but it immediately froze in a cold black iron. Dr. Marwyn, you don't have to speak up for him. He has disgraced the Night Watchman and the Tully family. Chapter 551. These days, there were only a handful of West Arrows who could gain the recognition of the Dragon Queen. Brynny, the roseless Iron Guard who came from Taz Island in the Stormlands and was famous in the Trident River, was one of them. Marabad, the old monk who had been riding a donkey in the king's territory for decades to help the poor villagers and provide church services for the people, was also one of them. Stryker, the old fox of King's Landing who had a booming business at the Brown Soup Shop but was getting poorer and poorer, was half of them and was still unknown. Anyway, Bullneck Marvin only knew these 3 people, and Sam was the other half. The Dragon Queen also admired Sam a lot. However, it was not that she approved of his virtue. Fat Sam's integrity was also good, but his bravery. He had the courage to eat anything and dare to eat anything. Of course, Marvin would not say that. "It's true. Your son is very brave. He was actually the first person to kill a deviant ghost. After him, the Queen sparred with a dozen deviant ghosts under the Great Wall." Marvin seemed to be praising Sam on the surface, but in fact, he took the opportunity to publicize the Dragon Queen's heroic fighting against the deviant ghosts. After all, he also knew the identity of the person in front of him, the most popular general in the 7 Kingdoms, the 3rd Duke of Riverbend. Even if he could not rope him in, he could erect the image of the Dragon Queen in his mind. Perhaps it would be useful when the right opportunity came. There were many legends about the Dragon Queen, but few people mentioned her battle record against the deviant ghosts. The main reason was that people did not believe in the deviant ghosts at all, or rather, they were skeptical. The Queen fighting a deviant ghost alone sounded like a legend. Secondly, the Great Wall was too remote, and the transmission of news was distorted and slow. Perhaps, as more and more Night Watchers appeared, the business of Mole Village got better, and more prostitutes came to make a living, or even attracted a group of bards and singers. Only then would the story of the Dragon Queen truly spread. However, Marvin's calculations were in vain. Randall Tari's focus was not on the Dragon Queen at all. Sam can kill a deviant ghost. Are you sure? Count Tari's expression became strange. Were deviant ghosts that weak? Even the weakest man in the Seven Kingdoms was able to kill a deviant ghost for the first time. Even if the long night was real, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Jowling soldiers under his command were all great men, and each one of them could fight against 20 Sam warriors. It's not a secret in the Great Wall. Everyone calls your son the deviant ghost killer. When the Count saw a large number of cultivators walking in, he guessed that the martial arts competition was about to begin. He skipped the part about the deviant ghost killer and asked the main purpose of his visit to Dr. Bullneck. That child, that bastard betrayed the oath of the Night Watchers and threw away the honor of the Tully family. He actually gave birth to an illegitimate child, and it's a female savage. Randall Tully's thin lips pursed into a blade-like arc. His stone-like face flashed with 9 parts embarrassment and 1 part helpless concern. Now, Marwyn understood. Sam had intended to hand the baby over to his father, but the old man refused. Instead, he left the child on Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island and the King's Landing were separated by Blackwater Bay, and Dragonstone Island and the Iron Throne were enemies. The daughter of a wealthy merchant, Zhuo Wenjun, eloped with a poor scumbag, Sima Xiangru. Her father was ashamed and unwilling to help his daughter. Zhuo Wenjun sold wine on the street across from her father's house. Her daughter sold wine on the street. As a famous person in the city, her father was naturally embarrassed. Under the shame, he could only fork out money to support his daughter and son-in-law. In this way, Zhuo Wenjun not only kept her marriage, forcing her father to admit that what was done could not be undone, but also ensured that her family would not have to worry about food and clothing. This was the allusion to Zhuo Wenjun selling wine as a prostitute. A straight-A student was indeed a straight-A student. She was much smarter than Wang Baochuan, who was struggling to stay in the cold cave. All right, I've digressed. In a way, Fat Sam had unintentionally done the same thing as Zhuo Wenjun, leaving the child on Dragon Island and shaming the father. Lord Count, you're thinking of, give the child to me. Count Tully tried his best to keep his face emotionless. Marvin was in a dilemma. That's not your grandson. Your son can't even be compared to Pan Xia. What do you plan to do with the child? The short doctor asked. Randall Tully coldly glanced at the meddlesome doctor and said lightly, "The glory of the Hornhill Tully cannot be tarnished. I will secretly send the illegitimate child to a sacred hall in the bay and let him become a nameless monk. This is the best way for him to atone for his sins." Damn it, I thought you brought him along to educate him. What a waste of emotion. Marvin shook his head with a straight face and said, "I'm sorry, Count. The Queen has already handed the child over to Count Balin Blackwater. He has become his adopted son. Blackwater Balin, a mercenary who used despicable means to seize Stockworth Castle? Is he worthy?" Randall Tully's eyes were cold as he growled. "This is humiliation. The Duke of Dragonstone Island is humiliating me, humiliating the Tully family." The Duke of Dragonstone Island, mentioned by the first general, was naturally Dany. He did not acknowledge her status as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms and was not at all interested in her status outside of the Seven Kingdoms. That was why he only called her the official title of the Westeros, which was recognized by the Iron Throne. Marvin said seriously, "Who can say for sure about the dark secrets of the noble families? You should go and find out what Queen Cersei did. The Count of Blackwater's methods may not be honorable, but he had no choice but to retaliate." Do you think his past as a mercenary can be erased? What honor does a mercenary have? Randall Tully said coldly. "Count Tully, the Count of Blackwater is of the same rank as you and has the same status. You are an important minister of Lannister, and he is also one of the 3 ministers of Dragonstone Island. Insulting him is the same as insulting the Queen." Marvin was getting impatient. He was filming a live broadcast for the Queen. The Queen definitely did not like to see Count Tully's stone face. He was wrong. The queen was watching it happily. "Doctor, are you the one insulting me?" When Randall Tully heard this, he really felt humiliated. He was the Count of Horned Hill, the descendant of Garth the Black Hand, the Minister of Justice, and the #1 general of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, he was actually the same status as a mercenary. Look at the subordinates of the Duke of Dragonstone Island. A heartless mercenary as a count, a dark star who murdered a child as a white knight, and that Ordwayshuey who betrayed the queen. These scum are the important ministers of your queen. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Marvin was also angry. He retorted, "No matter how bad they are, they still follow a great knight queen and walk on the path of glory. Count Tully, you are righteous and brave, but you are loyal to the bastard son you despise and hate the most." Randall Tully was so angry that his right hand unconsciously reached for the left side of his waist. He was dressed in formal attire today, without any armor or sword. "How dare you slander the king? Count Tully, have you forgotten why we are here today?" Marvin was not afraid in the face of the general's murderous gaze. "The seven gods will clear the queen's name." Randall Tully was not confident anymore. "The person who said that is either bad or stupid," Marvin muttered softly. "What did you say?" "The Prince Regent, Queen Cersei, and Queen Marjorie have arrived." A monk's shout interrupted the quarrel between the two. Randall Tully glared at the short doctor and returned to his seat. The messenger naturally would not shout in front of the seven gods in the great cathedral. In fact, Cersei and the others had just stepped onto the Visania Hills. The cathedral was too quiet, so the voices from outside could be heard. "Bitch Queen, shame on you. Bitch Queen, the seven gods will punish you. Long live Marjorie. Rose of Mercy. Holy Mother Marjorie." Outside the square, the people of King's Landing shouted like a tsunami. The two women who had cheated on each other received completely different treatment. Cersei wore a dark green velvet low-cut dress that matched the color of her eyes. There was an emerald belt around her waist. Her chin was slightly raised, and there was a faint smile on her lips. Marjorie wore an ivory dress that was woven with silver thread. The dress was long and large, but the waist was extremely thin, showing off the queen's alluring figure. The Empress Dowager was holding Yulin, who was wearing a long leather coat embroidered with golden sea patterns. The Empress Dowager was holding Prince Regent, who was wearing a golden red cloak. King Tommen did not come. The four members of the royal family were not too ostentatious. Other than the 3 white knights, there were no servants or maids. Like the ordinary people, after entering the quiet and solemn cathedral, they separated and prayed before the statues before getting up and being surrounded by the nobles. Kevin prayed to the Holy Father, Marjorie prayed to the maiden, and Yu Luon sneered and walked to the side. The key was Cersei. She prayed to the Holy Mother. "Holy Mother of Mercy, please let Robert tear the sparrow into pieces, the more miserable the better. It would be best if the Sparrow Rebellion could take my Uncle Kevin and the bitch Marjorie away, just like the Bread Rebellion years ago. Oh, and the nobles in the cathedral, kill half of them. If she did not kill a bunch of nobles, how could she have an excuse to massacre the beggars in King's Landing?" Needless to say, after being trained by the Sparrow for a few months, Cersei's faith was quite high. It was almost 1-3, which was over the standard line of believers. She could let the Holy Mother hear her prayers. The question was it really okay to pray to the Holy Mother like this? Dong, 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 dong. The bell on the cathedral tower rang again 7 times. Inside and outside the cathedral, there was silence. Everyone knew that the trial of martial arts was about to begin. Cersei stepped out, guarded by the White Knight Matron and his Son of War, and stood in the middle of the cathedral. Then 2 duelists entered the arena. Robert Strong wore milky white plate armor and a helmet with colorful silk feathers symbolizing the 7 gods. The Sparrow walked in hemp clothes, followed by 2 Sons of War who were holding armor and silver hammers. In front of everyone, the Son of War put on a hard leather coat for the Sparrow, a shiny light gray ring armor, a metal helmet, and a half-round helmet with only a nose guard. Compared to the White Knight, who was covered in steel armor, the sparrow was almost naked. In fact, his bare feet, which were as dark as old tree roots, were exposed. The big sparrow was also a tall one, 85 meters tall, but it was especially thin, like a hemp pole. But standing next to the White Knight, who was 4 meters tall and had legs as thick as tree trunks. The sparrow is dead. I don't know where this Robert Strong found him. He is almost another magic mountain, but the sparrow is definitely not as good as the red viper. I have personally experienced it. The red viper hitting the magic mountain 10 times is not as effective as the magic mountain hitting the red viper once. Tyrion sighed. Chapter 552. The Great Sparrow and Robert Strong walked to the statue of the Father of Justice and knelt on one knee facing each other. Cersei stood between the two of them. An old monk walked forward with a polyhedral crystal in his hand and held it high. When the candlelight and skylight from the dome met the crystal, it immediately scattered a thin layer of rainbow light. The monk turned the crystal and adjusted the angle of the rainbow light so that it shone on Cersei's face. Then, with a holy and pious expression, he shouted to the statue of the Heavenly Father in a high, solemn, almost sing-songy voice, "Just Father, Mother of Mercy, Maiden of Light, industrious blacksmith, brave warrior, wise crone, mysterious stranger, please look carefully and be the witness of your lamb. Find the truth in Cersei Lannister's soul. If she is innocent, please return her freedom. If she is guilty, please punish her." That's a bit low. He even used the crystal to create momentum. Dany commented softly with her right hand under her chin. "Who do you think will win? I'll be the banker. The Great Sparrow will be torn in half. 10-1. How about that?" Tyrion raised his right hand wrapped in gauze and grinned. "Who's betting with you? The big guy will definitely win. Everyone knows that." Jiki pouted. "Everyone knows." Eerie nodded in agreement. "He's so strong and has iron armor. He's definitely going to win." Cora shook his head and sighed. "Your Majesty, do you want to bet?" The dwarf moved closer to Dany and asked with a smile, "How much money do you have to bet with me? It's fine if I lose, but if the Great Sparrow gets the help of the 7 gods and turns the tables, can you afford it?" Dany gave him a sideways glance. "There's no losing. Everyone knows that." Tyrion shook his head. "Okay, let's bet a little less. 100,000 gold coins. Take it as a reward for the bribe you gave to Zero last time." Dany didn't think that the 7 gods could really protect the Great Sparrow, but she thought that if he got a lot of money, maybe the dwarf could move out of the Great Pyramid. It was one thing for him to freeload here, but he also liked to go out in the middle of the night to fool around. While they were chatting, the cultivator had already nodded to the aristocrats and commoners. Seeing that no one objected to being a witness to this martial arts competition, he put away the crystal and quickly left. Queen Mother Cersei was also taken away by Sir Marlon and the Son of War. Before she left, Cersei gave the Big Sparrow a smug smile, just like the day she encouraged the Big Sparrow to capture Marjorie. After that, Lancel handed Big Sparrow a spiked hammer. It had a 30-centimeter long oak handle and a corncob-shaped head. It was very small and looked very light. White Knight Palos handed over a 2-handed sword with a golden handle to the Swarm brothers. The girl's palm was as wide as a palm, and it was as tall as a sparrow's neck. It was shining with a cold light, and there were many rice-sized gaps on the edge of the blade, but it was polished to an extremely sharp point, emitting an oppressive, baleful aura. It was truly a weapon of death. Hundreds of people from King's Landing who had said obscene things on the day of Cersei's parade had died under the sword. Big Sparrow turned around, raised the hammer to the blacksmith statue, and shouted, "Fight for the 7 gods and justice." There were no seats in the Holy Hall. Cersei stood under the glass window on the east side, surrounded by great nobles such as Kevin, Yulin, Randall Tarry. Robert Strong did not speak. He just turned his huge body and respectfully saluted the Queen Mother with his sword. As the Chief Justice of the 7 Kingdoms, Randall Tarry had part of the right to judge. as the seven gods bear witness. The trial of martial arts begins. Robert Strong took a step forward, held the sword in one hand, and slashed at Big Sparrow's head like a normal person chopping a wooden stake. A white light flashed in the holy hall. Boom! Rubble flew everywhere, and a wine-sized hole appeared in the marble floor. 7 or 8 floors around it all cracked. Wow! Everyone exclaimed. It was not only because of White Knight's strength, but also because of Big Sparrow's agility. Not to mention the live audience. Even Dragon Queen, who was watching the live broadcast, was sweating for her good church member at that moment. White Knight did not stop. After the downward slash, he swung his sword again. His right arm was thick like a tree trunk and a nearly 1.4-meter-long blade covered an area of 2.5 meters. The wind brought by the giant blade even made the candle flame in front of the statue sway in one direction. What a big sparrow! At this moment, the Archbishop seemed to have really become a sparrow. He actually bent his body in the direction of the giant sword, landing on his knees and tilting his head back. The blade of the sword was a palm's width away from the tip of his nose. Just like that, he skillfully avoided the attack by sliding to his knees. What did Big Sparrow do before? Tyrion's eyes bulged in shock. He must be a warrior. He used to be a soldier. Cora said with absolute certainty. Maybe he's a juggler, Danny said uncertainly. In fact, Ursa was right. Big Sparrow was not a juggler, but a veteran of hundreds of battles. Big Sparrow's experience was very similar to that of Meribad's monk. He joined the army as a young boy, experienced hundreds of battles, and became a cripple. He converted to the seven gods, became a barefoot monk, and spent the rest of his life serving the people of the seven kingdoms. In just a few words, Big Sparrow dodged White Knight's attacks 7 or 8 times. He was as weak as a sparrow, but also as agile. Coward! One of Cersei's henchmen shouted. 7 gods above. Big Sparrow, do you want the 7 gods to see what a comical coward the Archbishop is? If you have the guts, then fight fair and square. Many nobles echoed. Big Sparrow did it on purpose. Even if the real Robert was here, fully armed and wielding the giant sword with all his strength, he would not last long before he got tired, Ursa said hesitantly. He was a little unsure himself, because White Knight Robert did not even pant. He was like a perpetual motion machine, without any sense of fatigue. A normal person would at least pant after swinging the sword 10 times, but his movements did not even change. Strange, Quentin of Dorne frowned. Sir, look at the ground, Tyrion suddenly said. Robert was very strong. Every time he hit the floor, stones would fly everywhere and potholes would appear. Big Sparrow's estimation is wrong. Robert is not tired, but he is starting to sweat. The key is that he is barefoot. I don't believe that stepping on sharp stones will not affect his movements, the dwarf sighed. In theory, he was not wrong, but Big Sparrow also noticed his predicament and quietly changed his tactics. White Knight approached, step by step. Big Sparrow's expression was blank. His eyes were fixed on the enemy's right shoulder, and he kept retreating while calculating the 2 steps. Robert swung his sword and attacked fiercely. He judged the direction in advance and jumped back lightly. He jumped over a pothole. He prayed in the holy church every day and scrubbed the marble floor countless times. He clearly remembered the position of every pothole. Then Robert took a step forward. The back of his iron boots sank into the pothole, and his body tilted. Ah! Cersei exclaimed. Oh no! An experienced knight in the crowd of nobles said excitedly. 7 levels of hell. Is he really going to turn the tables? Tyrion was dumbfounded. TCH. Robert reacted quickly. He immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and used it as a crutch to support his body. The fallen giant steadied himself again. But Big Sparrow did not stop. Or rather, this was the situation he had painstakingly created. He rushed forward like lightning, jumped up, raised his corn hammer, and smashed it down on Robert's left shoulder. He even shouted, Blacksmith's wrath. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the corn-cob-shaped silver-plated hammer exploded into a watermelon-sized holy white flame. A sacred and solemn aura spread out from the white flame. According to the Big Sparrow's original plan, with the blacksmith's hammer that could break an iron shield, he should be able to cripple Robert's left arm. Then, he would turn around and swing the hammer at the back of the White Knight's head. The reason why he did not directly attack the head was that White Knight could use his empty left hand to block. But he encountered an accident. When others saw the holy fire on the hammer, they were only shocked that the 7 gods might be manifested. Robert Strong was an evil being. When the holy fire approached him, it was as if hot oil had been poured on him. Even Saint Danny herself had neglected one point. The dragon flame was already the strongest anti-magic fire, and the dragon flame with the blacksmith's divine power had increased the holy and righteous order and kindness attribute, which would double the anti-magic effect against the evil power. Yes, the white flame on Big Sparrow's hammer was dragon flame driven by the blacksmith's divine power. Dragon flame was also a type of magic. Evil gods could bestow their divine spells on those who sacrificed themselves. Our healer could bestow believers with the ability to revive the dead and control fire. As a proper blacksmith, Blackie could also bestow divine spells on his believers. Robert, who had not uttered a single syllable since he was born, was like a beast in a trap. He let out a soul-shaking howl. Then he let go of the hilt of his right hand and hugged Big Sparrow tightly, as if he was hugging his lover. Oh no, Danny's expression changed. She hurriedly informed Blackie to increase the support for Big Sparrow's divine power. Don't deduct the 50% profit anymore. Ah, Big Sparrow is in trouble. Tyrion and the others also exclaimed. The hammer bellows, the fire burns, a prayer in the blacksmith's book. Big Sparrow's face twisted in the face of the sudden change. He roared wildly. Boom! The holy fire on the hammer suddenly increased in size. It was like a sun falling directly on Robert's left shoulder. Ouch, crack! Big Sparrow's body was hugged. Robert's left face was burned by the fire, and his left shoulder was hit directly by the fire hammer. Both of them screamed at the same time. Big Sparrow's spine was broken. Robert's left shoulder was burning with holy fire. Cracks appeared on his shoulder armor, and his snow-white cloak burst into flames with a boom. Archbishop, the monks, and Sparrow wailed. Witchcraft. Big Sparrow used witchcraft. He's an evil wizard. Cersei screamed. Both sides are injured. That flame, what is it? Is it really the blacksmith's wrath? The nobles and civilians were shocked and confused. If they had seen the white flame for the first time, and if this was not the great cathedral of Baylor, they would have thought that Big Sparrow was a wizard playing with fire witchcraft like Cersei. But more than half a month ago, the church spread the news that the archbishop had received the blessing of the Holy Mother and obtained the blacksmith's divine power. Everyone was confused. Why did the blacksmith's divine power not come from the blacksmith, but from the Holy Mother? But they also heard the follow-up story. Big Sparrow, who never knew how to forge, suddenly became a blacksmith grandmaster and forged a steel sword of a higher level than the missing blacksmith grandmaster Butamort. The above thoughts appeared and disappeared in an instant. The situation in the arena changed. Big Sparrow's spine was broken, and his ribs were crushed. Blood foam was spurting out of his mouth, but his hands did not stop moving. He raised the hammer again and hit the left side of Robert's iron helmet, which was probably the temple. Clang! The nut that fixed the helmet and the helmet fell off, and the bucket-like fully enclosed helmet cracked into several pieces. A small part of Robert's long face was exposed to the eyes of Big Sparrow and the audience behind him. You? What are you? Big Sparrow's pupils contracted, and he swallowed the blood foam in shock. Chapter 553. After obtaining the stigmata of blacksmith, Big Sparrow could not only use the blacksmith fire, divine dragon flame, but also learn many forging techniques out of thin air. Therefore, he could instantly determine the weakness of the opponent's armor, and he could also break the gap of the armor with his hammer to destroy the complete structure of the armor. So he broke Robert's shoulder pads and broke Robert's helmet with one blow of his hammer. Half of the helmet fell off, and half of Robert's face was exposed. What a tragic face that was. Eyes flashing with bloodthirsty red light. black lips without white breath, a greenish-gray nose, pale gray skin with a hint of purple, and a face covered with a network of purple-black blood vessels. No, those were not blood vessels, but traces of stitches. Ah, is he still human? He's even uglier than Yulun, Duke, someone in the audience exclaimed. Yulun looked over with a dark face. He had always heard rumors that Robert did not eat, drink, or poop, and was curious about his true identity. Kill him, kill Big Sparrow. Cersei's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with fear as she screamed hysterically. In fact, Big Sparrow probably would not survive even if she did not shout. How could he live with a broken spine? You're not human. Big Sparrow suddenly understood. He struggled to lift his hammer and shouted, "Sacred fire of the seven gods, burn the sinner of the impure." Boom! Flames rose from the hammer again, and the high temperature and holy aura made Robert want to dodge. If he did not dodge, he would die. If he was in the head, he would definitely die. Subconsciously, White Knight, who was kneeling on the ground, grabbed Big Sparrow's armor with his right hand and threw him out. Clang! The Big Sparrow was thrown out without any resistance, but his hammer did not completely miss. It hit Robert's loose faceplate, and holy flames splashed everywhere, landing all over his head, face, and chest. Together with his left shoulder and cape, which were already burning, Robert was almost a man on fire. Whoa! The White Knight slapped the flames on its face with all its might and let out a terrifying roar that could grab one's soul. The duel is over. Robert Strong wins. Go put out the fire. Cersei shouted to the nobles around her for help. Your Majesty, the Archbishop isn't dead yet, nor has he admitted defeat. Count Tully pointed with a solemn expression at Big Sparrow, who was coughing blood while struggling to get up. Kill him, Robert. Kill the sparrow. Cersei yelled at the White Knight, who was writhing on the ground. What kind of fire is that? It seems to be as scary as the dragon flame. Maybe Big Sparrow can really win. If he can hold on for another half an hour and doesn't die, Tyrion said blankly. Take off your helmet and cloak, Yulun reminded. Cersei hesitated. She was not stupid. Did she not know that taking off her helmet would free her from most of the holy flames? But after taking off the helmet, how much of a commotion would the human face under the helmet cause? However, when the mask fell off just now, many of the nobles had already seen half of his face, but they did not recognize him. Perhaps, now that he had been burned, even if his mother came over, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. Thinking of this, Cersei made a decision and shouted, "Robert, take off your burning armor." Even the dragon flame couldn't ignite steel. If it wasn't for the blacksmith's divine power driving the holy flames, it would have extinguished itself after burning the cloak. At this time, the flames were getting smaller and smaller, but the blacksmith's holy flames were too damaging to the corpse monster, causing Robert Strong to struggle and howl like crazy. At Cersei's command, Robert immediately used his iron-gloved right hand to tear off his helmet. His left shoulder was hit by Big Sparrow's full strength, his shoulder blade was broken, and he was burned by the holy flames. He had lost most of his vitality. Clang! Robert took off his bucket-sized flat helmet and threw it far away. The monks, nobles, and commoners at the scene all saw Robert's true face. 1/3 of his face was burned, and the remaining 2/3 were still visible. Large patches of greenish-gray scalp were exposed on his head, and his dark black hair was like weeds in the wilderness. There were clumps here and there, and a few of them were connected together and withered like winter reeds. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Night Strong's head was far smaller than expected. It also looked a little bloated, but compared to the giant's height of 2 meters, his head and torso were a little out of proportion. Suddenly, Big Bear pointed at Robert in the magic mirror in horror and howled. He was so shocked that he could not speak. 70% hell. Tyrion slapped his forehead and shouted out Big Bear's thoughts in disbelief. Robert is Rob. How did my sister do it? Rob? Which Rob? Quentin hurriedly asked. Could it be Robb Stark? Old Yemont blurted out. Yes, it's Rob. Since I'm not the only one who thinks so, it must be Rob. Big Bear's face was pale. He glanced at Tyrion and nodded heavily. But the young wolf master is already dead? His head was chopped off and sent to King's Landing, and his neck was sewn with a direwolf's head. Quentin was confused. That's right. Dany suddenly understood. She had always thought that Robert Strong was the Magic Mountain. After all, that was how Game of Thrones was acted out. But the news from the Seven Kingdoms proved that in order to appease Prince Dowlong's anger, the Magic Mountain killed Dowlong's younger brother, the Red Viper Oberyn, during the trial of whether Tyrion killed Joffrey. Tywin had already chopped off the Magic Mountain's head and sent it to Dorne. The Magic Mountain's body was too big, and his head was almost impossible to fake. More importantly, Tywin did not need to fake it. The Magic Mountain was poisoned by the Red Viper's black witchcraft and would definitely die. Not to mention the dead Magic Mountain. Even if he was still alive, Tywin would offer the Magic Mountain's head if there was a need to appease the people of Dorne. There's a witchcraft school in the East, Necromancers. They specialize in magic that can revive the dead. Necromancers search for limbs that are rich in Een spirit and sew them together into a complete, controlled demonic corpse. Dany explained simply. Obviously, Stark's corpse had a high concentration of Een spirit and was the best material for demonic corpse. It was also the best material for deviant ghosts. It was also the best carrier for the Green Prophet. Cersei also knows necromancy? Ursa asked in surprise. Tyrion said with certainty, Cobborn, it's Cobborn. That guy was originally a scholar in the City of Knowledge. After he was discovered to be secretly researching necromancy, the professor stripped him of his necklace and chased him out of the City of Knowledge. After that, Cobborn joined the most notorious warrior group and continued his evil experiments on human bodies. After that, the warrior group chopped off Jaime's dominant hand. Cobborn helped treat Jaime's injuries and followed them to the King's Landing. Lannister would definitely repay his debts. No matter how bad Cobborn's background was, he was still valued by my father and sister. Roar! At this moment, Robert had already taken off his burning shoulder armor and cape. Purplish black blood flowed from his burns as he walked to the side of the big sparrow. With a kick, he sent the hammer in his hand flying and stepped on the Holy Son of Light's chest. His two large metal hands grabbed the big sparrow's head. The bloodiest and most tragic scene took place. It was like pulling a radish out of the mud. Poochie. The big sparrow's head was pulled off, and the jagged broken neck was still connected to a few white and red vertebrae. Chi. Blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain. Roar. Robert Strong threw the head away and let out a soul-twisting roar at the Heavenly Father's statue. The Holy Church was filled with blood, and it was as quiet as a tomb. Only the candlelight was swaying, and the Heavenly Father's angry eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of dim blood. I won. Suddenly, Cersei laughed loudly. She excitedly shouted to the surrounding nobles, I won the tournament. I am not guilty. The seven gods have proven my innocence. Ha! You cheated. Robert Strong is not human. Lancel's angry roar came from the crowd of monks. Cersei turned around and saw her cousin's eyes were red. His face was distorted, and he was about to collapse. Yes, Robert is not human. A human cannot look like this. As the representative of the commoners, Stryker decided to be fair. This monster looks very similar to young Wolf Master Robb Stark. This is witchcraft, a vicious blood witchcraft. A noble from Hajian said angrily. Yes, the trial of this tournament was very sensational. More than half a month ago, even Dragonstone Island sent a representative, not to mention the other nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Those who could come were all here. This is not fair. The queen cheated with witchcraft. Someone started, and more than a dozen nobles who were not part of the Iron Throne's faction immediately agreed. This is necromancy. Don't think that no one knows. Go to the other side of the narrow sea and invite the red-robed monks or necromancers to identify it. Everyone knows. Marvin's face was pale, and he also spoke on behalf of Dragonstone Island. Don't slander me. Seeing everyone's suspicious eyes, Cersei quickly stood up and pointed at Marvin, cursing, Look at his chest. He is for Dragonstone Island. That little bitch Danny rise ahem. Prince Regent Kevin hurriedly coughed a few times and interrupted his niece. Queen Dowager, Dragonstone Island is Targaryen territory, and the Iron Throne has acknowledged this. You should call her Prince Danny Rise. It's all the same. Cersei waved her hand and continued. Danny Rise definitely doesn't want me to be well. Everyone knows that. Just like how I don't speak well of her. Her evaluation of me should also be heard in reverse. So, Robert Strong is a human. He just looks a little strange. Look at my fiancé. Yuluan was pulled over by his fiancé without any warning. Look, he looks 30% human, 70% ghoul. Cersei pointed at Yuluan's scarred face. He's even uglier than Robert Strong. But who can deny that he's a living person? Marvin's mouth was wide open, and his expression was blank. Yuluan's facial muscles contorted, and he looked even uglier, as if he was scarier than White Knight. Everyone was also skeptical. There's also the White Knight who escaped the Hound. Everyone knows how ugly he is. Oh, there's also the White Knight, Loras. You should really see him. I swear, after seeing him, everyone will think that Robert is a handsome man. Little Rose Marjorie and Prime Minister Blow-Up Fish, Mace Tyrell, Hand of the King, father of Loras and Marjorie, both had dark expressions on their faces. Uffed, the dwarf in front of the magic mirror held his stomach and laughed. Look, this is my sister. Isn't she cute? She always has a gift that makes everyone hate her in Lannister. His cute sister continued. As for his small head and big body, haven't you seen a little demon? Deformed and twisted short legs, deformed and thin arms, a deformed head that's bigger than a normal person's. Even his penis is... The dwarf's laughter stopped abruptly. The audience in the holy cathedral fell into deep thought. The audience in front of the magic mirror turned around and looked at Tyrion strangely. I'm so touched. I never knew my sister cared so much about me. Tyrion clamped his legs together, his ugly face twisted. Chapter 554. He's not Robb Stark either. Cersei's performance continued. There are too many people who look alike in this world. Take that little devil who killed his father, King, and betrayed humanity as an example. You all know that I'm a filial daughter. In order to avenge my father, I offered the title of Earl and 100,000 gold royals as a reward to hunt down that devil who deserved to fall to the 7th level of hell. Many mercenaries brought me gnome heads, dozens of them, hundreds of them. Why? Don't the mercenaries know that I'm wise and powerful, able to distinguish between truth and falsehood? They all know, but they don't want to deceive their king. Those mercenaries just can't tell the difference between a normal dwarf and a little devil. If even that deformed little devil monkey has so many similarities, is Robb Stark the only one in the world who looks like him? There are also those with evil intentions who say that this is black magic and want to go to the other side of the narrow sea to invite the necromancers. Please, use your brains. Where is this? The great cathedral of Baelor, the residence of the 7 gods. If there's really something evil, why don't the 7 gods show themselves? Or do you doubt the sanctity and dignity of the 7 gods? Cersei spoke with conviction. The more she spoke, the more she felt that her words made sense. Her voice became louder and louder, and her tone became more and more confident. It was as if, as long as she convinced herself, she would be able to convince the whole world. Needless to say, most of the spectators, even the cultivators and sparrows, were intimidated. Even the evil Marvin looked at her in shock. His mouth opened and closed quickly. He didn't retort, nor did he know how to retort. I didn't expect Empress Cersei to be so capable. It sounds real. Could we have guessed wrongly? The bear said in a daze. Sigh. My sister has never lacked cleverness. Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now, what are those cultivators doing? Ymon exclaimed. Marvin turned his head away from Cersei and looked at the sparrow's corpse. The scene changed as well. The scene changed again. While Cersei was arguing with the crowd and suppressing the disgruntled crowd, several silent nuns and the gray-robed friars moved forward together and formed a circle around the archbishop's corpse. Silence and her sister were strangers' wives and could be considered as Westeros embalmers. It was their professional job to stitch up the mutilated corpses. At the same time, several Sister Silents were helping Big Sparrow to fix the body. The dislocated and broken bones were restored to their original positions. The severed head was put back in place. The torn flesh was stitched up, and the dirty blood was cleaned up. The rest of the monks, nuns, and the church's armed forces were all kneeling on the ground and reciting the chapter of the Holy Mother from the Seven Stars Bible. Circle after circle, more and more believers entered. There were members of the church who had rushed over after hearing about the archbishop's death, as well as representatives of the commoners and some devout nobles. As more and more people joined in, the solemn chanting drowned out Cersei's eloquence. "Hey, the martial arts trial has already ended. Many people are waiting here. I'll announce the results first, and then you can do whatever you want." Cersei shouted at Archbishop Matthew, who had been holding a crystal in front of her face. The Archbishop of Baelor wasn't the only one in the cathedral. There was also a group of archbishops under him. In fact, as the headquarters of the Church of the Seven Gods, the cathedral was one of the training centers for the archbishops of the Seven Kingdoms. The other one was in the old town, the Starry Cathedral. There were more than 10 archbishops stationed there all year round. As a participant, Big Sparrow naturally couldn't be the judge of the martial arts trial. Matthew, who had been picked out by Big Sparrow, became the judge of the martial arts trial because he was devout enough. However, the martial arts trial didn't need a judge. It was as simple as that. "Your Highness, you have won." Everyone saw it. There's no need to announce it. Randolph frowned. He was a notary on the Iron Throne side. If the church went back on their word, he had the responsibility to protect Cersei's rights. Everyone who was invited to the martial arts trial today had the responsibility to protect her. Even Dragonstone Island had to protect the rights of the victor, Cersei. "All right," Cersei muttered regretfully. She waved the wide sleeves of her skirt, held her head high, and prepared to leave with White Knight. Buzz, suddenly, a change occurred. "Ah, the Holy Mother has appeared," Cersei heard someone exclaim as she turned to leave. She even heard the voices of Uncle Kevin, Marjorie, and Mester. "Holy Mother?" Cersei turned around and was stunned. Without a doubt, Big Sparrow was dead. If it was in the past, even if he was as devout as the Son of God, he would have died. Ascending to heaven was just wishful thinking. Even the seven gods were fake. 7 pieces of wood. You want to go to heaven? Dream on. However, it was different this time. If the 7 gods were a position, then someone had already joined them. Once they joined, they had to fulfill their duties. Very suddenly, the moment Robert plucked Big Sparrow's head off, he died. His soul followed the thread of faith and entered the pool of faith. Blackie was not the only one who was at a loss. Even Dragon Queen, who claimed to have read countless novels and rich experience with the gods, was stunned. She really didn't know that such a thing could happen. However, since it had happened, she had to deal with it. How should she deal with it? Her first thought was to burn Big Sparrow's soul with divine fire and turn it into soul essence to nourish Blackie's body. This was called bow your head and be willing to be a cow, turn into spring mud and protect the flower. It was a clean end to everything. Then, she heard Cersei's arrogant words and understood something. This was the great cathedral, under the witness of the 7 gods. Big Sparrow was the son of light, and Robert Strong was a monster. If the 7 gods did not react at all, then when the night came, the faith of the 7 gods would flow away like a flood. She could not cast a great fireball on Cersei from thousands of miles away. Even a true God Lalo could not do that. Then it could only be a miracle. Dany suddenly had a thought. Since Big Sparrow's soul was in her hands, could she revive him? If a monk could do it, why not a Taoist? If Lalo could do it, why couldn't the 7 gods? When Ghetto devoured the Crab King, Blackie gained a new divine title, Holy Mother. At first, Dany thought that Holy Mother equals mercy, which was useless. Then, she found that she was wrong. Blacksmith equals hardworking, but it increased the power of forging. The Holy Mother's power was related to medicine. She gained a lot of medical knowledge out of thin air. But just like forging, all medical knowledge came from the believers of the Seven Kingdoms. The medical knowledge of the Seven Kingdoms was still at the stage of leeches sucking blood, and the medical doctors of the City of Knowledge were not pious to the seven gods. Even old Yemont only had zero piety. She could not even get the knowledge of a medical doctor. At most, she could only become an experienced doctor in the countryside. Except for some strange recipes, the knowledge she got was not even as good as what she learned in school in her previous life. So, she felt that the Holy Mother's divine title was useful, but it was not. Until this time, when she accidentally met Big Sparrow's soul in the pool of faith, she had a flash of inspiration. If the knowledge given by the divine title was useless, then what about the Holy Mother's power? She could use the power of the Great Guardian and Blacksmith to drive the dragon flame, turning it into platinum holy flame and crimson glaze flame. The glaze flame could even melt steel. What if she used the Holy Mother's power to drive healing? Could Dahe use healing? No, it cannot. But Danny could. After learning from Bution that there was a difference between Type A willpower and Type B active spirituality, in addition to using willpower to develop Danny's whisper and willpower enhancement technique to supplement herself with Type A spirituality, she also created a healing technique. Last time in Tolos, Little Green's wings were torn to pieces, and its legs were bitten by the pterosaurs like chicken legs. There were holes and blood everywhere. The 6 pterosaurs were also miserable, with their wings torn and unable to fly. Didn't she deliberately use Type B spirituality to repair their bodies? A long time ago, Danny found that spirituality could heal Megalosaurus, but this time it was more targeted. In the past, in 100 units of spirituality, there were only 10 units of Type B active spirituality. If 100 units of Type B spirituality could heal injuries, then Danny had to endow the Megalosaurus with 1,000 units of total spirituality. Now, she could separate out Type B spirituality on her own, which required 100 units, so she would give it 100 units. This was almost useless when facing Megalosaurus, because Megalosaurus could absorb unlimited spirituality, and she was willing to invest unlimited amounts of spirituality on her children. However much spirituality there was, it was all absorbed by the dragons, so there was no need to separate out Type B spirituality. But for the pterosaurs, sorry, Danny had to scrimp and save to raise her children. For ordinary people, sorry, your soul is already saturated and has reached the upper limit of spirituality absorption. At this time, it was necessary to have a treatment technique that was cheaper and more efficient. There was only one thing: the pure spirituality version of the healing technique was effective, but it was very slow. It did not have the effect of healing visible to the naked eye like in the game when the holy light was used. At this time, because of the death of the Big Sparrow, Danny had an idea. If she used the Holy Mother's power to drive the healing technique, what effect would it have? But no matter how powerful the healing technique was, it could not grow a head out of thin air. She needed to sew the Big Sparrow's limbs back. Coincidentally, because of the death of the Big Sparrow, many cultivators and nuns in the Holy Church were praying to the Holy Mother. Those whose piety was between 200 and 250 were saints. Based on this standard, the Big Sparrow had more than 10 saints under his command. The piety of the saints was enough to open the door of faith and actively communicate with the Holy Mother. It just depended on whether the Holy Mother Danny was free and whether she was willing to talk to them. Child, peace be upon you. Holy Mother. Archbishop Matthew, whose piety was 211, was shocked speechless. He could not believe what he was seeing. So holy, so noble, so benevolent, so gentle, so majestic. Wasn't this the Holy Mother that he had seen a few times before? If he did not have the experience of walking the path of the sage, learning from St. Bailey's fasting and praying, how could he become an archbishop? The Holy Mother is merciful, the Holy Son. Matthew fell to the ground and cried. There were grievances relief after fear, and also attachment and relaxation after seeing the Holy Mother. Suffering is also a part of glory. Don't be sad, don't be hesitant. Go and sew up the Holy Son's mutilated body. With a wave of her hand, the Holy Mother Dani sent Matthew's soul out of the place of faith and back to his physical body. Well, Matthew had fainted for a short while. His sudden fainting gave the surrounding archbishops a shock. It was also because he had fainted that Count Tali stopped Circe from using her power. I saw the Holy Mother, and she asked us to sew up the Holy Son's body, Matthew said to his colleague beside him. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.